that we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like it's somebody to be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel, but you deserve better than me.
Hello, 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 hello. What is up? The loose, the loose, the loose. What is up, the loose? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning. Very beautiful day, very beautiful day. How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing? भाई उड़ते हुए खबर आ गई है कि डिमन वन एनवी में मजाक से हटकर मेरे को भी कॉल आया था. फोन स्विच ऑफ था, लेकिन फोन स्विच ऑफ था. गुड मॉर्निंग पाइनएप्पल लैंग्वेज. क्या है ये गुड मॉर्निंग पाइनएप्पल? लेकिन अरे बाप रे, रोज डांस करके मार रहे ये लोग. क्या सीन? हेलो हेलो. यप 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 यप. वही ना, परमानेंट स्लॉट. डब्ल्यू डब्ल्यू PRX वर्सेस T1 हु विंस. सुनो, नाइट बोर्ड तुम्हारा मैसेज डिलीट कर रहा है कैप्स में लिखा करके. PRX जीतेगा 3-0. सिंपल बात है. और अभी फुल सेंस, अभी फुल सेंस, अभी फुल सेंस. देयर इज नो वे मेरा गोड प्रीमी ऐसा हारेगा ना. मैं मान ही नहीं सकता, मैं मान ही नहीं सकता ना. मैं नहीं मान सकता, मैं नहीं मान सकता. अनबिलीवेबल है, अनबिलीवेबल है. डिपेंड करता है, अगर वो लोग भी डांस करके आ गए तो ड्रॉ हो सकता है. समझ रहे हो? गुड मॉर्निंग पाइनएप्पल. वेरी लुकिंग वेरी नाइस. एक्सक्यूज मी. थैंक्स फॉर द मोटिवेशन ब्रो. कल के लिए उगसी नेट का एग्जाम के बाद आई एम नॉट एबल टू स्लीप, बट योर वर्ड्स एंड स्ट्रीम हेल्प मी अलॉट. अच्छा फील करता हूँ. थैंक यू बड़ी. लव यू यार, लव यू यार. टेंशन मत लो उगसी एग्जाम के लिए, टेंशन मत लो, एग्जाम ही है. साउंड रुकाओ यार, मैच चालू होने दो ना. साउंड 2 मिनट तुम लोग से बात करने दे. शेन शेन शेन. गाना सुनना, गाना
One of the
सुनना.
best in the world, even without going there. I mean, we look at the way this guy plays, the way he aims. It's just so remarkable.
सुन लेंगे भाई, गाना सुन लेंगे. कौन से तुम लोग घर में डांस वांस करते हो? मेरे को भी एक जन का टोटे वाला डायलॉग बोल देते. कैसे मेरी जान के टोटे, मेरा ही एम. एनवी के चेंजेस देखे 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 देखे. यंग स्ट्रीमर बोलते, सच्ची आपके आँख के नीचे गड्ढे पड़ गए होंगे, उसमें पानी भर लो. लैंग्वेज. Is G still out there? Yes, it's there. It's there. Hitter, it's there. We are still in the game. कल है. किसको सपोर्ट कर? फुल सेंस, फुल सेंस, फुल सेंस. प्रीमी बाय ऑन टॉप्स, प्रीमी बाय ऑन टॉप्स. अच्छा है, मेरे लिए 1-2 गर्लिस का नंबर लेके आना. थैंक. नो वंडर ये गाली खाता है बे सबसे. माई मॉड्स वर राइट ऑल अलोंग. पोल डालो. ये बात तो बराबर कही है. थोड़ा सा ब्रेन लग है. ये रहा. नॉट रेटर, जस्ट चेकिंग. यू आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड जी इनटू द फाइनल्स. थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. मतलब फाइनल्स तो जाएंगे, वी आर विनिंग इट. फाइनल्स तक जाके रुकना नहीं था तेरे को. love you too, मेरी जान करते funky boy. Who do you think Demon One will represent NV? Not me. So I'm happy. हाँ देखने तो मिलेगा उसको खेलते हुए. Hater Apo language. Bhai, can you give me some tips how to become analyst for Valo and how and what should we analyze for the analyst of the analysis and how to counter it all? नहीं मतलब अगर मैं तेरा काम मैं खुद तेरे को सिखा रहा हूँ तो मतलब come on मैं ही काम कर लेता हूँ. Jinx वाला analysis language.
DFM,
Shut
you
up.
can see why they're just so good. Kaide is all vibes.
I mean, Kaide's had huge performances on
Kaide बोलते
as well. I think on this kill
जिंदा एक बात बताओ
I
किसी
think
प्लेयर
that's
को
his best
मैप
role.
के
You
हिसाब
asked
से
me, so I
एजेंट
think
अच्छे से
he wants to step up
आना
in a big
चाहिए
way
या
if
कुछ
they're
एजेंट्स
interested.
आने
Some
चाहिए
good Lord of fans in
जो हर
there.
मैप
Yeah,
में
Yatsika
अकेला
as well.
करे.
They have appointed
Important
him as
according
the
to you.
operator
एक
playoffs.
main होना चाहिए
Shot him on
and
Yoru
एक
every
meta होना
single map.
चाहिए.
He had a poor one last
Meta
week, but he
agents
wants
आने
an
चाहिए और
improved
एक तुम्हारा
performance
main
today
agent
against
तो आने
Full Sense.
चाहिए.
Now, for those of you who want to see our predictions, you can go into our socials. But for our casters, I want to know who do you think the better dancer is? Is it Cruz or is
I'm
it
a Valorant analyst and all I do is analyze.
Oh, fantastic question. I think right
Good
now.
morning, good morning, good morning.
Kami hands down. What do
Yeah,
you think?
I would tend to agree with that right now, but we got to see maybe how Cruz can teach his team how to dance in the server right now, because we
Kalsi
need
ka
to
match
start to see that a little bit, because if we
किससे
want to
है?
extend out what
जो team
Victoria
हारेगा
were actually
उससे
talking
भाई.
about earlier on, it was the adjustments that we're seeing for Full Sense in the macro gameplay
Technically,
right
good
now,
morning,
where
yep.
Cruz is out of the roster, because he was someone that
What are
always
your
had
thoughts
really
on
great
Demon One
understanding
playing
last
in
year
NV? Good
under
thoughts?
Coach Frost. Now, there's a different look for Full Sense coming in towards this year with Leviathan coming
Afternoon
in,
और
and
morning
I
है
do
भाई.
start to question a little bit what we're seeing from them, because when they're going in and their first gameplay play
मेरे
is
नाम
not
से एक
working,
बंदा आपका सब है
they
अगर
crumble,
वो
they lose
हेड
it.
दे
They
तो
have to figure
मेरे
that
गाफ
one
में
back
हाथी
out,
का
and I
मत
think this is
डालना.
going to be a
ठीक है
really
ठीक है ठीक
good
है.
battle, a really good series to
ठीक है.
test them in that department. When I look at this as well, and I see that they're getting pushed a little bit in this Veto. We saw
मैं आपका
problems with
hater
them
क्या
over on Bind last
जो
time, so
इग्नोर
we're
करते हो
seeing
मैं
them
नहीं करता.
remove
वर्क
that
फ्रॉम
from this, which
होम
actually
करते हुए
opens
देख
up
रहा हूँ.
Haven
लव
to
मेरे
be
जान
that
करते
third map,
सेकंड मैच
because
PRX बोलते
previously
यस
they were banned in
सर.
Haven and Abyss every single series so far.
One
So
benefit,
DFM,
one
you know,
benefit
they've
of
got an
membership
opportunity
green
here
में
to,
नाम
of
दिखता
course,
है.
try and
आगे
win it in
69
two
भी
first, but
मिलता
if
है.
they need to go to Haven, that Full Sense weren't feeling comfortable on, having banned that, you'd assume.
There's definitely, some signs of worry here and there, and you're definitely right as well. It's a fantastic point to make
Chalo.
because Cruz mentioned it himself in some
Pehla
recent
round
interviews as
A
well.
rush.
New guys in the team, and then because he's not there to really lead them into the
We
middle of
the
the rounds anymore.
execute.
Gotta find new ways to rein in that ego, but they're still gonna go right into the round anyway. Of course, Full Sense backing off onto the
भाई
defense,
इतना
holding off a
जल्दी
different
यहाँ तक
angle
आके बैठा है
while
भाई.
DFM pushes up.
Yeah, taking the space, you definitely want to do this in a 5 versus 5 pistol. Got a little bit of utility that you can drop on towards
Post
the
plan
side as
क्या
well.
क्या है?
that you
दो
look towards
shock dart
Kaide.
है,
No
एक
nanos
pull
from what I
है.
can see.
बस.
So they're only going to have that grav welt from Cess a little bit later. As the time starts to tick away.
Oh shit.
Just trying to kick things off with the initial utility, but look, Yatska able to hold it off.
Phata.
2 shots already found. Pink shells coming in, Main dives onto the grenade, but at the same time, Killa finding a shot onto Yatska as well. Still though, time ticking away from the spike, and now Akami trying to hold off to a different angle.
Oh,
Has been
shot
spotted, but also
bait,
takes down
shot
Leviathan and looks for a couple more shots. Thigh diving into the kills as well. Will find a third into the round, getting the defuse at the end for Full Sense.
Yeah, so far in pistols throughout the term of Pacific Kickoff right now, DFM
मेरा
have been
brain lag हो
pretty
गया.
darn good at the higher side of it, but for Full Sense they've been
मेरे को
in
full
the
sense वाले ने
negative
shot
sense of
मारा
it, right?
था.
Losing more than gaining,
W
so it's good to see that
बेटा.
they're able to pick this one up.
W
On back
बे.
of some very sharp shots from Thai, something that we've been kind of missing, right? Pilsky was highlighting it. Missing a lot of the impacts that
Easy
he
बोलते.
kind of brings to the team, so if we can see some comfort in the server today, I think that's going to be really important. And always
मैं
in
तो
these
hit देने के लिए
5
membership
versus
लिया हूँ
5
मास्टर फैम का जो
retakes, 5
language.
versus 5 pistols, it can always get a little bit topsy-turvy, right? Do you have the utility? Are
open
you playing
हाँ,
more for that? Are
दोनों
you
को
playing
अलग
more for
कर दिया
kills?
ना नेट ने.
Full Sense, they are a team that will be happy to take you in the kill fights. So I do kind
Love
of
you,
want to
Balbazar.
see DFM look for some advantages later on before going for the plants. And we'll have to see if those adjustments do come on through. As
भाई ये
it's
लोग
just
का
going to be in
economy
this
pro
second
max
round.
हो रहा है.
They are a full lean to the A site with all the information on the utility. So Premier gets back over towards B with the Outlaw. You
ये
got
लोगों को
the
guns गिराना
Veto
पड़ेगा
there as well, which is
minimum
actually going to be tested in mid
3.
at the moment. Jit Boys gets a headache. Do DFM want to continue towards B, or do they want to reroute though?
किल जगह तो ढूंढ रहे
There's some
बे लोग.
options that could get quite interesting here.
Start to poke around.
Language
Maybe at the
आदित्य.
same time, Full Sense definitely somewhat prepared for it thanks to the util, the player position
Vandal
up
लेते हैं ना?
inside A main right now.
It's going to be one of these things as well for the KJ utility, right?
वो लोग का
see a
aim
lot of
है
teams
वैसा. वो लोग
opt to
ऐसा
put the
giveaway
turret,
नहीं करते guns.
in towards Art to watch it, and you got the alarm bot towards mid as well, but this be a lean, it's not going to see that. So it is free territory for DFM to attempt to get into this A site. And getting the plant here, Quack, is not bad.
Good money, but you know, we'll see how clean Full Sense can really take this. The pop flash, perhaps not quite expected. So Leviathan will take the fall, but Thai able to find the exchange. Now 2 remaining players for
भाई
DFM.
इसका तो ult आ रहा है.
Not much else. They can only hold the off angles out from stairs. So Primi pushing up. Unfortunately, not finding the outlaw shot, but kill was still around the corner.
अरे मारने देना उसको.
Still some damage though.
Yep. When you got that A main territory as well, you definitely want to have a player inserted there as Full Sense. So a bit surprising the DFM do try to run back in towards main and not have a double swing ready, for example. Also good for Full Sense to recognize that the showstopper can come online in towards this bonus round.
Night market पे ले
big
सकता है.
ultimate
अच्छा
that can
discount
turn
मिलता है.
favor in this next one. So we'll see how it's going to be piloted for them, because on this map, right, we do see Full Sense lack a bit of this extremity control. We see a lot of teams go for the Yoru extremity control with the fade behind it. You want to push in, you know, an extra agent, no matter which side of the map it's going to be. You want to play strong side Yoru, you want to get them out. So I do really wonder in the preparations coming in towards this one for Full Sense, are these ideas going to be coming into play?
Certainly would hope so. Because back against DRX when they last played this map, it was definitely a little bit hectic at times. Primi off to the outlaw this round still. Killa finding first contact though with a little peek down middle.
Yeah, player advantage, you certainly take that right now as Full Sense.
Heavy proactive be.
Got a bit of a deeper push in towards the B site right now for DFM though, but how are you going to kind of flood yourself in towards the side if you want to try and get it, right? You're not playing the waylay that we see some teams sort of adopt, so you don't have a bit of a deeper double dive. If you're trying to send in just the gate crash for Yatska to get some halls control, well, you want a dart online or a drone, and Kame doesn't have them at the moment, so there's some options that DFM need to start to decide where they want to end this round, because if they do bring the spike back towards A, for example, the mighty force of Full Sense is pretty much all here. It could be a wrong call if they do this, and you gotta remember Cess on the other side of the map because of this Astra has plagued DFM a lot sometimes.
Yeah, not quite showing up in the kill department at times. Right now, just trying to perhaps poke a little bit inside of our. We'll see if there's anything there, and it does feel like there's something there. What they also don't know, though, is this judge. Jitboy springs forward, but unfortunately falls to Yatska.
Too premature for him in that moment in time. You got the player advantage, you got the showstopper.
Thank you, love you, love you.
The judge, you want to get a bit sneaky beaky like that. Post plant now. See what Thai is going to be able to potentially do, but he is going for a flank.
1v1 जीतना पड़ेगा.
Pretty long one. Cess could possibly keep him in check. You want to deploy that showstopper, but might be difficult. Thankfully, though, Primi coming in to dispatch me.
All these kills, they take him away from it. The flank can activate now. With a good shot out from Leviathan traded.
Slowly moving forward, and thanks to that, Cess was distracted just enough for Thai to come in with the double kill at the end. So Primi defused bonus round picked up for Full Sense.
And how many bonus rounds have we seen converted in the past couple of days globally as well? Just really propel some teams for some massive 13-4, 13-5 scorelines, right? We see Pistols, a very big important round in the game of Valorant. We see the second rounds want to go clean, and then you start to play the percentages as well, right? If you're getting those 2 rounds, how much of an interest do you have in getting the bonus round? Very clean retake at the end here, and I love just the focus from Full Sense, draw the attention onto the site, make it feel like you're really putting the pressure on, draw Cess away from watching the flank, because when Kaide is gone, there's going to be no flank watch.
Night market में Ion OP आई है, but I have River. Is it worth it to buy? River है तो फिर
continues to shape up. For now, though, straight dive into A main with May at the helm.
Hero gun. Gonna see what can be facilitated for him to get on in. Yatska with the Dimensional Drift and Akame with the Hunter's Fury can technically be combined for something as well, but you're not gonna do that super early in the mix right now. In another 4-1 position. I know a lot of the games yesterday, there was a hell of a lot of 4-1s.
That is the question.
Bring them down.
Definitely pays off at times as well.
मतलब
right
जी
now.
नहीं
Three
था
clear with Prowler.
है भाई
It's just nature of having Yoru be such a prevalent agent at the moment, isn't it, right? They can play the strong side, get over to the weaker side, and always be happy to go for a bit of a battle, which is what I feel like Jit Boys might have to be aware of right now.
अलार्म उठ जाएगा, ये लोग मिड पुश करेंगे.
At the same time, TP not quite there for Primi perhaps, so Jit Boys gonna have to be cautious.
Mid ले रहे.
A lot of faith in the anti-eco perhaps.
Mid लिया.
Absolutely obscured by smoke for now, allowing it to go through as soon as it dissipates. Finds a header.
अच्छा लिंक वाले को मारा. अभी ये प्रॉब्लम है ना.
DFM just trying to hold
साइड
on
ही
to
गया
things
है
for
तो
now,
लोगों को
though.
फ्लैंक
While
देखते रहना
Full
पड़ेगा.
Sense gets into position now.
Alt,
The initial artillery utility will fall through. Showstopper gets deployed to secure the round, why not? But May able to find a singular trade. Jit Boys, the rest of Full Sense proved to be too overwhelming. And also a little bit stunning. 4-0 for now.
Yeah, really good structure on the retake to come through from Full
Easy
Sense as
लग रहा
well,
है.
right? Jit Boys doesn't overplay his hand, doesn't try to sacrifice
42%
himself
पे
at the
rival आई
very
है, ले
beginning when
लूँ
you
या
expect
4
that he's
seconds
going to be the lesser buy to come through from DFM. As I
Rival
said,
भी
it's
अच्छा
just a
लेकिन.
hero gun from May, and if he's not getting activated from the team, there's not going to be much you're going to do.
ये हर
You
बार
feel
full
like,
retake कर
well,
रहा है,
you've got the
क्योंकि
control of the
B
B site,
retake
you've got
strong है
the
ना
plan
उनका.
down, you're not going to be playing for a Hunter's Fury angle in this one. It is your lesser
वो
buy.
लोग retake के
You're trying
लिए
to see
utils
what
बचा के
damage
भी
you're going
रख
to
रहे हैं.
be able
Problem
to
है कि ये लोग
do.
जो
The
event
impact
fight
Full
ले
Sense a
रहे
little
हैं
bit
ना,
later on.
उसमें कुछ
And
util
maybe
dump
build
नहीं हो
up
रहा
some
है.
of your
वो
own,
लोग
because we've
चुपचाप
seen
पीछे
4
जा रहे हैं.
plants in a row currently from DFM. They've been able to get in towards these sites. They've just not been able to lock it down. And this is why I'm talking about an angle for them to try and get some advantages nice and early on.
Definitely crucial, especially with the
जी का भी
competition
तो
as well,
first
but right
map
now,
IC के
disadvantage,
language.
the dimensional drift from Yatska.
Yeah, see how many players it's going to be able to spot out. Nobody in towards main though, so fully cleared. Look for a plant again, perhaps Killua with this Nightfall. Goes early.
Really quick as well. The Hunter's Fury
Okay.
in response, trying to perhaps hold off Full Sense. Little tags here and
बस
there.
उसने
Just
ult से
Leviathan ding
team
down
को
at the
time
same
देने के
time.
लिए मारा.
Jit Boys on a long journey.
Lead position.
Yeah, and this alarm bot is going to keep him in check a little bit later on, so you're either trying to remove Kaede or get a flood retake in pretty rapid snap for Full Sense. An operator for Primi is probably not the weapon that you really want to try and have in this.
भाई Killjoy कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता है रे टीम के
Tricky,
लिए.
but perhaps Full Sense's best chance in the round. Did he not get detected by that alarm bot?
नहीं,
He's
नहीं,
actually
Killjoy
continuing
flank
to
पे है.
scale forward, and Akami none the wiser. With a flash as well, finally springs off.
मैं बोला ना,
Mayatska
Killjoy का
finding a
round
couple
है
kills
बे.
as well, but the spike's starting to go off. Leviathan tries to stick the defuse, but
Yeah!
not quite landing it in the end. The spike goes off, and DFM, Red Bull clutches up.
0.005, a little bit of miscommunications perhaps for Full Sense in that bit. You got that flank as we see Jit Boys be able to come out with super late in the piece, and I'm looking at Kaede. When are you going to activate? Going for this water wrap at the moment.
मैं
But you've
बोला
got
था
all the
भाई,
utility
Killjoy का round है.
stall coming on towards that spike there. You get off it after the grab well already halved there.
Shot बे.
It feels a little bit sloppy in the mix. Full Sense not able to get the job done. I mean, it gets super close at the end, but not a reliable way for DFM to start to string some rounds together. Got to be a bit more convincing.
Damage हुआ
They're
ना
going to come
लेकिन.
out on top of these ones.
Damage हुआ, अगर ये round जीत
Go
गया
for the walk of
तो
5
थोड़ा सा
up
OP
through B.
हो
It's
जाएगा.
going to be Jit Boys potentially caught in the open. Risky spray of the Vandal through the smoke, mate.
He does manage to hop back in though, and somehow baits May into peeking him as
shit.
well.
Oh,
Lockdown
shit.
now gets deployed.
बोल में
Yeah,
दो लोग push
Kaede gets
करेंगे.
his own off the plant as well. Probably want to rip this nice and early. Going to be a bit of a difficult one to hold, you'd feel, and there it does go.
Risky peek, but it does somewhat pay off. Counter lockdown being deployed by DFM as well.
Right मिला, right मिला.
Still though, a little bit of space for Full Sense to get into position. Try to work
ओए, Astra को
alongside
देखो.
that Cosmic Divine.
Astra को देखो,
Yatska
Chad.
dives back
Astra को
in, but
देखो.
at the same time,
Astra
way
को
too
देखो.
low health. Cess trying to
Lag हो
keep
गया.
Full Sense in check with that stinger at different ranges, but now Full Sense trying to get on top of the spike. It's been smoked off. Kaede finds a shot with a straight bullet and manages to get Primi at the end.
Yeah, good hold from DFM. Kind of wondering if Leviathan
भाई
was going to use
बोला था ना,
a Cosmic
DFM
Divide of his
strong है.
own in amongst all of that too, because it would have provided a bit of protection behind it.
चलो
You've
ये
already got your
अच्छा
own flank covered.
double list comp.
A bit of a questionable one for me, just on the outset look of it. But hey, you're trying to thrive through the mix. It's great from Yatska to find Jip Boys within that as well. Did notice that Kaide got caught from the lockdown, but he was already protected enough that it didn't really matter. Then you have to go fight, and fight he does. Coming out with the denial at the end. Primi, no defuse for our current superstar of the league. Up in a lot of the good fights, the good frags. Gonna be able to win that one, and now we have a bit of a economic problem for Full Sense. So being able to come out on top of the first initial engagement and remove the smokes from DFM is not too shabby.
Yeah, not discouraged from taking up further space. DFM though will go somewhere else.
Actually not bad.
Towards Art, where they're just going to get siffed
gun
already
bhi
by
mil
the
jayega,
Prowler.
info bhi mil jayega.
Again with a bit of a 4-1 lean. Mid being kept in check for Jip Boys by the turret at top mid as well. So a bit disincentivized to go for an ambitious play by himself. You're putting stock in the 4 players of Full Sense being able to do something at this A site that you've got to figure out soon as DFM how many players are here.
Oh shit.
Get an inkling, but also getting surprised by these swings. The high Killua. Akami presses the issue all the way up from front main. And now it's May popping off with the overdrive, trying to look for more targets.
I love this from Primi as well. You always got to be worried about an overdrive going ham against you. So the fact that he goes into the drift can commune to his teammates what's happening with May.
It's fantastic calling as well. At the same time, the team swings alongside it. Simultaneous kills found by Full Sense from the round.
Not a round really that DFM should have been seeing not go their way, right? Full weaponry, but it's the initial engagement that doesn't go their way. You lose your smokes, you got to get a little bit risky in the rounds as well. And as we all know in this specific league, Full Sense are a team of sharpies. If they are online and they're making some good decisions as well, it's going to be a bit of a problem to play against them. You start to see some adjustments come through from DFM in their initial 30-second, 40-second timer on the round. Already seeing this A extremity control being loved by Full Sense, not really doing too much over it, but happy enough to keep the Killjoy utility to be the check over there. And why change it if it ain't broke, right? Do the same thing again. Up towards A for Full Sense. Really push DFM out of this position. Funnel them in towards mid. Also kind of feeling happy with your B retakes at the moment. So it really is on DFM to change things here.
DFM will rear their heads after seeing the alarm bot pop off, but what they might not know is that this is the entire 4-man squad from Full Sense on the other end. Leviathan taking 2 down, 5 with another trade. It's just Yatska left. Can he hold them off? Not quite. After Primi sprints forward with that Phantom. Full Sense up 6-2 now.
Happy to get down and dirty. 6-2. Got to see a timeout drawn here from DFM. Need to have some chats to make this one look a little bit better on your attacking side. Because remember, for the folks that might have just joined us, this map pick in this series of Pearl here is DFM's choice. Full Sense opting to start on the defensive side, and if they're able to come out on the swing of things with a very handsome halftime scoreline, well, they're going to just look to, again, take the fights over on attack and maybe close this one. The attack side against DRX, rather, is where they started off with a really good play as well. 8-4 ended. They found the pistol, they found the bonus, they were off to a great start. Really locking them out, getting those plants down. So the fact that Full Sense are already showing here that they're pretty much all 5 in the server fighting. They're happy to go for these retakes that are looking pretty strong. They're getting out the trades and the positioning. They've got a good understanding of what's happening right now. So I actually kind of like for Full Sense as well right now that this time out will give some assistance to DFM to try and figure out how to get back into it. But it also gives Cruz a bit of a free pass to just have a bit of a check with the team to make sure that, you know, they're doing right. Any little slip-ups that we've seen in the 2 rounds that they've lost, just making sure you're not going to have too much of a change that needs to come out from Cruz right now, which, you know, as a new coach is got to be great for him, a great feeling.
Definitely, right? Because he's also looking to enable his players. Now we're seeing Ty come off with a roaring start, especially the first initial round. So this is definitely like what you mentioned. You know, all 5 present in the server, DFM. What is that macro change going to be?
An angle to try and get out the Hunter's Fury as well here to try and combo that with the Dimensional Drift. After the timeout, a change of utility for Full Sense. Killjoy util over towards the A site.
Slightly switched up, but Yatska just going all the way in. Perhaps looking for an opening from this spot. A lot of space being garnered up on.
Finally.
Full Sense just respecting it for now. They do have their own
Easy.
options and tools for retakes if needed.
Yeah. Not going to be combo in the util
PRX
of the ults
नहीं हो
for DFM
सकता.
though, as I
PRX
kind of theorized,
qualify.
but deploying in
यही
the
bracket से.
drift, now the Hunter's Fury may be needing to come online because of this Cosmic
हो गया
Divide.
बड़ा वाला ult.
Very soon now. But not quite, not yet. Yatsuka is enough. Just playing forward enough, and the showstopper unfortunately will not quite connect. Still though, pushing all the way through now, full sets. They have the Nightfall, it gets sent in. Akame trying to hold off with time. He's alone by the pillar. Every single beam's been sent out. Can he land the shots? No, Primi takes him down instead, and full sense continue with their streak.
Well, it gets a little bit scrappy in the mix. Looks how low Full Sense members are at the end there. If the Hunter's Fury did connect, could have been a very different story. This is why I said though, when that divide comes out, you are probably needing to drop a lot as DFM. You don't have a way to get back in towards the site.
Yes.
That's where you got a bit of a nuclear play coming in from Yatsuka. Great blind side in there. Happy as Larry to try and take the duels, but you've just got an overwhelming presence again by Full Sense. Everybody watching the angles that they need to. Knowing that they've got that player advantage still in the end, because the Hunter's Fury just reveals where Akame is. And you're back towards broke state as well. Hero time instead of May now on Yatsuka, though kind of wouldn't put the Bucky past May to be able to get something cheeky.
Definitely not right, Komodo. Still though,
भाई जो भी राउंड ये लोग एक साथ खेले ना, ये लोग को साइट और प्लांट सब मिला है.
Undid Full Sense in their recent
उसके बाद नहीं हो रहा है.
Perhaps they might have adjusted to it as well.
I mean, you've got a serial Bucky abuser in the form of Darby on that one, so let's be real. That's a different beast.
True. Dambi भाई थोड़ा सा खेल रहे, heavy खेल रहे.
Yep. Got to see if May has a bit of magic though, because this half is certainly getting away from DFM at the moment, starting to sink a bit. Waiting for the time to tick on down, sub 1 minute, and this heavy A lean of DFM needs to really find value first, because you're feeling so confident as Full Sense that you know where this is ending. You're holding
पहले आपका game आसपास की तरह था, आसपास नहीं, like
they actually find the opener, not quite thanks to the grab well paint shells combo. Full Sense have all the information they need with 5. Maybe not quite capitalizing on the position that he had. Still though, it's Jit Boys and Primi. Primi with an op. 3v2.
Spike planted.
Recon gets sent forward and Jit Boys will keep it in check. At the same time revealing his position though, and look at the little high-low alongside stairs. Tough angle to break. Primi. But at this point he's dug too far deep. Kaide creeping up behind him. He wants to possibly go for the rifle, but needs a quick scope. Swaps to the shorty, picks up the gun, and now looks for May. Does he know that Kaide's behind him? Thinks to clear main. Doesn't quite see anything. Sends out clones to make more noise. Nano Storm's coming in to keep him off the spike. Primi now knows where his targets are, but he's running out of time. Gets the kills, holds on to the up for dear life.
A much needed round for DFM to be able to sneak away with this one of the drifting variety as well. Not gonna lie, Full Sense a bit of a slip up in the mix of all the utility there. You got the paint shells finishing off your own teammate. Generally, when you push towards the main stairs smoke as well, you're always going to be a shoo-in for a multi-frag. It's probably one of the most corners that always goes unchecked. So it's kind of crazy that Dai doesn't get away with more than one there. Sensational aim to come through. Just a little bit too difficult at the end for Primi to come away with a proper clutch. He'll come away with a bit of an effort to take down his opponents, but on the thrifty side of things, it's not going to be a good feeling. You look towards what we see on the side of DFM now. Last cannon operator for Yatsuka on this attacking side. Got the angle against Primi, and he wins that first and foremost.
Knowing that that's possibly what Primi did in the previous round.
4v5, Yoru ult hai.
Fantastic opener. And then leaning heavy onto the A side.
Where Full Sense are not really budging.
It's time to go.
They put a lot of stock in holding this site. The tendencies of DFM that will not come here. But what do you do now? Do you overthink things? I think these are kind of the rounds that we start to see a bit of slack for Full Sense, waiting to really show growth in, right? It's that macro, that game plan idea, having crews now out on the server. Can Jit Boys really step up with all these ideas and right reads and right results?
He's calling something really interesting right now. Just leaving the side open.
Spike planted.
Trying to offer some sort of flank Komodo.
Yeah, full space control for DFM across the board on this A site. Alarm bot revealing flank. You've pushed all the way through secret, through flowers.
unfortunately, that's exactly where DFM will be able to hold their ground.
Okay, 7-4. By actually
Quickly
7-5 हो
recognizing the
सकता है chat.
situation. Stars being set up as well. Leviathan
They're
tries to look for a
everywhere.
couple more pieces. The
Post-run
rest of the
routines
team
भी
off
है.
to the races to
Short
save.
पे.
Yeah, this one is just already too far gone, so I was a bit surprised that Leviathan was trying to
वो क्यों मर रहा लेकिन off
do
से?
something, right? Get a kill on the exit of this one. It doesn't really impact the economy of DFM because they came away with the Thrifty. You need 3-4 kills in here to really have a bit of a problem thrown their way. So a risk for me for Leviathan there. Would have loved to say 3 guns in the next round for them instead of the 2 that they have to force up now because it is the last round of the half.
Sentinels का है, Binks by दोनों टीम में है अभी.
Mid-round read 2. Well done for DFM, however. Maybe it brings a little bit of stability onto them for the tail end of this one. They can convert this into a 7-5.
Nice.
So it's not like they're going to just see Full Sense roll over and
बस वो
die
सारे
either, right?
regions
Primi still
के
with that
कौन से
drift
टीम
with the
क्वालिफाई
operator.
करेगी तेरे
Guns
बस
are plenty
बता जो
still for the rest
जीतते
of the
जाएगा
squad
वो
as well.
मेरे गेस्ट के हिसाब से.
There's definitely still potential for this to end in 8-4. Yatska with the off still as well, though.
Yeah, I give it over to Cess for what we've just seen. He came out with a
Live from
gnarly flick
Venue
in the
झूठ
mix
बोल रहा
too.
है.
But it's all good. Cosmic Divide for Cess to be laid in later on. They do like to drop that after a plant is down, so we'll see how this little execute comes down in towards the site with all of the utility and a reveal on a Jip Boys.
And you would think Full Sense should be prepared for this, but unfortunately,
Jip
Jip
Boys,
Boys
कैसा
will
लगा?
get
कैसा लगा?
surprised. The
बता.
TP does come through from
पूरा
Primi,
setup
but
होने
is
के
it enough
बावजूद
time? They got close enough, but
Jit Boys बता दे एक बार कैसे लगा.
Alarm bots all being set up. It's Primi who goes in dimensional drift to try to thwart the formation from DFM. Cosmic Divide, as you call, does come in right after the plant. Makes things a lot more difficult for Full Sense to break through. They're trying with the paint shells, they're trying with elevated angles, and they manage to find the picks! Yatska, Cess, they have to hold it off. They managed to do it right around the edge of the smokes. Yatska decimates Full Sense in the defuse.
Just gets very wild in that. I noticed for Full
तीन
Sense in
मारे
that
थे वो
first
लोग
kill
ने.
on for the
बॉसर
retake.
में
4
round जीत
assists
गए.
onto the kill that Dai has. Everybody trying to do everything they can for Full Sense in towards that one.
भाई
Bit
यार,
surprised
तू
at
का
Leviathan
बचा
with the
रहा है
Sheriff
बे.
and 4 smokes available. Wanted to have a bit of a peek in through Street early on. But hey, see if he can get somebody caught lacking. And they weren't really in this one, DFM. Playing around their own Cosmic Divide quite nicely. The Bucky misses its shot at the tail end there. Unfortunate.
Leviathan को
That's a
क्या
bit of
मारा?
a steadying mark
W
for
watch
the
watch
likes
party.
of DFM here as well. 7-5 after a bit of a slow start
DFM
in
के
this
side
map.
पे
Dropping the pistol, dropping the bonus.
लाइक करो नहीं तो बिंग्स बैठ के नीचे आके ना जाए. लैंग्वेज लाइक करो, मैं बोलना भूल जाता हूँ. स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, मेरे चैनल को हटाओ. आपके स्ट्रीम देखते देखते आप मेरे फेवरेट स्ट्रीमर बन चुके हैं. लव यू. आज चाइना की पहली टीम क्वालिफाई होगी बंग्स बाय. एक्सएलजी वर्सेस ऑल गेमर्स में से
just like we witnessed DFM. Managed to find little cracks here and there.
Yeah, but does that really change massively on the flip up as well, right? Because what the desk was highlighting before and what I wanted to sort of show a little bit more deeper involvement with as well is map pools currently for the teams in Kickoff, right? We've got some different ideas around the globe too with this new triple elimination format. We've got a team like DFM, which is an example of playing the field. They're just showing us 7 maps, but really, what the hell are you guys comfortable on? How much prep are you putting on every single map to be able to show really who you're playing against? You're banning different maps every single series, except for right now where we've got a corrode ban coming in again like they did against Global Esports. But before that, it was different maps per series. You're banning strong ones against your opponents or maybe what you're not prepping on that day. And then you got teams like Full Sense, which are very happy to keep banning the same things
the amount of hard work you are doing for Valorant community is commendable. I've been following you for 5 years now. Your achievements some of feel a lot personal. Love you, yaar. Love you, yaar.
Instead of trying to play through the meta at the moment because it's not working for them. So really, when we look at this right now, are we feeling that both of these teams are really happy
commendable
with how
amount of
looks,
lovable बातें होती है मेरे साथ.
just in the start of this pistol round right now. Lots of upgrades on the pistolas for Full Sense.
Thank you for the
Sheriffs
200
and Ghosts. And a bit of silence in the server at the moment as they look to tend towards A for now.
चलो at least एक शो भी तो अच्छा निकला.
Variety. A lot of trying things to iron out in the Kickoff Season 4, sure, but at this point in the triple elimination bracket, really hope that you figured out all the little details that you need to adjust around.
Akame heavy contact
getting into position. Unfortunately, still falls by the wayside. You do have Yatska close by, though, and that's where he will be able to find a couple of exchanges here and there. Tries to walk further down A main, but he needs a turret.
Yeah, there's no extra strategy for him with Gate Crash going by the wayside. Fair advantage and the plant for full sense.
Taking a lot of different positions as well, makes things a lot tenable for DFM starting to move forward, though. If they can take the kills, that will be much more successful. And Kaede chiming in with the frags coming through onto stairs. Just breaks apart full sense. Pistol picked up by DFM in the second half.
कैसा लगा जो हमारे साथ होता है
their first blood as well,
on
right?
stage land पे तुम्हारे साथ हो रहा है कैसा लगा
the art snap and he's able to find the kill. You extend in towards main.
मैं
It's good
मैं
pistol
नहीं है
fundamentals
नियॉन
from full
है
sense there, but at the tail end of it, not in great crossfires to be able to play off each other. You got a good slide in from May as well that shakes things up. Yatska's buying time for the team to rotate as well with getting some damage. It's just good little individual moments at the time for the beginning of DFM in that one, and then the remaining three coming together as a pretty solid unit for the retake, just knowing how that one should be played. Yeah, breathe some life back in towards this one for DFM. Surely right now it's 4 on the trot, including the exchange of the half. Looking to be 5 here, and then we'll see if they can also maybe convert a bonus.
ऑफिस के काम करते करते आपकी स्ट्रीम एस्केप फ्रॉम
momentum
boredom
department
I
right
love
now,
you.
diving forward after the turret takes contact.
ऑफिस में बोर रह रहे तो काम क्यों करते हो
Something we see Kaede love to do here as well.
बॉस को
as
बोलो
opposed
fuck
to
off नया
the way
जॉब ढूंढो
Chipboys was doing it. Wasn't really playing too
पेट
much
उधर
towards
बोलने
mid
वालों
doors as
तेरे
he
गाड़ी
was
में
that
love
anchor.
you love you love you
Rest
love
of the
you
team on full sense playing the 4-1s, right? So a bit of a different style on this defensive side for, I mean, what, 2 rounds so far? Not going to read in
भाई
too much.
जैसा
We'll see what
स्टार्ट था
adjustments
लगा
do
नहीं था
come
इतना
later
क्लोज
on.
जाएगा
As this once again is going to be a bit of an A-side
लग
play
गया
for
full
full
sense
sense
के?
if they want to stick around. I probably wouldn't mind them
अगर
because
इस
if
गेम
they do go to the
में
other
रेस
side
खेलना
against an
सीखा
outlaw of Yatska,
जॉब
could be
खेलते
quite
वो
damaging.
सब अवॉइड किया
see.
अब मैं बढ़िया ऑफ खेलता हूँ
This one could be damaging as well with all the players from DFM right around the corner. Primi able to find one Leviathan as well, but not quite getting the spike
फिर से
like
लेविथन
DFM
को
did
मारा
in the
नहीं
previous
just
half.
saying
2 kills
Which team
in
you are
the mix
supporting?
is not going to be
DFM?
too problematic for DFM. Couple of Bulldogs and that Outlaw, of course, which you got to be careful going into this next
Obviously,
round.
bro,
As
अच्छी
full
team है
sense, you look
भाई
towards the shields, and Leviathan will be
अभी तो सब
susceptible
मारना
of the
चालू
rift
भी नहीं
unless they
किए
adjust
1 by 1
that
मार
with
रहे
something
हो
like a
लोग
Guardian and a full shield. So look to see him maybe play back a little bit more. And now we do start to ask the questions of full sense. What do your attacks look like on this one? Is it too
जस्ट अ क्वेश्चन लैंड
one-dimensional?
टीम में किसने सरेंडर
Are
किया है
you
क्या
trying
अभी तक
to
अरे
death ball in
तेरी
towards these
क्यों
sites?
करेंगे वो लोग सरेंडर
Do you have more of a steady play layered throughout the round or not?
Great questions to pose. And, you know, earlier to your point, it definitely could be quite telling just seeing how they
Premium bike का
operate the
दुकान?
map differently, especially
Next
with
map
Killjoys in
support
hand as
करेंगे।
well. So, slight forward approach,
भाई मेरे को जरा भी
full
आइडिया
sense
नहीं
back
है
towards A.
DFM ने कैसा राउंड्स
And the
कन्वर्ट कर
difference
दिया
as well on these defenses too, having the Sober instead of the Fade, is the A main control at the moment. Akame has to kind of stick around and just use that drone a little bit later on instead of the super early read that the Prowlers were getting over on full sense, but they do kind of get it at the right time.
आपको
Drone
देखिए
to
मैं इसके
reveal,
वजह से
you bring
अब
May back
सिल्वर
over
से बाहर
towards
नहीं आ
the
पा रहा
A
लंग
site.
व्यू
You hear silence around the
अब
B
बोला
side.
आज
You've
के
got
दिन
the
मेरे लिए
turret
अच्छा
watching
जाएगा
mid
आज
doors
मास्टर का
still. You've
एग्जाम था
also got
पेपर
the
अच्छा गया
alarm
लव
up
यू लव
towards
यू टू मेरी
A.
जान
So you
करते
are
लव यू
feeling
टू
pretty comfortable as DFM at the moment. This starts to really tick on
तो
down
मेरी
as
गांड
well.
क्यों मार रहे
Starts to look a little bit wonky. Perhaps Akame risking it here.
Oh my god
May as well, perhaps.
Oh.
Oh no, the Bucky shot whipped! Flashes about, and it will be full sense being able to kick down the doors! Primi towards the back of Flowers as well. It's gonna be Kaide's turn pretty soon, and that's where he hits the deck. Jatsatska left with this outlaw.
हैं
Juggling the plant over towards Thai, it looks like as well, to get that showstopper online as soon as possible. Not a bad shout, as Primi will trade in the end, just
Clean
losing
run हो गया ये
Jit
तो।
Boys in your first buyout for full sense. So no bonus conversion here for DFM, no real impact in that round, so to speak. But they did have the lesser rounds as well to try and keep things quite interesting here. And I said in that bit, a bit risky for Akame, because it did look like he was going to peek out from the back of sight before the smokes were even down, before May could get himself situated to get that slide ready. He did think better of it, but in the end, kind of all for naught.
Yeah.
ये साल
Shoulda,
ऐसे
coulda,
इनके
woulda.
टीम्स क्या
Oh,
cope up कर
The
रहे हैं
Odin man
रुके
is here with a plan. Let's
नए
see what
players भी सारे
Kame
मार रहे
can
हैं।
do. It's 4 in a row
मेरे को
for
भी as a new
DFM
player
in
जाना पड़ेगा लग
the
रहा है।
main
समझ रहे हो?
area. And Jip Boys, the drone will expire before Hit can find him. But putting Yatska on the line already sensational for an opener.
That is just such a strong start as well, despite Full Sense getting space on the B side.
Yeah, they're going to try and get on in. You're happy to go retake his
plan?
DFM here, or
So
maybe not
tough,
anymore.
hey, Mata Rani, kya
He was
mara?
silent in the first half. If he starts to step up, it's going to be scary.
Oh, May's gonna start to make a lot of noise as well. Oh, no, slides in the corner. And this is where Leviathan will start to pop off. Cess finding frags now. It's Primi and Cess in a 1v1. The angle's favoring Primi, though. All he has to do is hold. Cess revealing his shoulder at the wrong moment. Full Sense will take the round.
Gets close at the ends. Need a bit of Cess vision there to see how he's found two in amongst the muck of that B site. As well, it seems like on towards May, where you're really trying to get the spray down. Always leads into a little bit of
Binks भाई, अगर मैं आपको 1000 रुपीस भेजता हूँ तो उसमें से YouTube कितना लेता है?
Anyway, here we go. That's what I wanted to see from Cess. Because we've always had some kind of questions against Cess, right? In his disconnected action from how he likes to play on the map as opposed to the team on the attacking sides, right? It always feels a little bit lacking sometimes. On the defensive side, happy to put himself in with the team a little bit more.
बिंगा कल रात को मेंबर्स में बहुत ज़्यादा मजा आया. Love you यार. अच्छा लगा यार तुमसे बात करके.
Yeah, a bit of a positive for DFM, I would like to say.
Second on the board right now, yeah. But, well, with the current guns and the ults that Full Sense have,
need
a whole lot more.
This round does not tip into your favor as DFM. The scales, they go the other way. Unless somehow you can bait the Full Sense members into this Bucky of May. If you can draw attention away as a Kame backside with the drone and the dart, or Yatska, some good flashes clone.
He's been trying it for the past several rounds now, but they're still not paying off. Primi, though! Fantastic recovery on the separate angle, and now Jip Boys will get involved into the site. It's just Yatska able to hold and do a couple of shots with that sheriff of his.
Certainly makes things interesting. Imagine a world in which he found three. Could have put Cess in a position potentially for that 1 versus 2 clutch, but right now, if you are Cess, you've got nothing to play for, right? You already have your ult. You got guns in the next rounds. You've already used a couple stars in this one. Jip Boys is 1 away from the lockdown, so if you die to him, you give him the ult for the next round instead of them challenging for an orb, which will be 5 ults on the side of Full Sense. Yikes. Now, I will kind of have to highlight today, I would like to see ultimates used by teams.
Nice roast. Yeah, we're referencing the games from yesterday, but unfortunately this time, perhaps trying to go for a weapon here or there, but
किसी दिन 50 नंबर से दूंगा ढंग से मेरी जान के मैं इधर ही टेंशन ना लो.
Lost a bit of a grip on this half so far. Does look like by the timeout being paused that I am going to be seeing that, which is good. We saw last time as well, right, when that timeout came down, a massive change up of utility from the side of Full Sense, working good for them, right, moving all that KJ util from the B side to the A side, really making DFM question what is going to be happening. For right now, though, another opportunity for DFM
all caps वालों chat को automatic timeout देता है 5-10 सेकंड का. भाई प्रॉब्लम ये है ना कि नाइटबोट पागल है. 5-10 सेकंड का देख के क्या करेगा जब 15 सेकंड का स्लो मोड है. वो लोग को मालूम भी नहीं पड़ेगा कि टाइम आउट खा रहे हो लोग.
Come away with this one as DFM, you give yourselves a bit of fresh air. If you lose this one,
देने का तो 1 मिनट का ना.
Close a little bit as Full Sense will reset your economy again. You're looking towards maybe half buying to stave them off from 12, and they get my point. There's some very big weight on this round for the Japanese side.
100%. I felt the sting as soon as you said it, Komodo, but damn. At the same time, though, we do have
वो लोग का समझेगा भी नहीं. वो लोग all caps पे लिखते जाएंगे.
Seats, I believe. I think Art and Jung somewhere in the crowd. So a little shout out to them. But for now, yeah, this very well could be Full Sense
slow mode भी है.
their opponent's map
और नहीं तो क्या बिना slow mode का chat इतना fast जाता है. मेरे को दिखाई नहीं देता.
Big guns coming out.
Yeah, I mean,
और वो उम्र के वजह से नहीं, फास्ट जाता है करके, स्पैम होता है करके.
Collectively, so let's see for DFM, can they stretch this one out, make it work? Currently, the Yatska show over on DFM's side.
Tupa लगा दो बंग बाय.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift in from Primi. Scope things out towards main, nice and early. Spot that both of the duelists are there. Push things a little bit more in towards the B side.
नहीं ज़्यादा करो 10 मिनट भी देता है. 3-4 लोग खाए. हाँ क्या 10 मिनट भी देता है क्या?
Absolutely love it because DFM have fallen hook, line, and sinker
Fantastic calling
Bro,
coming
वो
through
लोग
off the
खेल
timeout
लिया
as
बे
well.
लोग के साथ.
This is a multi-dimensional chess game because the
भाई, वो लोग के
spike
साथ
gets
खेल
delivered
लिया
over to the
बे.
A site for free.
And they've got some
भाई,
time as
बुरा
well
लगा.
because you have to invest util right now as DFM.
इधर
How far
भी
forward do you think
reposition
Full
कर
Sense have
सकते हो.
pushed?
उनको
Where they've
पूरा
got some
clear
stalling
करना
action as
पड़ेगा,
well on the tail end.
पूरा.
There's Killua with the Nightfall, Die with the Showstopper,
देख किधर
Leviathan
जाके
with the
बैठा
Cosmic
है.
Divide. Could be gorgeous here.
Cosmic Divide first though, but look at the positions that Full Sense take, knowing that this could be where DFM might want to rotate over from. Now,
आवाज आया
slightly
पुल का.
revealing themselves, getting on top of the spike. Kaide tries to get halfway, but gets off the last second because of Nano Swarms. Now, though, should be Full Sense's time to send off those ultimates. Showstopper, Grimmy diving in, and unfortunately, DFM just completely lost their grip over the spike, over the site. They have to relinquish this round.
It's just too overwhelming from Full Sense. That is a fantastic idea on how to tackle this round and really show something you haven't done just yet on your attacking side. It is a great way to sell the fake that DFM just fall for it absolutely, and there's no real way they get back into it. I mean, the timing on the gravity well from Leviathan just before the spike gets half defused is perfect. Cess is caught by himself, and again, you've got aspects of the tail end as well for a bit of exit strategies for Full Sense. You've got the rest of your ultimates, that Showstopper going in, there was an extra satchel for Thigh to pop you off the spike.
Language,
if they were losing the kills, because mate, they weren't really losing the kills there.
Especially when Primmy's playing like this. 21 kills and 8 deaths only. DFM now trying to take charge.
Another buy for DFM. Got to try and stick it to the man in this one.
Without delay.
Full Sense.
चल बस भाई सब बढ़िया.
Opportunity to try and make it a pretty convincing scoreline on your opponent's map pick. A map that you don't shy away from
चल बस
currently
भाई सब
either.
बढ़िया.
Happy to play it. Getting another dub here on it
Thank you
would
for the 15 months यार.
further that.
कल ही upgrade किया था
Back
आपने
it up
तो.
towards
Love
this
you
B
यार
side now
रसिल
from
भाई. Love
Cess.
you यार.
Locking himself in.
There's
a Kame. Finds an opener in a more slow-paced round.
क्या हो रहा है थोड़ा सा?
Some change of
Oh my god, side में मस्त मारा.
Unfortunately, catches Full Sense like a deer in headlights. Couple players downed, and as soon as they try to break through, unfortunately, DFM are completely prepared. Cess, May, all fighting one apiece. It's just Leviathan left on the other end of that smoke, and even at that point, all you can really hope for are kills, perhaps, but see if he's able to isolate the duels. Singular taps! And he's got 3! Just Yutska left onto the operator.
What the fuck?
Special wallbang spot, unfortunately whiffs as the spike goes down. Leviathan with a step, now holds a favorable angle. You've got clones, you've got flashes, you got something that you can definitely do. He's trying to fake it, but Leviathan checks! It's a Red Bull clutch 1v4, quad kills aplenty!
That is very, very crazy to come through from Leviathan. He has absolutely just slithered around that site like crazy. You lose first opener, you lose second opener, it's a 5 versus 3. Your opponents, it's a bloody 5 versus 2, man! And he just comes back in towards this one with some absolute sharp shots. The fake clone attempts, reading it, you see it. No, not falling for that, mate. Oh, absolutely ridiculous.
Taking that back.
कोच की
Is
पलटी
that the nail
भाई.
in the coffin moment in this map?
कोच का रिएक्शन देखा?
You of course have to force
ये
now as it's
जानवरों
5
को
map
हम
points
कोच
for
कर रहे हैं.
DFM.
वो वाला रिएक्शन था.
Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Overdrive have to rely upon some big value ults in this one where Full Sense didn't deploy all of theirs as well, mind you.
क्या
It's
मारा
all
बे.
in or nothing.
Yep.
And even then, you still got quite the journey to go. We'll start off with the Nightfall from Full Sense into the A site, calling the reinforcements for DFM over.
You just have to drop the lockdown here as Kaide. You're not really in a great position to be able to put it
lockdown
perfectly.
करके
So you
करेंगे
just got
क्या?
to rip it, see if you can stall your opponents away, which they're not forcing a plant here, Full Sense.
Yeah, just wanting to draw out the ults. Look at the macro game they're playing.
I mean, look at just the, again,
भाई, read
over-rotation
भी
from
कर सकते
DFM.
हैं.
The B side is completely unguarded.
Oh
You'd almost feel like a Kame, as soon as they hear the tap on towards the spike, you'd have to rip the Hunter's Fury, but he's so far away from the base. They're
Alambot
thinking
भी
it's fake.
देखो.
DFM are thinking that Full Sense are coming back towards the A site, and it's the wrong decision.
absolute confidence from Full Sense as well to be able to make these plays. Look at Brimmy holding the off angle. It's an outlaw. He's not going to be able to connect the shot, but it still buys perhaps enough time away from Kaide to join the rest of the team. Now Hunter Spirit gets deployed to deal with the lockdown. May dives in on the action, but Jit Boys has it set up. Nano swarms, everything, denying DFM from retaking the site. It's Cess, it's Akami, they're trying to find the shots, they found a couple. Can they get even more done? Jit Boy from the back of holes suddenly reveals his presence, and Cess needs to clear it. 1v2 just to keep DFM in the game, but he gets hit. It's the grab ball, it's the Vandal shot, Jit Boys to finish, and that will be Full Sense taking away DFM's map pick.
Yeah, pretty convincing scoreline at the end of this one as well, 13-7. Gotta
Binks,
say,
how do these former players transit to role of coach
in a lot of these maps so far. He had to have
as a
kick
player,
up the butt in that one, you feel.
you
he
know
got
the game,
his
plus
moment.
you are getting
that 1
coached.
versus 4 had to feel so
So
good
it's
for
easy
him
to
have
become
impact
a
with the
coach
team as well. A little bit more on the
after
server.
playing
'Cause I mean, the idea and the fundamentals of Full Sense was pretty strong. He had the assistance of the timing with all the smokes. His gravity wells and nanos, Nova Pulses were always in good play, right? The timing on that, I'll give him credit. Really well.
एक मीटअप हो
So he
जाता
steps
तो
up on the
डबल
kill department in
बाय
this one as
वो
well.
तो
Really
कोई
feels
स्टिकर ही
like
कर पाएगा
he's
रे
ingrained in the team. You would
कौन
hope
सी
in
तरह
these
next game?
moments.
Easy,
I just
easy.
feel
Full
like that
sense.
was a bit of a big mental boom thrown in the mix as well. Because the fact that you had a 2
Easy.
versus 5
आज अचानक से
and it
पैरेटर्स
gets
की याद आ
pulled
गई
out from under
लैंग्वेज
you like that, it is just
वो
criminal.
दिन अच्छे तो थे बे
That's just one of the things about Full Sense, isn't it? I mean, we know the players and the potential from
भाई उसने
DFM
बहुत
based
क्रेजी
on the
मारा
performance that they've shown thus far, but onto this one, I mean,
बहुत
a
crazy मारा
surprise play
भाई
from guys like Leviathan for Thai to be able to step up onto the stage this
यात्सु
day.
का बाप
Conversely as well,
खेला
Yatska, he's stepping up over on the side of DFM as well, right? He's getting really dirty in these mixes on the Euro play. He's really trying to dig deep and be set up by the team to go on in. But there was a couple of times in this game where I feel like there's just some massive over-rotations for DFM, some wrong calls. Now, whether you throw that in towards just playing 7 maps across the pool and not having full structure on this one, wrong calls in the moments, I think Cess has to kind of take a little bit of a step back and fix that one. On the flip side though, nicely done for Full Sense. They get the first map, their opponents split around the corner, and we know that's going to be exciting too.
वापस T69 होएगा तो
Yep,
एक
as
सनक
promised,
एक
today's matches
जनिची
are
दो बंदे
super
हैं
exciting. Full Sense ended up
बाकी कोई
winning
नहीं
out
चाहिए।
on Pearl. DFM have shown a lot of strength on this map, so this is a huge vote of confidence for the Thai squad.
Yeah, they're looking very, very clean. Back to how they were looking earlier on in the tournament. For me,
Middle
they're
bracket है, lower
shooting
bracket है,
better.
middle
They're all
bracket है
looking
मेरी जान।
extremely sharp in that server. But the macro game felt very deliberate. The game planning felt very deliberate for me. So
पंको 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 दो वैलेंटाइंस डे आ रहा है क्या गिफ्ट देने का प्लान है का लुक देख के ऐसा लगा कि मेरे को गिफ्ट देने का करके पता है एकदम तगड़ा वाला लुक दिया एकदम खतरनाक वाला समझ रहे हो एकदम ऐसा वाला इसका मतलब क्या है कोई है कपल्स चैट में ऐसा वाला लुक का मतलब क्या है नो मर्सी बाय क्राइम मर्सी बाय का ऑफिस रहता है क्या चल रहा है लेट हो गया आई थिंक हमको ही वो करना पड़ेगा बिंग्स बाय पीसी बिल्ड कर रहा खुद से एक बार कंपोनेंट चेक करोगे एंड किधर शेयर करूं भाई मीत भाई मजाक से हटकर जिधर मर्जी आप शेयर करो स्टोरी भी डाल दो मेरा नॉलेज देख के ना आपकी आत्मा ऐसी हो जाएगी समझ रहे हो कहाँ पे भी मेरा नॉलेज बहुत खतरनाक है आप जेल पाओगे कि नहीं पता नहीं मीत भाई एक बार चैट में ऐसा लिख दो देखते कि चैट वालों का नॉलेज क्या है करके थोड़ा बहुत क्या है ये लोग मेरे ही स्टूडेंट्स है तो थोड़ा बहुत ये लोग भी हेल्प कर सकते हैं अगर ये लोग से नहीं होता देन आई विल पर्सनली हेल्प यू आउट
defender side, you can see, look at the minimap here, 4 people pushing down A. Now, this is where you're on an eco, so it's a bit more expected. But then you again, the next round, 4 people walking down on A. just leaving Chip Boys on its own to hold
आपको
down
gift
B.
देना
And you
होगा
can see
पिंकी
this
को।
gets a really
इसलिए
crucial
reaction था।
gun round
आजा।
for them to
देखो
be able to build that momentum on. But when you're playing so heavy towards the A side, you've got to retake on B.
Yeah, and how do you do that? Well, with a couple of well-placed ultimates and a good game plan, you see DFM kick off the B side, execute here with the dimensional drift. Yatsuka gets onto the backside of site and wedges himself in there. Plant goes down for a Kame, and Full Sense combo the Cosmic Divide as well as the Showstopper to be able to get back in there.
Yeah.
Missed a couple seconds on the end of the highlight there, but Yatsuka, as you saw in a lot of those B-side after plants, was diving back and forth through the Cosmic Divide there, using his Yoru flashes to be very annoying, but wasn't quite enough for DFM to secure that attacking side round there. So look, I think that was the 7th round for Full Sense. They had a lot of nice retakes, a lot of good success with that aggressive approach straight up A as well as Art, but DFM, got to give them a lot of credit because Yatsuka was very annoying in some of those post plants, and they had actually some pretty good layers of ults to be able to try to win some of those rounds, being well aware that Full Sense was playing for the retake.
Yeah, exactly. You could see a lot of the ideas come through, but not really finish into fruition there. But it might also be because Thai ended up stepping up. This is something you were remarking on, Pilsky. You need him to step up for Full Sense to find any victory.
I mean, you saw the stats difference between Stage 2 in the pre-show as well as in Kickoff. He hasn't been performing in Kickoff, but if we have a look at some of the highlights here from Thai this game, he started out red hot.
Highlights?
Highlights.
Highlights,
baby.
Been waiting to say that all year.
He went 7-0 to start off Pearl. Yeah, and when your raise is popping off, Morgan, that's just rockets on rockets on rockets. Bro's looking out like SpaceX out here.
Yeah, it's prime NASA moments for Thai. You see him just flying around the map, shooting the rockets constantly. That's exactly what Full Sense have needed. And on the flip side, of course, Yatsuka. I think he equally stepped up a massive amount. This, you know, we spoke about May versus Primi as the head-to-head, but it's the other duelists that have been putting in the work.
Yeah, look at that. Versus GE, map 1, he's 2x'd himself. He's literally doubled Yatsuka this game, and it still wasn't enough to win.
I'm just shaking my head right now for so many reasons, including all those puns that you guys just vomited out, but I'm impressed.
Peak analysis.
Peak analysis, yes.
Verbal diarrhea.
Now, we didn't get to have, I'm just going to move on and talk about the two teams. We didn't have a chance to break down why we chose our predictions. I think to me, a lot of this was very 50-50. You guys ended up picking DFM and Full Sense, respectively.
Yeah. You picked Full Sense after trying to farm the Japanese audience on the with the Japanese casters. That's kind of crazy, honestly.
That's just how it's done.
Yeah, you see my predictions looking like they're in the bin here, and DFM not doing me any favors. I mean, the whole reason I went for them.
Yeah, why did you go for them?
I felt like they were a team that were continuing to grow throughout the tournament. I was impressed by their game against GE and how they game planned. And on the side of Full Sense, I felt like they got absolutely destroyed by Nongshim. It wasn't the same team, and I felt like that gave away the blueprint of how to beat them. But DFM not been able to tap into that.
So there's one important stat here, and it's that the two people who picked DFM have the lowest prediction percentage, and one of the highest is Pilsky. I would say him up there, not the top.
Paper Thin predicted for them as well. The difference is
always,
though, usually his predictions are good, but then a Japanese team plays and he usually tanks somewhere around there.
He has been right about DFM sometimes, this particular Kickoff, but why did you go for Full Sense?
I just have a lot more faith in Full Sense. I went for DFM against GE. I was quite confident they were going to win. I think DFM is beating every team I expect them to beat, but I think Full Sense, particularly that second map, I think that's a case of it can be easy to forget. You can completely fall apart after a map like Split. That was so back and forth. It was an emotional roller coaster for them where it was thrifties on thrifties, clutches on clutches, where Nongshim was really winning some big impact rounds. I think that really sapped the Full Sense members' energy going into that game of Bind, and they just fell completely flat, whereas Nongshim rode that momentum of finally scraping that win in overtime. I've seen it happen many times in series like that, and I think now that Full Sense has had the time to recover, they're going to think like we're the much better team than DFM, even though DFM actually won the last head-to-head between these two cores in Stage 2, I think it was, but that was only a groups game. I think Full Sense knows that, you know, this is
But
their
abhi full
time to
sense
go
alag
to
hai.
an international event after missing out on champs, and they're not going to be taking this series lightly.
Yeah, well, I would argue the same for DFM, but Split is going to be the second map. To your point there, and I'm sure there's a lot of learning lessons from that
ये
loss
बार
for
मैप पे एक
FullSense.
Yeah, I mean,
हारना
I think there
है
absolutely has to be.
सब
I mean, I
decide
think
करके
we can
आए
already
हैं
see it
क्या?
from map one. They're looking
मतलब?
like their former selves a little bit more. You can see that there's
अच्छा,
been
सब लोग
some
अपना
growth
अपना
there.
मैप पे
week
कर
on
रहे
week, and I
वैसा।
think Cruz is really kind of working them
क्योंकि ऐसा
hard.
कोई
He's
नया
really
मैप
trying to
नहीं
force
है
that
रे,
level
लोग
of
सारे मैप्स
improvement.
खेलते हैं,
But
but
DFM, it felt like a
strat
little
diff
bit of a
होता है
dip,
और
but
कुछ नहीं।
Split coming next. We know that's a map that they can play. We've seen them get the wins on this
मेरा
map.
कब हो रहा है
So now it's
ट्यूशन
can
का
you actually
ट्रायल? जब
execute
मैं
it in
तेरे
the
साथ
server?
5
Are
games
you
in a
able
row
to go toe to toe
जीतूंगा।
with the guys on the side of FullSense?
Yeah, we'll see what kind of comps we're going to get from both of these teams. Thai previously playing the Rays on this map and was looking red
PC
hot over on
specs.
Pearl. We are actually
पीसी स्पेक्स देखते चैट 9950x 3D है x को वापस याद किया है टोमाहाउक 192 GB टोमाहाउक है DDR5 6000 का DDR है CL28 RTX 5090 प्लस नहीं है ये याद रखना 32 GB 2 भी वही लिया है मैं भी वही प्लस 8 TB Gen Z 4 NMMVE 16 TB है HDD हाइट है उसका Y70 ठीक है 360 mm का है बाकी ठीक डिसेंट है मेरे हिसाब से डिसेंट है मेरे हिसाब से डिसेंट है हाँ और दे भाई कैसे हो मेरी जान के डे मित भाई आई थिंक वैलो चलेगा मेरे हिसाब से टेंशन ना
more viable. I do like that the
इतना
Viper
मेरे
does
में
come
knowledge
back
है
out for Chip Boys in this one. And also, I'll highlight for DFM in this one. Big Time was saying earlier on that he really likes Kaide's Killjoy. I think it's a big boost for DFM, the fact that he has the Viper available here, because we've always been waiting to see a very self-sufficient Viper for someone like DFM, for a team like them. And I think Kaide does really fit the mark for them.
Yeah, right. Huge upgrade. We just saw little moments here and there back on Pearl, but now onto this, where DFM are on the defense. He's gonna have to do quite a bit. The utility timings and such. This time,
कौन इन्फो पिक लेगा अरे बाप रे फिर भी मारा बे
falls. It's slight exchange.
Well, the fact that he finds one is pretty good, though.
मालूम है ये
Removing
लड़का
Yatska from the equation, who just had a great number of kills on the last map and impact value on the Yoru. See if that's going to come into play as well. Now, I'm looking towards that radar, and I'm thinking, Primi, don't you dare take that TP.
It's meant to be.
As Kaide does break it towards the back of the B site, so not going to have that option anymore, which is all fine and dandy. Could have been funny if they did go back towards the B site. And funny, sad, yeah, I guess which way you swing on. Prowler goes in towards A main, spotting nothing very early. The only way that spots everything is if there was a secondary lurk. Just by rotation time, 30 seconds to go. Full Sense are opting for the weaker side at the moment. And DFM, another situation, going for a bit of a wrong read in how they think the round is going to end.
And unless Akame could potentially do something, but for now he's just completely smoked off. Tries to play around ramps instead. While the spike gets planted,
possible
as well as Leviathan.
Great work with all this winning. Abundance love you,
previously.
That's a good smoke to put him off the line, though. How much time does it draw away from the site, though? Because this wrap already comes from DFM, clearing everything.
Yeah, pretty good hold from Full Sense. A little bit of time. But still,
timing pro max.
They're getting on from defuse though, but this is where Leviathan makes this mark again. And all of a sudden, 3 players go down. The final one being Akame. Full Sense with the pistol once.
He's really played that one patiently as well. by nature of the time being in Full Sense's favor, DFM had to start to go in, leaving Cess to watch it for a little bit, but you know, how long do you really look after it before deciding, no, we need to go on towards that spike, we have to. The wall doesn't even matter if Leviathan has a bit of decay go towards his body. He's just going to start shooting you when you're not watching him. You got such a priority as DFM to really take those fights on the site. The only way you're going to get that retake. Nicely done for the pistol of Full Sense, 2-1 in that regard.
How did they differ
the
from
upcoming
each
round as
other?
well. DFM elects to push all the way through, but Premi just fires off check shots, and he managed by 3! Cess fires off with the right click as well, but can he really find a little bit more? Just on towards that until Killua finds the trade, and all of a sudden, it's Jit Boys calling that the B-side is completely open.
I wouldn't have minded a world in which Jit Boys could have come back to get a gun. Vandal and the Guardian being held though by Leviathan and Killua is nice. And here's the gun that Kaide probably also doesn't want to save into the next round when you're going to have your Vandals and your Phantoms. So there might be a world in which here that Jit Boys can retrieve that one as Full Sense are taking their sweet time exploring the split scenery.
Oh, hold. It's Leviathan. Turning around, unfortunately, at the wrong seconds as well. Killua suddenly has the realization to press into the site. Vandal being picked up, as you adequately mentioned. Kaide has a real good opportunity, but has to choose and find the angles perfectly. Tries to hang back, but will eat the snake bite for now.
30 seconds.
Jit Boy tries to keep him in check. Back up onto heaven, revealing his head, trying to find the shots. Has to go for the reload. Spike still not yet planted. Trying to apply a bit more pressure. Bait him into peeking out. No! What are we doing, guys? It's a 2v1 and Kaide's managed to isolate. And there goes the snake bite, making things a lot worse for Jit Boys. He crouches, he shoots, saves the round by a hair. Brother, there got the gun. That's a Vandal on the floor.
Oh my god.
You'll fist bump the team in a round that they should have been winning anyway. The 3 versus 2, I think they overcomplicate things by going very, very patiently around the map. In mid, when the wall's up, you kind of have to agree that the slow-paced nature there is fine. But as soon as they find out where he is there, they're not forcing a plant on down with the time they had technically in their favor, even with the safe plant and going for something like a double swing of the pillar.
Because iPhone people are rich.
Sloppy for Full Sense at the end, and the impact will kind of be shown in the buy that they have available right now. Sending it in towards the mail, though, guy is just, well, crazy. But it works.
Sure.
It works.
You got a few screws loose in your head, perhaps.
I mean, Bunny showcased that it works greatly once upon a time, so why change it up? Cess for the double. Now you've got some garage control in a potential post-plant scenario where Full Sense might not even feel too comfortable with their positions. They might wrap towards the A site.
Hold on. They're not even going to get the spike down. They're trying to make things spicy. Go for a fake. Get over onto the A site. DFM might start to get an inkling.
Oh, Akame's reading it though. Look at him. He was in towards the mid-vents and now he's getting back on towards the tower line. Doing great. Doing better. 3
Beautiful.
For that, and some stability in the round for DFM, taking the 4 guns to the next round. They should, but they did start off with the opening loss. So being able to steady that one is great.
Oh, come on. I feel like I'm on a nightmarish roller coaster, and I want to get off. You start off with, pretty good kills here and there, but at the same time, once you hear the tap, DFM start to calm to each other. Spike's not going down yet. Something must be up. Akame is wise.
I mean, the only way that you're doing it is by a spawn wrap or by going back in towards the garage or through mid where you've already got the safeguard for the rest of your team. So it was the right call for DFM. Great recognition. Early Prowler to scope the things out in the garage, and it's going to net no one. So take the space as Full Sense. Give yourselves some options. Likewise of Jit Boys over at the A side. See if you can still keep a bit of interest over there. Prowler isn't going to spot him.
Love you.
So with that, how far forward do you feel comfortable in going to try and find some space perhaps? Kame and May still over at that A site, not budging. Good reclear of garage, good timing for this.
Yeah, the flash goes wide, completely blinds Leviathan. This is going to be a lot of work for Full Sense to re-clear on the positions now. Jit Boys fall.
Bro, NGL, I think timeout aa raha
just gonna make things even more complicated. At this point, you're just going into a dive onto the B site right now where Yatska and Cess are in wait. They reposition, hold to a semi-crossfire, unfortunately falling off though, but Cess still has a pretty good angle alongside Kaide, who arrives on top of Heaven. DFM equalize the score.
They just need to make sure that they don't make the wrong decisions in this one and they play some good percentages. They don't over-rotate. That was the biggest thing for me there. Still keeping May over towards A on the expectation that the late alert could potentially come into play. And the timing on the re-clear in towards Garage is great as well. They are playing both extremities to a degree in this round. I also, again, just want to highlight Cess here. He is absolutely looking locked in, even if they did lose the first map. He's holding his angles greatly. He's not, feeling delayed compared to the rest of the team at the moment, which is awesome.
Binks भाई अपनी T9 टीम कब खेलेगी VCT? जब आप कबड्डी खेलोगे तब.
And in a round where Full Sense this time doesn't quite have much to offer.
Needs
to bulldoze through. Primi though with an opening shot. Top male.
And Yatska's getting super hungry. One bullet gets away with it.
Great way to reassert himself into the round. But at the same time, smokes are currently being set up. Full Sense just wants to go full dive into B once more. The dives and the satchels trying to get set up, but Cess, as you mentioned, so locked in, dialed forward alongside May, who chimes in now. A couple of kills at the end. It was an anti-go, but it was relatively clean.
Yeah, some ambition trying to get some cheeky TPs in there as well for Leviathan. Maybe want to reel those ones back in at the moment. You're swimming in your opponent's waters in that scenario. DFM will take the lead after, again, another scenario where the first kill goes the way of Full Sense. Both of these teams before coming into this series just touching on 75% of getting the first kills converting into towards wins. Starting to really see that slip at the moment with the couple that we've got from Full Sense finding the opener, but DFM bringing it back.
Really could potentially change the outcome of the map. Still really early for now. We're seeing dimensional drift trying to create some advantages for Full Sense into the A site. Smash gone all the way back, but unfortunately Leviathan falls. No more smokes available. Primi though, still trying to tear through. It's Paint Shells, it's Jit Boys, and now the site is ripe for the taking.
Get Jit Boys that plant, and you can get that pit on down, but Killua, the one who already has his ult, is planting. Not happy with that one here, because there's a way that Cess and May can get back in when they've got Paranoia, Paint Shells, Satchels. This is workable.
Question is, क्या fade
decides to do? A pretty good kit after all. Oh, he didn't have the gun out! He just goes into elbow! What? No, and Primi completely denies DFM from taking the round.
Looks like he pulled out his knife first or something there before switching towards the gun. Unlucky button mashing if that is the case.
IJL in-game leader होता है.
Well, getting caught a little bit lacking behind the rest of the team, not expecting that offline to still be held. Held rather. You gotta step into tier 1 and just not expect the util prowlers and such to push all the lines. Your opponents will still be there. See, Ops over at A can do that time and time again. So be a little bit careful. Full Sense tie things up though into a bit of a bigger ult round now available for both of the sides. May one away from Showstopper. Jit Boys one away from the pit. Could have got in the last round, but didn't.
Strong retake potential either way though, but bigger point now, it's Yatska taking such a deep line down middle.
It's ambitious to say the least, but I love it at the moment. I do wonder though, did he decide to just escape or hold the territory? May was just behind him in Mail. Now gonna get out and put more focus on towards the B side of the map, which is great timing for for Full Sense rather, not to be spotted by the Prowler, because that invites them into towards the site a little bit deeper. They are taking their merry time though, because they've not spotted enemies. They don't know what locations DFM currently hold.
So they're going to do their best due diligence with a nightfall and everything sent through. Akame, wise decision to hold all the way back, manages to dink onto one. And unfortunately, that one could have been Jit Boys with the Viper's Pit. So now, Full Sense are going to this round a little bit more naked, not a lot of cover. They're going to have to fight for cover, in fact, with the Showstopper and everything. But that's where May will pop off as well. Paint Shells now, Showstopper coming in to create some respect. Killua trying to hold. Kaide and Cess fending off the incoming assailants, and DFM managed to stick onto the defuse.
The fact the opener goes on to kill Jip Boys as well makes it a little bit more awkward to try to have comfort on the site when the plant goes down too. Nicely navigated for the retake from DFM, investing up all those ultimates where some of them hit, some of them don't. It's fine. They had bodies available to take the shots, and they managed to get the trades out. Love the combo as well.
ऐसा easy to be नहीं होता रे
info reveal off the C's and the util that goes behind it too. Just trying to maximize what you've got available and what you feel comfortable on playing the same agent comp time and time again.
जीता मेरे हिसाब से.
Play to a comp's strengths, expose your opponent's weaknesses. Where right now, the Viper's bit in towards mid. Looks like it's gonna be trifled with a little bit as Yatska dispatches a Primi straight up.
Peek outside of the pit. That is so unexpected, and all of a sudden now Full Sense thrown into a round of chaos.
Well, it's not even outside the pit, right? It's when it's still coming into the world. So he's just in front of it, and your opponents aren't really expecting that there's going to be anyone doing that, because he wasn't spotted last round. It was a position garnered by DFM that was able to be utilized again, and now to great success.
Where are you?
Well, Full Sense going to have to catch on at some point. This time around, trying to land onto the A site.
You lose Primi too, so how are you getting in towards the site? Flashes to flush in. Tootsie spotted of Leviathan. May is going to be salivating at this one.
Will make a good go for it. Tries to hop towards the back lines, and it's not even needed. Kame able to crack open a couple of skulls as well. It's a flawless round for DFM.
बेटी
just
चल तुम लोग मालूम है वो लोग ने
didn't
बी
feel
रिटेक क्यों
phased
रखा
for
था
DFM, to be
एक बंदा क्यों
completely
था
honest
योरू
with you. Opening kill in towards mid, going together towards the ramp, spotting out where your opponents are. They kind of reveal themselves as well with the Prowler early on. It's just some good crossfire angles, and smoke's not obfuscating vision as soon as that toxic screen goes down. It's really nicely done for DFM. And with 5 alive, it'll bring some good stability to their own economy. 5 rounds on the board is going to draw out now.
Let me explain. क्योंकि A फाइट कर रहे थे नहीं. B रिटेक का प्लान क्यों था पता है? वाइपर ने मिड में अल्ट मारा. नोटपैड लेके आओ. नोटपैड लेके आओ. पेन लेके आओ. ऐसा लिखो. ठीक है, वो लोग ने क्यों प्लान बनाया B रिटेक का. लिख रहे हैं. नोटपैड है सबके पास. सब लोग है, मोबाइल में है, काम आ सकता है वैलो मोबाइल में, देखो. ठीक है, नोटेड. ठीक है ठीक है. अब लिख रहे हो ना, छाती पे. बहुत छाती पे नहीं लिखना है. छाती पे कौन जीतेगा वो लिखने का. DFM वो लिखो छाती पे. वाइपर ने मारा मिड पे अल्ट, बराबर. अल्ट के आगे जाके योरू मारा. नहीं मारता तो भी मिड पे प्रेशर है नहीं. मिड कंट्रोल किस पे? ये राउंड एक है. मेरी बात सुनो. मिड कंट्रोल वाइपर पे, बराबर है, बराबर है. अब बी पे योरू का लाइन है. योरू एक को मारा तो मारा, नहीं मारा तो रीटेक. ठीक है, वो लोग हेवन ले सकते हैं, नहीं ले सकते. वो लोग हेवन नहीं ले सकते क्योंकि मिड पे वाइपर का अल्ट है. वो थोड़ा बाहर आके बार बार हेवन देख सकता है. वो लोग सिटी ले सकते, नहीं ले सकते क्योंकि जैसे एग्जिट आएगा कोई ना कोई बंदा सिटी पे आएगा या फिर योरू टीपी मारेगा एक मारने के बाद. तो वो लोग साइट में स्टक है सारे. वो लोग के पास स्पेस कुछ नहीं है. और अगर साइट में स्टक है और कोई भी यूटिल ए पे बर्बाद नहीं कर रहे क्योंकि ए पे फाइट नहीं हो रहा है, तो रिटेक करना इजी है. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? यूटिल डंप होएगा, गाफ पहले फटेगी, रिटेक बाद में होगा. समझ? बराबर. लिखा लिखा. मैं गो टू टॉयलेट सर. अभी नहीं, एग्जाम के बीच में.
Perfect. You've already done all the work as a team, so all you need to do now is land your shots. Unfortunately, will still get caught, but the op still retrievable as well. Smokes come back.
आवाज आया क्या इसको? आवाज नहीं
Taking
आया.
an alternate angle, one that goes unchecked. He manages to spray down a couple, looks for the last one, and he sticks the landing. Someone get that off.
Nice hold, too easy. Just the pistols. Paranoia removes their audio as well, and he repositions.
पीछे रह गया सर. रिपीट कर दो.
Leviathan trying the same TP
बाजू
play
वाली से
again.
पूछो
Just
ना,
read in by
उसका ध्यान
Cess.
पूरा था.
Even if he falls, even if he gets traded, rest of his team's down. Leviathan can't pick up a gun and need to just have a absolute nail biter around again to come out, right? He'd need another one versus
मैं
four,
drink water
essentially,
पी सकता है.
of that caliber that we saw from the last map from him. But
अभी रिसेस से एंजॉय
very
बॉयज.
difficult. Kame already around the site. Time to be an issue. Nicely done at the end there for DFM.
मेरा ध्यान बाजू वाले पर ही था.
What the
Language,
buy looks like for full
language.
sense after the timeout did come into play, and it's an immediate stalking in towards
वो
a main
बेचारा
and Jip
रिवील
Boys.
देख रहा था कहाँ पे आ
He's
रहा
got
है.
to call the police on that one.
Hello, I'd like to report a crime. We might have something even bigger and worse
smoke
outside of
खत्म हो
middle
गया,
as well. This is just complete robbery.
Yeah, it's escalating in towards murder
भाई
as
बुरा हो रहा
well.
है
Jip Boys
भाई,
and
बुरा हो
Primi
रहा है.
down for the count. No value in the round. You are just locked out everywhere. Sass even finding
One way
Leviathan,
smoke
trying
में
to
पीक ले रहे.
cheese his way onto the angle.
Smoke जा रहा है. कोई
Gap in the
देख
smoke
नहीं
is
रहा
very
है.
favourable to Sass. 5 versus 2.
वाइपर के
This
साथ तो
one
गलत हो
is
गया.
looking pretty over for full sense.
Yeah.
Unless DFM really drop the ball.
That is giving bad word.
Doesn't
चुप रह
look
दल्ले.
like they're going to do it, Kaede. Pretty good position as well. You got a couple more players towards the bottom of B site.
Sir, give homework please.
We'll give full
आपको
sense a
दो
little bit of
डेथ मैच
space.
करनी है. एक टीम
30
बॉन्डिंग
seconds
के लिए
Well,
टीम
maybe
डेथ मैच करनी
position
है.
around vents as well.
It's just got to be the save call.
और
Get a swing
एक
right now
दिन
for
के
full
लिए
sense.
तो
No way to get
minimum
anywhere in towards
levels.
the B site, up through mid. May slotted himself in the right spot. If somehow the gap was to around the A site and full sense did get in and get a plant, I mean, it's still a 5 versus 2. A homicides already
10
came out a
seconds
little bit
left.
earlier on.
Cool.
So now we're just looking for corpse control.
Corpse control.
Yep. Because you got the ultimates right now in this round, right?
It's
You've
true,
been holding
man.
on to them for full sense for quite a bit. You're
मेरी
knocking to
पालवट
not
के लिए
become a corpse.
लैंग्वेज मैम का क्लास अलग है.
I was a little bit slow on that one. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but
अभी
now
आप
the
सर
dots
के
are
क्लास में हो
connected,
ना.
yeah. The alts
मैम का अलग क्लास है.
and DFM could definitely roll away with them.
सर
If
एक
they
क्वेरी
start
है.
to
फिर
pile
एफएस
on
ने
up.
ए
I just like the initiative for DFM in this
Commit
map to be
क्यों
playing
नहीं
every
किया?
round kind of a little bit differently where
ये
they're
क्वेरी का
powering
आंसर
away.
उनके पास
Right?
रहता वो लोग
So,
राउंड नहीं जीतते.
if you are getting that sniper on the right line, we're not seeing full sense
हाँ
really push it off too hard
ऑलरेडी
currently.
मिड पे एक पिक मिल गया. 4v5 है.
Thank you for an ultimate off
तीन
the rip.
बंदे ए पे.
Wow.
कैसे कमिट कर
Well,
सकते हो
we'll
लोग?
see if it eventuates to much. Makes me a little bit nervous with how Akame is positioned alongside Sess and May right now. 4 players onto the site with the TP coming
my
through, but Primi off to the judge, able to break into the site. Thai and Killua now outside from Rams, being able to stall them through as they try to approach from screens. Another
Oh,
coming
oh,
through,
oh,
but
oh.
Yaska mowing down a triple.
Arre yaar,
at the right second just to
NT.
save the round for full sense.
Mate, he saved it certainly in that
क्या
one. That
critics
would
को
have
free में
been
पड़ा था,
a
obviously,
big
भाई.
round to pick up again for DFM on the back of Yatska, finding the collateral lineup, finding the third elim, and even having the idea to try and catch Leviathan in transition towards the site. I got a little bit worried for Primi with how late he was hanging around the site on that timer for the drift as well, waiting to
वो
see
दिखाओ,
where
उसका
the
दिखाओ
bloody
ना,
hell is the
उसका दिखाओ
paranoia
ना.
coming in. There was an opportunity to
1v4 था
potentially
बे.
catch him
एक
on the exit
तो.
of that drift.
एक सेकेंड.
Come into play.
एक और कोई तो मरा.
Full sense find 4, looking for 5, up on the correct line yet again for Yatska.
Prowler तड़ा है, वो लोग को मालूम है ऊपर है.
Prowler will check though. The
Splits the
shot,
wickets.
unfortunate. And Sess goes down.
Yeah.
Still though, Nightfall deployed. Kaede asserting himself back into sight. Completely blinded though, and the pop flash unfortunately
भाई, ये
goes
लोग
wrong.
satchel के बाद
Primi
गन भी
will
नहीं
be
रख रहे
an
हाथ
opening
में.
shot, but Kaede off the other end of pillar.
बाप
Primi
रे,
still not out of the game,
Primi!
and he saves the round once more. It's full sense 5-7.
Yeah, good recovery for them as well. Jip Boys, no pit. Ouch, I don't like that. We'll fix that for the next half, perhaps, as we switch up and right now throw it down to the stage for a bit of a cheeky halftime interview.
लिखो लिखो स्टूडेंट्स, एक और लिखो नोटबुक में. अगर कोई तुम पे यूटिल डालता है तो तुम्हारी एमसीक्यू, अगर कोई तुम पे यूटिल डालता है तो तुम्हारी एमसीक्यू मतलब तुम्हारे पास बहुत ऑप्शंस है. एमसीक्यूज है, समझ रहे हो? बहुत ऑप्शंस है. या फिर यूटिल तोड़ो, या फिर यूटिल डालो, या फिर यूटिल डॉच करो. या फिर भागो. समझ रहे हो? अगर आपने 500 ऑप्शन यूज किया लग गए.
Hello. We have a very
What is
pleasant
up?
surprise here with us. Hello, Hart and Jungti.
Hello. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Sawadika.
사와디캅.
Sawadika.
Would you guys like to say a quick hi to the fans that are watching?
Hello, fan from Thailand. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
That was a very quick hi. All right.
Let's introduce ourselves.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Love
okay.
that.
We are artists from Thailand, and name was because of you I shine, and I am Heart.
Heart.
Yeah, I'm Jungti.
Jungti.
Yeah.
All right. Good
Mart
to see
hai
you
mere
guys
jaise.
here. I want to ask. I guess cheer for Full Sense here.
Yeah, full sense.
All right.
Full sense in my heart.
Yep, दिख रहा है.
Full sense
Full sense.
in my heart. In our hearts as well, if they manage to find recovery onto this
Artist
pistol,
look the
onto
way,
the
artist look the
defense,
way.
they will be peeking down middle as a quad.
Well, it's all of them at the moment. See if it's going to be good value for Full Sense. Seeing that no one's here, and where do you choose to wrap, towards B or
Sorry
towards
sir,
A?
class में late हो गया.
They choose the Bravo location. It's going to be better fortune for them, but fortune always favors the bold, and they've left Jit Boys. Yeah, so it's good that he finds one.
आपने तो class के पैसे भी
Now
नहीं
the
भरे,
insert for
membership
Yacht's
नहीं
going
है.
to see what he can call for the rest
Oh,
of
yeah,
the squad, because he's seen nothing.
Sir,
They can
English
let the
man,
A-side
nah,
probably
language.
open, which means
English
the rest
man.
of the team try to be careful in case there are any other goblins lurking around middle.
Who is really thinking that it's going to be a 5-man walk down middle in a sort of pistol right now, though? You're thinking way outside the box of Full Sense. There's no way that DFM are going to consider that this could have been a possibility. And I think eventually maybe for Full Sense, let's just bring it back in towards the box. And think a little bit more mainstream, because you're going waltz around the map at the moment. You're eventually going to get to your tail end of this round. And there's going to be a fight on this A side. So you have held a lot of the utility to do so.
Double flank, double heaven.
Wild way we've
Omen
gone
जाएगा
about,
rafter. Rafter पे अभी है crossfire. ये लोग पे लग
Suddenly you
गए.
start to turn your heads around, seeing that things are not quite what they seem,
अभी
and
तक
that's where
लगे
you
नहीं
start
है.
to find a
अभी
couple
तक
of
लगे नहीं है.
exchanges. Things start to seem a little bit more normal now, especially with the classics
सारा
getting
crossfire
revealed.
heaven पे.
Down ramp, you start to spot more players, and Yatska, alongside the rest of the team, are prepared. 3v2, just one
बस
little
उसने
take,
वापस
one
मारा.
tie, but
एक HP
the
पे.
rest of Full Sense will all fall.
Too much time for DFM to situate themselves in that post plan as well and have a bit of crossfires out, where it almost looks like we're seeing more missed shots for the
bye.
pistols than
Welcome
shots
to the
collected at
class.
the end
Welcome
there.
to the class.
Feeling very uncomfortable at the moment, it feels like, from an outside view. But for DFM, they did find the right location to end towards and the right way that they needed to kind of seal the
Sir,
deal
class
on
के लिए
this
free
round as
membership
well.
के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा भाई?
Always
Simple है.
holding the player advantages
जो
when
भी
that
हमारे
play goes
VIP
down.
students है, rich
Remember,
students
they
जो
are trying
front
to
पे
push
बैठे,
towards the
cast
third
दोस्त.
map in this series as well,
Chupa.
to Haven. As for the Enika round now, Full
Yep.
Sense, we'll see if mid does become their home in the tail end of this half as well, when they do get their first buy in the next round. You would assume not. You would
थोड़ा
assume that they're not gonna
नाप्तोलिज्म वाला क्लास है, लेकिन
opt
करना
for
तो
a lot of
पड़ेगा ना.
4-1s and 5-0s around the map somewhere.
23 months से स्टूडेंट
What is
हूँ,
Full Sense?
कुछ नहीं सीखा था. आज तो पहला दिन था दल्ले.
Right now it's pistols, of course, so just hedge their bets, but at the same time, that's where the gaps get completely exposed. DFM starting to
पिक
do a
करो
pretty
एक
good job
साथ.
at investigating all around
फायदा
the
नहीं है
map.
वैसे Euro
Just
टिकट मारने का.
Yatska with the Marshal. It's a singular noise.
I mean, if you're going for something like this as well, Premi has the flash,
वो लोग को
you
भी
can flash
पता है,
and swing
सिर्फ
together
Euro.
on the main angle and try to find that, or you are really just holding it for a bit of a retake and having a crack at it, which is what they're going to have to do now as the plant does go down. Jit Boys is just in another postcode on the other side of the map.
ये रहा.
So it's all about holding the guns here for DFM. And damage for Full Sense, see what you can establish.
साइडे मारेगा.
Can hold on to their current initiative. Unfortunately, Kaide dropping off for now. Sess in position, answers back with Paranoia.
वो लोग को अभी तक
The
नहीं
spike's
मालूम
still
कि
all
यूरो
good,
कहाँ
though,
पे
so
आ
it's
रहे हैं,
Full
ठीक है?
Sense
वो
just
लोग ने ओमेन को
continuing to
देखा, अभी तक
try
यूरो को देखा
to
नहीं.
mount up onto damage,
अभी
but with the
देख लिया.
smoke being set up right in front of them. It's Yatska, it's Sess with Spectre.
One enemy
Able to
remaining.
go Unga Bunga with all the bullets all around the
W.
place. It's a
सर
clean
गेम
round
पीरियड
for
कब है?
DFM.
मेरे को
And there's
खेलना
just
है.
a lot of bounce
उसके साथ
ability going
language,
from
language,
main fight
language.
there and the site fight as well for DFM. Full Sense are all eggs in the basket once again in
मेरे
that
साथ
round,
खेलो, you
but
can
this
play
is the
with Sir.
expectation that they would change it up, right? You lose the pistol after a play that almost feels 50-50 if your opponents are in mid, if they've got 2 or 3, or even 1, you gain advantage in that pistol round and you maybe convert that into the win. You don't in the end, so see if you can do it again in the next round. Maybe you find a good opener and you can get a bit of a thrifty. If not though, it's all good.
Sir, can I take notes from other girls?
See what these defenses do look like for Full Sense. An advantage kill would be gorgeous.
Let me think about it.
For DFM, essentially, they're going to gift that over.
Oh, no TP though. The punish goes right back, and at the same time, look at Sis, so far deep.
And what can you do here though as well? Can you try to get a bit of a wrap around to put the pressure on towards Die? Killer is on the side as well. It feels a little bit claustrophobic right now for the defenses of Full Sense.
Stuck around screens, you're taking shots as well. Killa down to low HP. Meanwhile,
उसको क्या बोलते हैं? Class leader, monitor, क्या बोलते हैं
decide on what to do because the spike's not down yet.
ये litmus हुआ है. तुम्हारा spy है chat. गाली दो इसको.
The pressure that Cess has just put on you by that deeper smoke and by being a nuisance around tower at the moment is quite sensational.
You know, with a Spectre, mind you, he's just bought so much time away, just enough for the spike to get down safely. Yatska now in position with a Vandal. It'll hold a deep line. Still a 4v3.
I mean, you'll see the paranoia go in for Leviathan. Maybe Thigh's satchel Killer has a haunt, although, as I say that, he's just removed from the equation.
Certainly did not want that to happen now. You gotta make a call. You gotta start going in sooner rather than later. Waiting out the smokes, perhaps, but finally the paranoia gets sent alongside Snakebite. Does flush them over. Unfortunately, still not fully blinded. They're able to hold their ground. Leviathan goes for the brave peek. Managed to find one! And as soon as they peek him, he lines them all up, knocking them down together.
तुमको लगा रहेगा कि उसने अच्छा मारा करके हुआ retake. वो तो है, मारना तो पड़ेगा ना भाई.
Round is starting to maybe slip up from the retake, though they give an opportunity. It almost feels like as well to Full Sense. Had they stayed on towards the site, the Snake Spider is something they would have had to contend with too. Just over 3.5 seconds to go on that spike.
PRX के मैच में सर
a little bit more favorable for them, but you always got to give credit where credit's due. The initiative to go in for a peek there to try and catch Leviathan off guard.
करने का टाइम है वो टाइम पे.
Very nicely done from him. 2 guns remain at the end of the
round.
Full Sense there. Nearly did get bonus, to be honest with you, and because it wasn't super clean, it feels like things are a little bit disconnected in the utility layering and maybe some of the decision making at the moment on this defense side for Full Sense.
मैं Demon 1 NV join किया.
As you mentioned.
Stream करना
Still
NV.
a 3-round difference. So still an opportunity for DFM to walk away with things. Speaking of DFM, we've started to see several of their players do incredibly well. Players that we don't often see, mind you.
Tuition classes Tibun sir के पास लगाऊंगा आपसे NHK.
Up ramp deep into heaven as well. I mean, continuing to make plays like that on the attack.
भाई देखो मैं ऐसा पोचिंग करता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जो सर के पास आप जाना चाहते हो ना, वो ऐसा रैंक का वीडियो डाल रहा है जो रैंक मेरा खुला था बचपन में. जस्ट सेइंग, मैं पोच नहीं करना चाहता हूँ स्टूडेंट्स को, लेकिन जस्ट सेइंग 15 साल पहले जब मैं वैल्यू चालू किया था, मेरा डायमंड चालू हुआ था. तुम्हारा सर वहां का रैंक पुश का वीडियो डाल रहे. जस्ट सेइंग, मैं पोच नहीं करना चाहता हूँ.
Across the board though, and then there's a lot of pressure that's put on Killua and on towards Leviathan too. How long do they stay around this tower? The rest of the team isn't getting any further info over at B Garage, for example. Anything up through mid. It's very passive defenses from Full Sense. Almost reactive instead of proactive. DFM are just going to capitalize if they keep going for these sort of decisions.
Perhaps
the intention was to be aware of the showstopper,
main
but
buff
at the same time they're relinquishing a lot of control. So now it's another retake scenario. Sure, Thai has the judge, but it's got to be able to land its mark.
Exam सब 18 साल के बाद VCT में.
Position. Off angles all being held, but there goes the double satchel, completely flying across. Kaide Akami trying to hold, but still getting gunned down at the end. Full Sense able to crack through the entire site, and at an instant, everyone from DFM gone.
A lot of utility available for Full Sense in that retake as well, but it was kind of just the jump across and make sure you get the trades in more moments than 2. from what I've seen just there. Out from the screens and at the elbow. Really utilizing the sheer presence in numbers on the back of that utility, going first and foremost in to just make sure you're getting through the first choke.
एक मारना था at least.
And then it does become a little bit worrisome for the likes of DFM, who I mentioned a couple of bits in the last move as well. Sometimes I feel like when they are getting in towards the side, they're getting those plants down, they might be better favored going
Dark
for some
Lord
earlier
नहीं,
engagements, trying
लड़का
to
लोग
push
का
a little bit
बैठने का
deeper,
section
get a
अलग
player
है.
advantage or two. These 5 versus 5s, Full Sense are showcasing that they are very, very trained on these retakes.
Always prepared for it. You can bet Full Sense going for a couple of brawls, but right now, at least, DFM once again trying to go for early pacing. Killua taking the shot down A main.
A little bit ill-advised to try to just waltz on through the ball. Risking it for the biscuit in the low buy right now for DFM. Full Sense are trying to knock on that door to try and tie the scoreline here.
Let's try to regain some presence. They're cutting a lot of plays, though. Full Sense, stay prepared. Just right around the edges of heaven as well. Jit Boys in position, continuing to jiggle here and there. Doesn't see too much for now. Unfortunately gets caught.
Yep, wide swing king out on that one. You got all the information as Full Sense this time, taking a little bit of
step by step.
Already getting the idea that, well,
पहला दिन है क्लास का
overwhelmed. Now maybe the B site starting to become a problem. Just Leviathan at the back of the site. Looks like the wrong time. Oh, and it's atrocious.
Tried to go for those taps again, man, but Lightning does not strike twice in the same spot. So just Thai and Killua now, they've got the Nightfall.
I love this wraparound from May at the moment too, by the way. He gets an upgrade of
लेकिन
the
ये लोग
gun
अगर
with 6
घुस गए
HP.
प्लांट होने से
He's in
पहले
for the long con.
तो लग गए.
Shows up at heaven at the right
एक
time.
pillar.
Could be huge, but for now it's Killua doing the Lord's work. May down at 6 HP. Thai looking around. Where could he be? Now revealed. All May needs is one headshot. Oh, way too close. Thai. Just a simple graze, and Full Sense will be able to scrounge up one more round.
I really like the idea, though, in that one from DFM as well, right? They're getting up. They're starting to the slow approach up through mid, in towards B. They're hitting the shots with the lesser weaponry as well. You're starting to see that maybe Full Sense are capitulating in a round that they shouldn't really be losing at all. Plant goes in. It draws out the investment of the Nightfall as well, which is a bit of a two birds as well moment, right? You invest in the ult, which is going to be great if it catches something. You also clear out all of the alley that maybe an opponent could have gone in towards. And by that point in time, you're either assuming that May is coming from flank or from garage. It's going to be the later up the tower. And one
उससे लगा हेवन का प्लांट है. उससे लगा मतलब क्या? उसका खुद का बंदा प्लांट कर रहा है ना. उससे लगा हेवन का प्लांट है.
Economical wise, we'll be okay.
वो लोग बात करते हैं खेलते खेलते.
So it is an important one for both of these teams.
RX भाई के क्लास में सब्सक्रिप्शन भी है. आपको 15 months फ्री में मिला. मतलब
some good decisions that they need to make right now.
समझा नहीं.
Putting Yatska on the line over at A. The timing on this one as well. If you're expecting this as DFM, it could be worth its weight in gold.
Try to get the good reads, but Garage being taken as well. You start to back off from it.
They're trying to bait him in. Kaido with their shots over towards main. Just interest Primi a little bit too much.
चार बंदे ए पे. चार बंदे. अभी तुम लोग पूछोगे तीन चार कैसे. यूरो एक को मारेगा, टीपी मारेगा, दूसरी जगह पे जाएगा, उनको लगेगा ना चौथा बंदा उधर है.
Right now, there's the info for Primi. He loses the fight.
मारा नहीं, चार का 2 हो गया.
Of course, Primi itching to go for the duels. Unfortunately, this will be the opening for DFM. Nightfall into sight. Jit Boys, I believe, connected by it. Leviathan exposed as well and susceptible to all the incoming fire. The site's been broken apart, and it's a 2v4 retake.
Yeah, he really cannot track on the aim on that one, can he? When the gun barrel reveals his opponent's position. And now it's just all faltering for Full Sense, isn't it? Die with a 1 versus 4. No avenue that you feel comfortable in getting in towards the site.
It's going to be tough to save as well. Takes the wild step, but completely open to Kaide. DFM will extend their lead.
Yeah, no tight scoreline, holding with 4 as well. Give a bit of a backing up towards your own economy. Try and close out this map.
अगर वो मारता,
so there'll be a bit of a buy to come in for the next phase for Full Sense as well, and they will have another buy in this next round. But how comfortable are you really feeling? Because there's no longer any coach intervention, unless DFM unless Force drops that in. Cruz has already used 2 timeouts here. All
सर
for
आयन
the
3 का
boys
क्लास
to
कहाँ
try
चल
and
रही
find
है?
their own footing.
वो आप सीधा जाओ राइट में ना आपको वो दिखाई देगा बाथरूम को क्या बोलते हैं क्या बोलते हैं dirty spot क्या बोलते हैं बाथरूम को हिंदी में शौचालय आगे से राइट जाओ आपको यहाँ पे शौचालय दिखाई देगा उसके जस्ट सामने
You would never really
just
expect them
सामने
to just silent peek in towards the actual site as well. So they're going to inch on up. Get ever so close towards the judge of thigh.
Time to jump.
Be a rude surprise, but
तनक सर है वहाँ पे
DFM now trying to work alongside their
टाइम पे नहीं जाओगे तो भी चलेगा
step across and Kaide will be able to find the exchange needed.
Pressure is on for Primi right now as well. Going to be backed up by the TP, all of Leviathan to get on in. Spotted as well by the Drift, starting to come out.
Hello.
All of the ideas and presence around the site from Yardska. I like that you're getting in nice and early.
DFM
The rotation and call for DFM is to get out of the scrap and go towards the B site where Full Sense are going to be here pretty early.
Yeah, thankfully from the calls of Jit Boys, Killua still staying on the site itself, and the rest of the team pretty much arrived at the right time. DFM look to spread themselves across. They will be able to take down Killua despite the duel getting taken head on. Leviathan though reveals himself up from top of heaven. It's a tough angle to fight back against. And Akame and Yatsuka will keep Full Sense in check. Jit Boys the prime position, denies the spike plant. We're down to 1v1. Yatsuka, the pressure on to try to stick it all the way through. Where will Jit Boys swing from? The footsteps a little bit too audible. 6 rounds left in the mag. Can he find the shots necessary? No, Yatsuka swings out and takes the round up for DFM.
Just trying to bait him in towards the read that he won't go for the proper plant there. And gives himself a little bit of extra time to Yatsuka there to get that gun back up. Plays some mind games around the site. I said that they're there early on towards the site, right? Killua never budged from B. Whiffs the frag. Leviathan tries to dig deep, but it's the insert to mid. Yatsuka has really done so much in that round, drawing attention onto A, trying to keep the interest from Full Sense away from their end goal, and coming out with the ceiling on the round. Nicely done, breaking the economy of Full Sense to boot. This should be map point gathered here for DFM. May can even gather a showstopper towards the next round. And having that available is just going to be another option.
At a similar pace as well. It's gone
UC का class बीच-बीच में हम देंगे.
A lot of Full Sense players incredibly weakened by their armor, but it's Remy with the sheriff shots? What?
Yeah, that's huge right now. Killua though, bit of an island by himself up the guts of mid. If he gets away with one,
अभी रेज अल्टे एक मारेगा मैं एक मारेगा 4v3 लेकिन रेज अल्टे बे.
Feel like with the guns retrieved over at main that you're kind of okay still for Full Sense here, because you start to reveal a couple of gaps around the map. DFM are pathing correctly to this B site. Meanwhile, Full Sense recognize that no one's around the A site any longer. For my interest, Leviathan just needs to make sure that he doesn't play this one wrong. He can be the late player for Full Sense over at main, can put in the paranoia to facilitate a way back in for the rest of the squad. The plant will eventually go down, and May decides to use the showstopper super early. So nothing coming out from that. Now the retake.
Up tie
opportunities
close
for Full Sense.
Pillar Ned
I definitely could deploy his, but need to be able to secure the launching pad first. Primi will save his life, but still way too low. May springs out the last moment, and it's Akame onto site, denying Leviathan his opportunity.
Nah, he just waits a little bit too long there. The rest of the squad at the tower, not expecting May to peek out. It looks like off the radar view. You got the sprays looking a little bit awkward up there for a 2-player advantage for Full Sense. It's kind of also why I feel like Killua was just put in a spot of bother up through mid, right? Maybe wanted to see a smoke go in to get him out to really play the numbers of Full Sense, because May gets the double at the end, the closer comes through. It was such a workable round for Full Sense, given the start that they had, that we need to see these mid-round adjustments come through from them. Just doesn't feel decisive a lot of these times. Feels questionable. Now there's 4 map points for DFM to play for, and they are just going straight into this B side.
Real quick, and the shot's whiffing as well for Primi. Unfortunately, now it's going to be Thai, and he explodes onto the site. Yatska as well, finding an equalizer. It's a 2v2 retake.
Showstopper might find Super 5, but it feels like there's just more impact from
उसको
Yatska getting the double there. As the plant goes down for Akame, they both one kill away from an ultimate. Both can be crucial here.
Incredibly insane position for Yatska to hold as well. One that Full Sense might not expect, but we'll see if Akame is up to the task of taking down at least one. Arrow revealed though, and that's where Killua takes the step. Yatska's turn to move. Smoke onto the spike, and that makes things a lot more difficult.
Okay.
Vision obscured, and the spike getting stuck all the way down to the defuse at the end. Still though, a little bit more cushioning for DFM, so not too much heat just yet.
Yeah, 1 out of 4 chances getting shut down, and a very close affair at the end though, given looked like the awareness of the gate crash was there too. So where do you think that Yatska is going to reposition for? It would have been an ace clutch map winner for him. But the patience in those moments for Full Sense needs to come out on top, and it did. Focus on the defuse, have the protector there as well. But you got to go again. You also got to manage the finances, and I say that because Premi is without shield in this round. Priority on the operator.
Unfortunately, he peeked the wrong side. He could TP across, but
Sir, इनकी सिंगल फैंटम
as
डिस्ट्रिक्ट
well
चल
from
रही है
Yatska.
हो रहा है
Nightfall
वो
into sight. DFM, they want this
वही लोग
round so
राउंड खत्म कर
badly.
सकते थे भाई
Gonna
DFM
clear a lot of positions
अच्छा
here.
मारा था
As
Yatsuka too.
Full Sense too. Plant going down with the pit going into the map for Kaide too.
All the rest of the team from Full Sense
प्रॉब्लम ये
trying
है
to
कि
piece this
ये
retake
अल्ट
together. They've
पसंद नहीं
managed
है
to hold off Heaven Control
स्पेशली
for
जब
long
सब
enough,
साइड
but
में
now
क्योंकि कुछ टाइम
gotta
बाद
work against the biggest
अंदर
obstacle at the
स्पैम
pit.
वॉर्स होने
Sets as
वाला है
well towards the back end of the smoke. Being able to play it from a tiny little gap. Killa able to spray
It's time
forward.
for spam
Nightfall
wars.
completely counters into the pit as well, while Leviathan keeps Sess
Time
in
for
check.
spam wars.
Akame trying to spin all across alongside Killua, trying to fight for Full Sense's life in this round. Kaide goes down, but where is Yatska? The back's turned. Yatska possibly able to close it. It's just Killua, and he managed to hold it, but there's no time for the defuse. DFM will still close out this map 13-9. We go to map 3.
That seems like that time they didn't need to invest
दोनों
themselves in
अपना
getting the
map हारे
kills before the plant goes down. That 5 versus 5 with the pit is just such a problem that Full Sense cannot get on top of. Gotta say, on the flip up as well, you get the pistol, you get the second round, you see Full Sense get 3 in a row, but you've still kind of got this idea that coach intervention is needed. A big game plan understanding, not looking too coherent in this map for Full Sense for my liking. And conversely for DFM, I think there was a lot more decisive plays, specifically on that defensive side for them. They were working the extremities of the map so much better, so much more time.
पेरेंट टीचर्स मीटिंग कब है क्लास बोल के मेंबरशिप लिया फाफा पूछे क्या सीखा आज मैंने बोला तेरे लैंग्वेज ये मैंने नहीं सिखाया है ये स्टूडेंट्स आपस में एक दूसरे को सिखा रहे हैं ये मैंने नहीं सिखाया है
And once in the second ban versus DRX, so it feels like it's not a map that they're putting full focus on, and they've had to change their strategy coming in towards this week because of the atrocious binds that we did see from them.
भाई जी का मैच कब है कल आना
I mean, it really does make me feel quite nervous for Full Sense coming to the end of this series. Can DFM really complete the full reverse sweep? I mean, so far, Yatska's been doing wonders on this map of Split.
किसको सपोर्ट करो भाई
The amount of multi-strikes that he's just coming out with today on this Yoru is looking absolutely superb and impactful for DFM to continue their chances on a bit of a middle bracket run. When we see the overall bracket later as well, we're going to have some teams in the lower bracket that you absolutely would not have expected. So this series here in the middle is going the distance. Let's see what the devs thought about Split here.
Well, Split was a fantastic map for DFM. This is them stepping up to the plate and showing why they are still good at Split. That wasn't just like a one-time thing against Global Esports.
Yeah, great map from them. The individuals really stepping up. This is a map that they love. You can tell in how they move around it. It's what they...
आज सर का कितना क्लास है देखने दो एक सेकंड स्पेसिफिक का क्लास है आज सारे रीजन्स है. सर कुछ बच्चे कंप्लेंट कर रहे हैं, टाइम आउट दे दो. ऑब्वियसली अगर कुछ बच्चे लोग परेशान कर रहे हैं क्लास मॉनिटर आपको और वो लोग ने 150 रुपए का फीस नहीं लिया है, आई मीन दिया है, दे सकते हो टाइम आउट. सारे रीजन से घर की तो गांड लग गई. सर मुझे अलाउड है गाली देना. नहीं नहीं नहीं, हमारा क्लास बहुत अच्छी क्लास है. या एंड डिमन 1 इन एनवी. क्या बात कर रहे हो? अरे बच्चा करें, कैसे पता चला तेरे को? कहीं उसने टाइटल तो नहीं डाला था? हाँ, कैसे पता चला तेरे को वो एनवी में? तो टॉप सीक्रेट बात.
Having Boars come in from the coaching staff, it's really transformed all the different looks that
Time
DFM
pack
show
of last
on their
match.
defensive side setups, particularly some of the attack side calling has lacked at
Love
times.
Binks,
But the defense
bye.
setups have always
Good,
looked rock
love
solid,
you
and
too,
that's
मेरी जान
another
के टोटे,
kind of
love you
round
too.
that I don't think any team could potentially deal with.
यार एक सेकंड, बॉडी रिव्यू कर रहा हूँ, बॉडी रिव्यू कर रहा हूँ. चीचा जैसे बॉडी दिख रही है आपकी. एक सेकंड रखो, बॉडी रिव्यू कर रहा हूँ. मेरे जैसे, मेरे जैसे सेम, मेरे जैसे सेम. गुड वर्क स्टूडेंट. पारस, गुड वर्क.
This is a team that looks
Sir,
solid
जैसे
all
body
the way
बनाई
through,
आपको,
so
very commendable.
very positive sign there for DFM.
Very
Yeah, that's going to be
commendable.
very promising, especially when we head into a
Tag
big
over
map like
200 minutes,
Haven.
Jan
For that, we've seen highlights from every single
Ah.
DFM player throughout
Oh,
this kickoff.
kabar
But there's
meri
one player we've seen improvement, but not those big moments, and that was Cess. So let's see some Cessy tags.
Yeah, I mean, he's stepped up big so far in this series. This has been a player that we called out. We said we have to see more. He did not have a great year last year. But in this match, this map especially, he's becoming active.
I mean, since swapping back to controller, his individual performance has skyrocketed. He was, I think, the second lowest rated player in stage 1, the lowest rated player in Pacific, stage 2. So far in kickoff, he's had better numbers than some of the other DFM members. Honestly, he's playing controller and he's playing IGL. I think particularly on the defense, and when you get into those attacker side post plants where he doesn't need to call as much, he's actually able to lock in and deliver some really good multi-frags and play very nicely positionally, which is what he was kind of known for when they were kind of juggling whether they wanted Art or Cess on the lineup. Cess was playing for DFM in the off-season when they had some pretty good results before last year's kickoff, and a lot of people said, why didn't you keep Cess? I think he's again showing some of those skills in this particular year's kickoff.
When I get that feeling, it's a sexual feeling. Healing. Sorry. But yeah,
Terrible.
I had to throw that in. Come on. This is great. This is great for DFM. As one of the biggest DFM fans who definitely didn't predict DFM today. But like the casters are saying, this momentum is huge for DFM. And it's not, I think it goes beyond momentum. Seeing these kind of ideas, these kind of strategies come out from DFM, I think this is something that Full Sense should be a little worried about and prepared for. I do wonder as we go into Haven, because Full Sense has been banning it. They've either been, kind of saving it for later, like now, or they just haven't really prepped it until this point.
I mean, we have not seen this Full Sense roster play Haven for like 5 months.
Yeah.
They were previously playing that Deadlock Yoru comp a lot, and it was a comp that used to just dominate the Korean teams in Pacific. Like, they beat every Korean team back to back to back to back on Haven, and it was looking really, really good. But I feel like they're kind of past the deadlock meta. We're seeing 0 deadlock at the moment, and I'm not sure they have the personnel to play it, because you used to have Primi Yoru, and you throw Cruz on the deadlock. He's going to have to potentially have either Thai or Leviathan play the deadlock if they want to stick with the deadlock, but I honestly expect them to just change the comp.
I mean, I think also on the side of DFM, when we saw them play this last, they were running double duelist, but they had that Phoenix. So I want to know if we're going to see that again. And when we saw it against RRQ, their defender side was very good, but their attacker side was unbelievably weak. But they are starting out on that defender side. So I'm looking really to see improvement there, because Phoenix game plans should be so simple on Haven. When you're attacking, it's about dominating C, it's about farming the orbs, so if they're not getting that right, then they could be in trouble.
Yeah, Yatsuga was going crazy on the chamber. You saw some really nice Phoenix Flash setups as well from Kaide, so those two are the ones that I have my eye on to start off this defensive side. But exactly like Morgan said, they went 2 and 9 on attack versus RRQ and got absolutely dominated in the second half. So we need to see, exactly like you said, they need to use the ults well. They need to have a good plan on the pistol, because this is a comp that can have some issues finding attack rounds, and the big success factors are ult combos, winning yourself the pistol round, and also having your Chamber and Yoru find opening kill success, because they both have the rendezvous as well as the gate crash to try to just walk out on the map and find picks for the team. And if you're able to find those advantages, then you can maybe capitalize on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing for me is I don't want to see them give up too much space. I think against a team like Esports, you can't let them dictate the tempo. If you're starting off on this defender side, I want to see you take the fight to them. Don't give them too much space, but we will see what compositions are coming out with. I hope we see that Phoenix again, because it's a composition that I've loved for a long time. It's all about how you execute it.
Well, it has been a few weeks, a few matches since they last played against RRQ, so I'm sure there have been improvements.
Yeah, no changes there for DFM. They're going to roll with the same comp that they were just playing. Full sense, this is what they've been prepping. They are not playing that deadlock comp. They will stick to something that is very popular in the meta right now. It's the Waylay Yoru. I will play the Waylay, going to stick with the double duelist and stick with comfort. Jipboy's looked very good on the Cypher against Dongshim, and he's going to play that yet again.
Could be a good Cypher game. Not a lot to deal with those trips apart from the Frayed Prowlers, so they really need to be diligent in clearing those, or Jipboys could really be heating up, especially in that second half.
Well, either way, one thing's for sure, both of these teams want to qualify to Santiago, and they want all their lives to get there. As we go into the third map, I think being a Thai fan or a Japanese fan of these teams right now, either way, you are definitely leaning into your seat. Casters, please take it away for map 3.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yeah, this is some entertaining Valorant for sure. What a composition, of course, is what Full Sense goes for, but at the same time, we have seen DFM's composition.
Yeah, we have, but I'm a little bit more interested over on the Full Sense side of things, right? Because generally we're not seeing the Waylay. It is such a niche pick when we come in towards current meta. Waylay is a little bit more prominent on other maps, right? We've got teams like Genji and Barrel who run the Jet instead of the Waylay. We've got BBL running the Neon instead of the Waylay. The only teams that were running Waylay were Foot. They deployed it once. They lost to Carmen Court in the opening map of that series in the lower round. And if you want to add, even throw another team there, DRG, but that was way back at Ascension. No one really runs this Waylay anymore in the last kind of comps that they've been playing. Everybody has moved away from it, if at all, on this map. So it is a very interesting pick to see why Full Sense are, I'll call it, cooking at the moment, or attempting to cook. We'll have to see if it's going to be raw or burnt, or if it'll taste good.
We hope it is palatable, perhaps, right now, all the way up C. The hits and dinks onto Cess as well, who's relatively low right now, has to back off. Calls for reinforcements with Kaide close by onto Garage, and that's where Full Sense peels off.
I've seen a lot of consensus around the community as well for the fans of DFM, wondering and asking, why are we still, you know, why are we running Phoenix? Are we thinking that it's good? There was some good value against RRQ, do not get me wrong.
Side, dude.
Yeah, that's true. But there's questions on should it still be the Phoenix. I actually think it's going to be quite interesting to see how Full Sense try and counter it. If you're going towards the A-site moment in a walk of 5,
session khatam, sir ka session khatam.
Got to dive in, get past this trademark as well that someone's going to have to break. Primi doesn't have the TP available, so they all just have to get in towards backside. Saturate's nice. But they're not clearing backside with the saturate.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, they're going to clear the other spots with the flashes, but unfortunately that's where
तो 1 to
May
3 हो
and
गया.
Kame will be able to find shots instead, completely dodging and onto the site. Still caught out in the open, full sense, not quite able to reposition the way that they would have wanted to, and the flashes once again somehow become the undoing. Killua is having a go at this, still has to split angles, and unfortunately that's where he falls. Yatsuka with a headhunter comes in. DFM pick up the pistol.
Yeah, Killua doesn't know where the bloody hell he's getting shot from that headhunter at the moment. He's just trying to find the right angle to get around the site. You got to shoot that back. It slows you if you get tagged by it, mate. Anyways, DFM do find the pistol after a bit of slop. But they get the pistol nonetheless. It's very interesting pathing for me for Full Sense as well. All 5 through long, nothing down the sewers, no secondary layer. Something that I was kind of talking about earlier on for them as well, right? They've got the game plan in the initial get-go. When the barriers drop, they've got their plans for that sort of play. But it really is, you know, wanting for me in their secondary, in their third plans, when the opponents do slip them up.
Needs a little bit more forethought, a little bit more seasoning into this recipe for now. Otherwise, it's going to be a recipe for doom. Perhaps more success on the DFM side. Currently peeking across a little bit. Possibly scaling up around long.
Yeah, well, speaking about success, the tail end of that word is in the garage at the moment, and he is just going to let the opponents waltz in towards the C site. Maybe Full Sense can get a plant here, free of charge. You can see Jitboy's trying to set up some traps if he wanted to, as Kaide is going to dispatch and die as the spike goes down.
1, 2, 3.
Looks like DFM quite comfortable to let Full Sense take it. They are so confident in going back for the fights. Yatsuka skewering across 3 with a Marshall, and then just Jitboys unfortunately dissipating in the wind. DFM relatively clean on this one, only losing 1.
The plant does go down though, so Full Sense will have the Hunter's Fury coming in towards the first buy round of theirs. Getting pretty close towards this tour de force for Yatsuka as well. And if he's able to really feel confident with the snipers today that we are kind of seeing, right? Operators around, outlaws, marshals, some good damage in here, but also the fact that we've kind of seen this play before, right? In that game against RRQ, Yatsuka on the chamber was going kind of crazy, not gonna lie. He was getting great value, great hunkering down, great op shots in there as well, just feeling so confident. So if he's able to really come in towards this third map and feel like it's going to be his playground, DFM could be well on their way to a victory.
Oh, hell yeah, especially the wind conditions that Pilsky laid down. There's so much potential for DFM in this composition. Full Sense really needs to be alert. Currently backing off for now, back to the C-long default, Jitboys. Are you aware?
Oh,
well, he's not, and Yatsuka's looking for something a little bit spicy. He's going to get out of there, though, as the heat around the C site is feeling a little bit too hot, maybe?
Did he just light me back?
Yeah, he's bounced in and bounced out, and now you kind of reset on the round completely without your light speed, without your refract, no timing on the dart. You've got to wait for Killua to have the second approach of that. It is a full reset of the round. And I also want to note too, Kaide picking up that A-long orb for an ultimate on the Phoenix that is still 6 points. The fact that we weren't maximizing that potential last time got me a bit triggered. So it's good to see that at least that foresight is here.
किसी को ए पे जाना पड़ेगा, किसी को,
awkward for
सबको नहीं,
and back to your earlier
किसी
point,
को ए पे जाना पड़ेगा.
Well, right now for DFM, it's over-rotating all 5 members to the A side on the expectation that Full Sense is just going to come in towards this side. Primi, open up the goods. Can't find the second, but that should just be go time for Full Sense to get into this C site, plant towards where you feel most favorable. And do you hold the site? Do you play for this Hunter's Fury? What does the post plant actually look like?
Remember,
the runner back is now here for Kaide with that kill.
Oh, yes. A lot of potential for the retakes, but also potential for Full Sense to be able to potentially hold it off. We'll start things off with run it back. Meanwhile, Killua in position all the way towards the back of C long. Saturate goes huge and stopping Kaide's run it back for now. And the Hunter's Fury just in time as well. But it all lines up for Kaide. One in an instant. He finds a quad kill. And May bets the last one. Suddenly, Full Sense just completely disappearing on the site.
May is mischievous around that one. Unlucky for Kaide. Was on board for the ace. And it gets swindled away from him by his teammate. They swing together. They themselves nearly line up. I need some Kaide vision to come back in towards this retake, though, because the run it back permitting the space for the team, drawing out the Hunter's Fury from the opponents as well, getting out the kills. Thai has just been done dirty in that one. Unfortunate, good sir. And May will take that last one. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. DFM happy to get the round on the board. Bonus swinging in their favor.
The position.
Excuse me?
Well, back to the pistols for full sense. Trying to play across a different site for now.
Yep. And the slower start of the pistols now as well. This
Yeah,
is something
flash
that we can kind
counter.
of talk about going very
3
different
round
with
में
this
5 बार
agent
blind
pool
हुए ना लोग.
in the new style of approach for full sense. Frostless, you'll call it. That's
I'd
cold shot
say-
from Primi, by the way. They're going in with their own initiative on a different look to their comp. This round might very well be the one that they get on the board.
Okay, okay. Perhaps a little bit hot and cold sometimes, but Katy Perry songs aside, you're still going to be able to... Whoa, wait. Aren't we going to get the spike down? No,
Yes
we're hanging
and
back.
no. We're hanging back out of the site.
Ayyo.
And you've lost your mid flank. Kaide is playing from the heavens. Looking to send you 6 feet under with a gorgeous shot. Does get traded, so we keep going tip
क्या
tap.
मार रहा है बे साइड है.
There's also going to be Sess alongside Yatska. Throws away the judge, maybe looking to retrieve the Vandal. While Yatska plays from the heaven position, drops down, and he descends onto full sense. Leviathan
Oh.
trying to stay
Double
afloat.
blind, double
Roll
blind.
flash across, he dives for the gun. Takes some shots in that process. He's so darn low right now.
But set
Has to
देना
land
पड़ेगा.
a pixel perfect shot. Landed as well, Sess! The glue is too slow on that swing. It's a thrifty from full sense to get back in the game.
There
भाई
was
इसको हमेशा
nearly
low
a
HP
chance
पे
there
रखो.
that even paranoid, he
हमेशा इसको low
finds
HP
him
पे रखो.
spraying in the Cove of Darkness. That would have been a little bit crazy for my liking in that one. A little bit lucky to the side of Sess, you would assume. But hey, it was indeed the round in the end. The thrifty to get full sense on the board in just a battle of massive trades. I would have loved to see from Sess's vision when blinded, because he shot like
तुम लोग को पता है Cypher
2
कैसे मरा?
bullets, tagging him down at 5 HP.
क्योंकि
Very
Cypher
nearly
के
luckily
पीछे से
blessed
आया
for
तो
DFM to keep this
Cypher
one
cannot
rolling
see
flawlessly, but now
behind. No.
they lose a round. They have a challenge.
Oh, it's caught!
अरे वापिस
Wait.
कोलैट.
Okay, I thought it was a deeper collapse through a wall of some sorts, but they actually
Hello?
just were holding hands going through that window choke point. And yeah, Dai and Killua want a redo of this round.
I know they joined, you know...
They join together and they'll go down together.
We can't keep having these moments happen, man. The round's just begun, and you're 3v5. Leviathan trying to peek in the garage. It's quite precarious. Kaide will spot him.
We are walking into positions in the open with knives out for Leviathan. We need to be fixing that one up right now. This is looking to just be a bit of a flawless run until Primi arrives on the scene. Leviathan as well off yonder. Maybe an opportunity here. Primi trying to get out of dodge. But what else are you going to be able to really do? Because Leviathan doesn't have too much space, and your flank is now cordoned off.
अभी उसको पता है कि एक
TP
बंदा
straight
है.
in towards him. Yatska eats that one for
Okay.
breakfast.
He's a Euro player as well, mind you. So very, very good awareness to play around
30
that
seconds
way.
left.
1v3 now. Can Leviathan really make anything happen here?
He's been heard by May. That's the problem. Yatska
Right.
already on the
Oh!
line, noted,
उसने jump
and
pick
toying with
किया.
his food.
20 seconds. If he gets a kill, you know, but now he's close to spike anyway. Might as well make a run for it, perhaps.
You can get the spike,
Timing,
but there's 10 seconds to get to the site, and they knew where you were.
You just can't cut corners at that point as well. So
मैं
unfortunately,
ready था.
that ult is kind of wasted.
It legitimately is wasted in that point in time. Even with 10 seconds to go to run, there's not a way. Yeah, that's your text, by the way.
Oh
There's not a way you're getting back in towards that one. That is
भाई
a
कोलैट भारी पड़ गया बे लोग को
decision and a
लेके.
half to attempt. Because May was the one that heard you. You've relinquished so much space around the map. That's the only site that you can kind of even get to, and they'll still beat you there.
It's
In the heat of the moment,
True.
it gets the better of him.
It's ambitious.
For sure. For sure.
True.
We're both
True.
scratching our heads, Dion. Well, the next
Euro
round's up,
round
and
is
now it's
equal
going
to
to be
free win.
straight on through with Dimensional Drift. Primi all the way from Garage
Side
to the
Kali.
side alongside the rest of the team with a waylay. Sess will be caught alongside Chit Boys, and that Sheriff is dispatching of Kaide's run it back, but still, DFM in for the fight, into the thick of it. Yatska heads on to the Headhunter, but unfortunately not able to land the shots. Kaide will spray wildly, not quite able to find all of it. Just Killua instead with a triple, and And now Leviathan out from garage window. Sesto, in all this time, was back plat. Takes 1 kill, drops
Not
the
even
Leviathan.
close.
Full sense will scrounge up 1 round.
Yeah, Cess had the kitchen sink thrown at him in that round, it feels like. But I do like the fact that he had the foresight to have a smoke available when he was saturated, providing himself a little bit of extra time there in the backwards and forwards trades that keep on coming down. Even self-blinding from Kaede, trying to spray the duel, takes the fight, 1 HP. It comes down to the trade game at the end with Leviathan able to get it done for the second round on the board for Full Sense. It's also going to break a bit of this economy for DFM, who are going to be down onto the pistols. Maybe with an opener, though. Good flash. Force him back. You'll gain the territory of Long right now for Full Sense as well.
Could be a gun upgrade as well if they take down Jit Boy.
He sees the shoulder.
He's ready for a little bit more as well. Immediately tosses Neural Theft though, so the team should be able to get the go signal into the A site, and there they sprint. Spotting onto May as well, who got the TP across, but now has to reposition.
Binks by अपने fan board
What damage you can find in this situation. Cess, as we've said, so locked in, it feels like at the moment. 3 versus 3, a manageable retake. To potentially come through for DFM. May needs to keep them interested here to facilitate this double flank though.
Flash kiya language.
Such a strong shot, strong hand as well. Primi will dispatch of him, so even trades for now, but Nightfall being spent as well from the opposing side. Akame pressing forward, convergent pass to hold them off.
Perfect timing on that, by the way. Absolutely nullifies this Nightfall.
And also perhaps a round. I don't know if you can get up and Spike even with the kills at this point. So out of the choke point into the loving hands of Full Sense. 3-4, Full Sense try to equalize the score.
Yeah, the great attempt at some stellar damage to come through from their DFM. And that's kind of all it's going to be at the tail end of it. A workable scenario in the 3 versus 3, highlighting May, right? If he finds one, if he does something, it could be great for the chances of DFM to come away with that round. But I really got to give credit to that convergent pass time.
Thank you, Binks. Bye.
Just stalls them from being able to come in towards the site because they've got to get the kills, they've got to get the defuse as well. Timing is just ticking down pretty decently far at that point. Full Sense looking to challenge sort of equalization right now. They really are looking to have a bit of a fight laid bare against them. Yatsuka with the operator, a teammate in tow. Akame going to fall back from the sewers. You've got Kaede over at this A site as well.
Last time 5 मैंने walk in किया था क्या हुआ था?
Lean towards this A site with a exit towards the tail end of B as well. Yatsuka with that top. As everything just goes silent at the moment, giving Full Sense a bit of time to see how they want to really bully themselves into this A site.
They are stuck.
Timing on the Prowler.
It's just an all-in strategy with the Hunter's Fury and Light Speed as well. Saturate goes huge onto Kaede, and there goes the kill. The rest of DFM now trying to reassert themselves as duo. Unfortunately, one will fall. Kame not able to stand tall as well.
They are unstuck.
Just Yatsuka and that operator into an off angle. Shot's not connecting.
Where did that go?
They are not stuck.
Movement and accuracy, perhaps. But at least he managed to get out with his life intact. Cess onto an angle as well. Still possibly doable if they pick off another player. Which means Full Sense just needs to play a little bit tighter, more defensive onto the sides. They're holding the right angles, the right swings as well as Killa fans out into a 4-on-4.
Yeah, the 2 versus 4 scenario there feels like it's the same situation. When you get that sort of peeling back kill as Cess, it feels so tasty to go back in and try your chances at the retake. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out in the end. Too many members. Crossfires are going to be quite good as well. As Killa just shuts you down. Yatsuka missing a couple of shots with the operator in that round that could have turned things in your favor. Now you're back to a broken buy, and May is the one for Hero Gun without shield.
Some teams make Hero Guns work if they are set up for it.
I like this trapwire though. It really stops them being able to get up close and personal for this mass flank, unless you're trying to do a little bit of a bait and switch play where you had May with the TP to jump around the corner and then a second layer of another teammate to be able to take the gun swing. But right now it's May given the weapon. With this forward space, you're just going to send the rest of your team to the C site. Little do they know, this could be bit of a problem for them as Jitboys is going to call an audible. You'd assume A site's empty. C site could be stacked. And they're trying to sell the fake now. It looks like drone, clone, TP. They cannot afford to just go into this site.
They've done a pretty good job at selling it.
Yep.
Even getting a kill as well. But May, look at the angle. He's still holding on to it. No!
They knew.
Perfect checks and shots coming out from Primi into Garage as well.
Yep.
Great awareness and anticipation into expecting even more. It's just Kaide now onto the Sheriff, and despite being somewhat blinded, Primi still lands another outlaw shot.
Yeah, because the only way that you're seeing the A site completely given over for control is if there's a stack somewhere or someone's pushed up and got all the information on where this may be ending. So it's good awareness in this situation for Full Sense to make sure that they're leaving no stone unturned. They'll tie up the scoreline, and then they'll look to take over. And it's going to draw a timeout to come out in the server right now as well, because it does feel like there's a bit of an iceberg that we're staring at for DFM here. And we've got to decide if we're going to hit it in sync or not.
Otherwise, pull out the lifesavers. Try to keep yourselves afloat. Still have several more chances in the current map, at least. If not, it's down to the lower bracket with you. Full Sense, on the other hand. I mean, the rounds for both teams, honestly, Dion, it's been pretty close at certain times.
Yeah, love you.
Yeah, there's just got to be a lot of good shots being hit and some good in-the-moment calls being made, right? The mid-round decisioning that we've been waiting to kind of see what it's going to look like for Full Sense with the changing up of the planting coming in, Jitboys now leading and Cruz going towards Coach. But then on the other side for DFM as well, integrating the Riddle Order members and how this new look is going to be for them to maybe assist May or step up with him, you know, how that's really going to look. It's definitely not been the main show today. The rest of the team is really starting to step up a lot.
All right.
Binks भाई DPI का क्या मतलब होता है? DPI का मतलब नहीं मालूम.
Pilsky was mentioning, you want to see the opening picks. Perhaps this is the time.
It's very different to the double, you know, Sentinel play that they did last time. The Cypher Lock. Running that one a couple of times with some good favor as well. I was a fan of it. I think that there was a lot more that Cruz potentially could have done on the deadlock, but we don't really get to witness that anymore. What we do witness is a very different look of style for Full Sense. The first time they challenged this B side.
And they find that it's completely open as well. I mean, doing quite a bit with dimensional drift. But now you're open to links. A and C, Yatsuka able to hold down an opening line for now. Kaide will insert himself with a flash, but Killua able to hunker down. May towards the back of the site. Alongside Yatsuka. The swing's a little bit too wide for him though, and Leviathan will be able to reposition into the open arms of May. Now it's a cosmic divide that Full Sense has to deal with. Trying to set up the flashes. We'll make it a slight exchange for now. Shock darts take down Cess. And at this point, perhaps still a chance for May if he's able to take the kills. Taps onto it, baits Killua out. The recon trying to toy with him, but May thinks better. He takes the brave step, he takes the kill, and the defuse is his.
It's really close at the end there, and the op retrieved as well to give over towards Yaska, you'd assume, who has hit some good shots with it, but also has missed a couple of attempts where there's been opportunities that Full Sense capitalize upon. Lots of trades around this B side as well. The TP is left wondering for sure. Timing on the utility, mind you, around that Cosmic Divide, I was kind of lacking, waiting for the flash. You get one thrown your way, you immediately throw your own, gets the shock darts out as well. You've got a bit of the coverage, no try runs coming through the wall. He does just come out though with a very needed clutch. Now maybe clutching the straws around what to do at this A site. Needs to flood in to potentially help Akame, who is locked and stuck in the cubby.
You've seen the same approach of Lightspeed to saturate several times now. So trying to switch up the positions. May now diving in and out of the smokes. He's able to find numbers advantage for DFM.
Yeah, really good flashes to commit him favorable tools.
Difference
the dust settles. DFM come out with a bit of a better look here. 4 versus 2.
फिर जीत गए boys.
Where do you think the remaining members of Full Sense are going to go? Well, straight into the crosshairs of an operator. And then there's just Killua, who's having a great half frag-wise, don't get me wrong, leading the way for Full Sense.
DFM जीत गया ना 6 राउंड A1 में डिफेंस में बहुत
But in a 1 versus 4,
हाँ
there's no realm in which you're getting this ultimate in towards the next half. Or in towards this round, rather, into the next round.
Left.
Do you hold the gun because Dai needs something? Probably is the better decision. May as well is one away from the drift. If he is gone hunting a little bit, could pick that up.
He is.
He is indeed. So he'll pick it up within death.
Then do you know?
Sure,
Different
still
one joined
pretty
and win
okay.
नहीं रहे नहीं मालूम था.
You're not going to be sacrificing any more guns as DFM though, because you look towards their credits as well.
Kushal bhai?
And someone potentially asking.
Different
Kame is one
one
away from the
joined
Nightfall. Wouldn't mind seeing
Ska
that picked
baat
up for the
karo
next
sachi.
round, which is going to either be tied up at 6-6 at the half, or DFM will be leading on the exchange.
Yes.
In a bit of a soft end to the round.
Otherwise, reviewing the footage, still growing
कभी
pains
तुम लोग का
for
ऐसा
Full Sense
स्मेल
here
हुआ है
and
कि
there,
2
I mean,
घंटे
for
से
everything that they've
वॉच
done
पढ़ते
well.
रहे तो कोई ना कोई आके स्टार्टिंग में
Running
बता
and
रहेगा.
rinsing
कभी ऐसा
that
थॉट
same
कभी ऐसा क्रॉस
approach.
हुआ है.
DFM starts to catch on to it. Operator still in hand. Yatsuka onto Tour de Force and a judge.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Not too shabby at all. Scare tactic as well when you do hear that come on in. No ultimates available for Full Sense here. They have to do everything quite standard.
Binks bhai, how can a player join other
To be happy
team
to hold this
in
operator to
mid
the C side.
tourney?
If it shifts in towards retake, his dimensional drift will be
जब भी players को problem नहीं
very impactful, you'd assume.
है. और को problem नहीं है. Tournament
Standard
वालों को
protocols for
problem
Full
नहीं है.
Sense. Drone before you peak. Maybe you're trying to get Primi with a spot with the TP. That window goes down. Thigh. No one can go on the back of that to try and get the kill on the saturators. There's 4 members for DFM now at the A site and the C site. Well, you can waltz in here, break and enter.
Okay. Well, conditioning somewhat works out.
Yeah.
I thought Yatsuka perhaps trying to look for someone on the rotations, but not able to spot the line of sight. So
The problem is all 5 members of DFM are already here before the spike even goes down, and they're going to flood before the plant. This is sticky.
oh, quite problematic, but
बहुत
unless
लोग हैं
Full
बे.
Sense really plant their boots down into the ground. 2 kills so far, but
मैंने
also
मारा.
need to check for Garage. More op shots toward the Force coming in, and all of a
my
sudden,
God.
you gotta
Number 2.
watch out
30
for
seconds
some
left.
of the areas on the site. Camera
Oh.
checks.
Oh.
And Yatsuka is
Oh,
so
close up.
darn low. He's starting to feel the pressure. Whiffing onto the camera as well. Takes another peek.
Yaar,
That's where
close
Chip Boys was
tha
already
yaar.
lying in wait.
मैं
The
6 round
score
बहुत ज़्यादा
will be equalized at the end of the first half.
6 round
Well,
बहुत
there's no
ज़्यादा.
read in which that round is going to end. Which way you think it would favor in the 5 versus 5. Do like the idea for DFM to not allow an opportunity for the plant to go down, right? Get in with all your members, your utility that you can. You can start to, have a little bit of a step in towards the side as well, courtesy of the Blaze Wall, but with all the trades coming down,
बढ़िया
you
DK bhai,
know,
how's
at the
this?
end of the day, Full Sense, they're always happy to take a fight. They will switch for more favorable fights than they will to try and win a round by plant, for sure.
2 को मार देता तो GG था. GG नहीं था.
6-6 we do end up
Winnable था. GG तो नहीं था भाई.
for the final map of
Chamber
this
मारी
series here in the middle bracket for Pacific. The winner will face off against the winners of the next game,
Chamber
which is
नहीं.
going to be PRX and T1.
Chamber.
Losers
Chamber
drop
नहीं,
down
Chamber
for a
नहीं.
bit of
दूसरा,
a
कौन था?
gauntlet run, which is not as long as the likes of Gen G and Zeta Division have to currently do. If they want to, do a mass run from the beginning.
DFM जीता.
That
Clear
is
cut. Clear cut
treacherous
DFM
down there in
जीता.
the lower bracket. You know what though? I mean, this entire series really gets your heart thumping.
थोड़े
It's not
chips
the
यहाँ पे
most
बेच दो,
tactical,
yum yum,
I
ये
think,
लो.
Valorant that we're seeing from Full Sense at times, but
Cow.
still
Banana
definitely
cow.
good for the fights.
Yellow.
Definitely entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the switch up of the sides as well, for me, I'm wondering double duelist for Full Sense, a waylay instead of the likes of a Neon or the likes of the Jet that we see around the bends as well. How is this really going to look? Because I almost feel like we're going to have a lot of extremity control from Full Sense, a lot of challenges that they're going to have to just
Phoenix
throw caution
versus
to the
Rena,
wind
which
and go
is
for a
better
couple of
after
these
update?
fights.
Before
They
update,
can't
Phoenix
really
से.
play at mainstream, and even then, I'm just looking at
After
Dai.
update.
You're picking the duelist, you're picking the waylay.
10 times?
Your job, get in, get out, utility trade, facilitate space, not really valuable over on that first side of the map. Got to be better here. The fact
मैं
that
क्या
May
कर रहा हूँ?
already is shut down is not too shabby for the pistol for Full Sense.
Hearing the footsteps in the B side as well, so Jit Boys trying to Stay cautious around these corners. Spots out Cess. Call that to the team. Taking a couple of shots as well.
We really need to be careful peeking with utility and no guns in hand as the plant is down. It's 5 versus 3.
Consider the rest of C-Link dirty as well, that since Jit Boys isn't there anymore. Come back in, reasserts himself after Premium goes down. Paranoia completely connecting backside. But hold and behold, it's going to be Kaide out of the grass. He managed to take down so many. Yaska full health. And he will take the confident peak.
3v5 जीते by
Mate, that was 5 versus 3 with Spike down.
क्या
Full Sense had the numbers for that retake, but they're losing their flank lines, they're losing position, they're losing ideas from what DFM are doing. Paranoia was good, don't get me wrong, into the backside, it really output DFM's chances in a single 1vx duel. But really, Kaide on that flank, completely catching them with their pants down, and the trades come on through. The Headhunter Yardscott doing God's work, and we've seen a lot of shots miss, but we've also really not seen shots connect for Thai in this map so far. And that somewhat continues.
It's so worrying. So far, so good in the pistol department for DFM, both on this map. They'll continue with that momentum as well. All the guns spot up. No real money man except for Yaska, who is poking his head outside a little bit.
So much for recon.
Mood off है क्या different लग रहा है mood off नहीं है मेरा
all the angles locked down against Full Sense as he try to peek outside of A lobby. A couple of shots will fall
कहाँ गई गोली उसको लगा किसी ने भाई हेलो
perhaps a bulldog retrievable, but that's where Cess will come back in.
Yeah, I thought off the get-go when those 3 kills come down for DFM that they're just smacking Full Sense silly in around, that they have no business in having any kills in. The fact that they find one may very well be one and done. Primi with a bulldog. Is your bark bigger than your bite or not? See what you can do. Even the trademark Kickoff Mimic Bay and protect Yardscott.
He's gonna get all
any ideas? Any advice for new gaming channel? Binks bhai?
Kaide is just already hunting him down. There's everybody getting a piece of the pie in that round for DFM. We'll see if they're going to be able to steal another bonus round in this map.
Ooh.
Or if things go to north. Full Sense now show us what they've got on this defensive side.
Really need to start to see a lot more. I mean, it is still just the second of the first half for now, but
nice, let's go.
You know, you have a slight chance as well. DFM did struggle on this attacking side the last time they played the map.
Yeah, 2 rounds to the 9 of RRQ. Ended up kind of sinking them.
We'll see for now. It's going to be the trip outside of B. Kaide will step right into it, but the actual plan, perhaps a little split into the C side. Primi will be able to play around the spot, but falling as well. So much going by the wayside, and Full Sense quick to the draw.
But at least the idea now is that flank is susceptible, plant a little bit more favorable to the space that you do have. Let May swing things and catch Killua in the drone. Lights out for the rest of the squad on Full Sense as well, and die in a 1 versus 4.
We'll still go for a swing. Okay.
He
saturated himself. It definitely feels like around there is very well decided by DFM. That's another bonus round that they get in this. But it also just feels like there may very well be a lot of discomfort in currently deploying this Waylay on this map. Because it's not like we haven't seen Thai play Waylay before, right? He's deployed it twice. So there's an idea that I can play the agent, but for me it feels like it's a very outside pick for this specific map. Because the way that they play it is on the likes of Corrode, right? And it plays different when you've also just got Primi absolutely going nuclear in that game against Zeta.
Still some ropes to learn for Thai. It's coming a little bit too late now. 9-6 with the bonus picked up for DFM. This snowball is gonna keep rolling.
Oh, absolutely. And it's gonna build up and build up unless Full Sense bring him down to hell. There's no chance for that snowball to survive. Free entry in towards the party of C though, right here. And Full Sense, well, just didn't get the invite. Pistols, see what damage you can do. Should be double digits here for DFM. Yeah, they're playing on Akame as well, getting one step closer to the Nightfall.
Spike planted.
वो लोग retake position के आसपास भी नहीं है.
Anyone else? Big ult's coming up as well. Just a couple kills for me right now. Yatska 1 point away from
full NH के लग रहा है बे chat.
Sense really has to be a lot more cautious, but
When are you
every single
gonna play
possible
comp?
avenue of entry, every
After
single
10 days.
exit position perhaps also being checked by DFM members.
Akame is just going to meet with his buddy as well over at long, although he's going to be met with death. Leviathan finding a double. Die can't get what should be a freebie.
69 बोलते. Huh?
Well, at least Leviathan's good for one more, but yeah,
Damage
Komodo's
का
not impressed.
करेंगे क्या? Rounds बचे नहीं है अभी लेकिन.
Only because we know what he's capable of. And if this is an off day, it is
fair.
a very poor time to have an off day, I think I'd say. Middle bracket, so you do have the lower one. But this series from the get-go, you know, and what you showed us over on map number 1 even, on Pearl, was feeling like things are clicking.
If you are coming in lower bracket,
and I wonder what this change-up has been, because there's still a couple of ideas over on Split that you start to feel like, Full Sense is starting to get a little bit out-macroed here for DFM. Feels like on this map right now, there's been a lot of smarter decisions coming through from the Japanese side as opposed to Full Sense, and this is a very well-needed timeout for Full Sense that I actually now wonder, why has it taken this long for Full Sense to call a timeout in this map?
Well,
you've been trailing pretty much from the get-go.
That is true.
take
It took them quite a while to start to come back, but yes, just seeing a couple of those wins, you know, kind of hold off on it. You're often, you know, really nice and professional, Dion, Komodo. I will not mince my words. I'm just gonna say, I think Thai's fallen off ever since we saw that performance on Pearl. Down to this one on Haven, what's going on? It's incredibly odd, but you need to see a lot more, man, because as the secondary duelist, like, this is just not.
I mean,
even in the game against Zeta and DRX,
it's heavy
technically like overall bottom for the team, but was still having impact we're seeing, right? It may very well just be the scenario that Kickoff is having its troubles. It's showing its problems. Yeah. You got a lot of more depth in the year to be able to rectify things. But for the team that was in the upper, right, with the upsets that we saw against DRX, you'll call it, with the opportunity to potentially have 3 chances to Santiago. Now, what could have been and what you need to do to get back into this. So the timeout that comes through, not finding value for the opening engagements anywhere around the map. Maybe here, it's the change up in a 5 versus 5 retake?
कैसे हो सकता है एक बंदा? I have no idea.
I don't know. Still,
but I'm glad he's playing.
Considering all the positions, at least it's Cess, but even Cess able to take down 3! Every single player trying to peek on across. It's just Zit Boys who finds a couple of bodies, but down against Yatska's Headhunter as well. DFM, this is more than double digits.
That was really well played out by Cess, to be honest with you. In a position that you could tell was unexpected by Full Sense. They start to cross over lobby. Looked like Killua was starting to bring out a drone as well to what you would assume go and clear the mid window. It feels just very disconnected at the moment in the formula for the Full Sense squad. And Cess again, he is just so damn locked in this series. He is so hungry to excel this DFM team to new heights that we got a glimpse of at the tail end of last year.
Rebound full year contract signed हुआ है.
Really
Enemy के साथ वो समझ में आ गया.
Wonder what else could be in store for
Kickoff
us.
के बाद होता था ना,
तो
मेरे को समझ में आता था.
Kickoff
में 2 अलग-अलग टीम्स के साथ
the angles as well. Now it's dimensional drift from May.
Yep, and it's going to just push you back outside of the C site right now. You'll get that for free of charge. You had a big lean towards A as well. Almost felt a little bit scared. There was no initiative for Full Sense to go and get the further information around the A site deeper with the dart, with the drone. They used it very late. And this 5 versus 5, they have to re-clear everything in towards mid. Yatska on this offline, a bit premature on the shot with no bailout.
So perhaps now a chance to get on that springboard, dive back into the rounds. Unfortunately, though, Akame still online. So is Kaide and the Cosmic Divide. DFM gunning for the opportunity to make it to map and series point. Full Sense trying to line it up. Convergent pass, not quite connecting though. And Cess will stand tall, stand firmly around backside. Thigh, you're running out of time, my boy. He's trying to run off to the save, hold on to that operator, but DFM is not giving him the chance. They're breathing down his neck. They're firing off several shots, and he's starting to bleed out. Trying to hold off for he's swinging.
Oh, that's unlucky. An ill-advised choice there, not getting the operator, feeling the pressure that the hunt was on as well. This was, for the purposes of it, a 5 versus 3 and a plant-down situation, so you had the numbers for the retake, right? A couple of quick kills in from DFM, a very decisive cosmic divide that just hampers your chances of even getting through long. You've got no flashes available. The only route that you really had back in towards that retake was the convergent pass, and even them too deep because you're prioritizing getting it in through garage control.
Thanks, bro.
It's a very, very sticky situation for Full Sense, so they have to try and contend with there. And some great positions and choices in the round for DFM.
Totally. And you just saw the Coach Cam with how Cruz reacted. That's us right now, you and me, Komodo, as well. I mean, definitely.
DFM are making some really good decisions here, and Full Sense are left just clutching. They have no idea what to do. It's been a flawless run on this attacking side at the moment for DFM. And this is why I was asking, what do the defenses look like for Full Sense with this double duelist deployment right now, right? Because we're not even seeing mass information gathering on the likes of Killua's utility for Primi and for Thai, trying to get a little bit cheeky with these duelists as well, taking some peeks around the map and getting out with TPs or with the dash to get back out as well. We ain't going light speed. We're going like not even a mile an hour at the moment.
You're crawling.
Does G has a chance? Obviously,
right on the verge of possibly closing things out. The ult has been pulled out by Yatska.
Yeah, 6 series points for DFM right now. Might even do it here and now with the flawless run on the attacking side. You got the runner back. You got the big old snipey boy for Yatska as well.
We're going to go full guns blazing for now. Kaide looking for kills, gets one. Akame as well. Now May getting shut down by Primi. Just holds the angle right around the edge of the blaze. He will think to go Dimensional Drift instead, though unfortunately that leaves Leviathan abandoned.
Left him high and dry, unfortunately.
High and dry left
his life, misses the timing. Now it's a split angle.
Hold on. Oh no, still, Cess able to keep his opponents in check. It's just Jit Boys now. Gravwell, he will avoid it for the time being, but Spike still in the hands of DFM.
Oh, Prowler, you got a second if you want to throw it in as a Kame too. Play in the open together, on the smoke to fade.
Oh, this is a crossfire. Crossfire from hell, you just can't break this. Smoke fades, you peek, your back is open, and Cess will close out the series, 13-6 on DFM. They managed to close it out. They managed to stay afloat in the middle bracket, and they managed to win out 3 series in a row, a new record for the Japanese team.
Yeah, I wonder how much further they're going to be able to go through the course of this one, because as we said before, Team 1 will PRX around the corner for them to have some preparations before seeing that soon as well. It's games to be played throughout this triple elimination bracket. Gotta say, when I think back to the Veto on this one as well for Full Sense, we've been seeing Abyss banned from them every series. We've been seeing Haven banned every series so far. They opted to change it and get rid of Bind after the last showing. It looks like from this sample size that we get in this DFM game that there is a lot to fix up on Haven if Full Sense do want to keep on running it, because now they're in that lower elimination bracket. We've seen teams go for more
200 million% हमारे खिलाफ साजिश हो रहा है.
But the guys on the screen right now, they don't have to even worry about that. A great victory in a reverse sweep fashion for DFM today, showing a lot of learning, a lot of pizzazz in the server as well. And I think for me, Cess, mate, you absolutely bloody stepped up today. You got to be proud for your squad.
मैं नहीं मान सकता भाई.
Well, now that said, we're going to toss it down to the winners on the stage with the charming Bella.
Hello, it's Bella. Oh, hello, Cess. Hello. Here's your microphone.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, would you join me for a quick interview? Okay. Let's stand here.
Well,
DFM
나의
세스
마스크바꿔
선수
더
인터뷰
PRX.
만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
감사합니다.
예. 역전으로 승리를 가져가기 성공한 DFM입니다.
Hello,
오늘
Binks.
계속기로 알려진 풀센스를 상대로 IGL로서 어느 점이 가장 까다로웠고 그리고 극복을 어떻게 했는지 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, I kind of sounded Japanese for a second with my Korean. But all right, congrats to you on your win. And you were up against the mighty Full Sense. What was the most challenging part when it came to you challenging them, and how did you guys overcome that?
まずは試合勝利おめでとうございます。今日は1マップ目パールを落としてから、スプリットヘイブンっていったところだったと思うんですけれども、実際にフルセンスと戦ってみてどういったところが一番難しいなと思いましたか？
パールで感じたんですけど、なんか4人でプッシュしたり、なんかテンポを崩されるようなプレーが多かったので、それがびっくりしました。
So I was kind of surprised at the Pearl because at the Pearl they had like four people coming at the A main pushing. So I was kind of surprised to that because they were like trying to change the tempo a lot.
이제 펄에서 A메인에 4명이나 몰려서 뭔가 템포를 계속 풀센스로 이렇게 가져가기로 노력한 점이 좀 세스가 놀랐다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 오늘 승리로 인해서 DFM이 3연승 기록을 갱신을 했거든요. 구단과 팀과 그리고 오래 하고 있었던 세스 선수이기 때문에 이렇게 꾸준한 성적을 낼 수 있는 게 상당히 의미가 다를 것 같아서 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, this one is your third win back to back in your pocket now, and you've been with the team for a while, the up and downs. So how important is it for you to show how consistent the team can be?
DFM としても、多分3連勝するっていうこと自体が初めてっていったところで、セス選手もチームに入ってからもう3年経つとは思うんですけども、実際にこの舞台に立って今日フルセンス相手に戦って、勝利した感想を教えてください。
率直に3連勝できて嬉しいんですけど、僕の中でいつも試合やるときは常に楽しく頑張ってやろうっていうのがあるんで、それをそのまま心がけてやって勝ててよかったです。
So I'm honestly happy with this result, and I have kind of like a motto in myself that I always want to enjoy the match itself. And enjoying the match and contributing to the win, that makes me happy.
세스 선수가 일단 3연승을 기록한 점에 아주 만족하고 있다고 전했고요. 그리고 이제 개인적인 소신이 있는데 항상 즐기면서 경기의 승리에 크게 기여할 수 있다는 점이 아주 큰 의미라고 대답을 해줬습니다. 그리고 워치 파티에서 이제 DFM 팬분들이 엄청 열띤 응원을 보내주고 있는 만큼 한번 팬분들께도 인사드려보도록 하겠습니다. Well, we saw how passionate and excited the fans were at the watch party. Would you like to say your fans thank you?
パブリックビューイングでご覧になっている皆さんもものすごく盛り上がっていたということなので、その方々に向けて一言お願いします。
いつもありがとうございます。今日勝利したんですけど、これからも頑張っていきます。これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you as always. We will keep continuing our hard work, and please keep supporting us.
네, 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 더 열심히 하겠다고 세스 선수가 말했습니다. DFM의 세스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Ses, and congrats again.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 네, bye.
Yeah, it's our guy, Ses. Looking great today on DFM.
Massive game from him. Massive game.
Sassy on the stage.
Absolutely. Highly sexual. It's been fantastic today for DFM. What a win. Both of the teams ended up winning their opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
But the third map, DFM looked pretty much in control.
I was so happy to see this from DFM. I mean, I feel like you can see tangible week-on-week improvement from this team. They've clearly taken their Haven back to the drawing board, especially on this attacker side. They prioritized the orbs in the right places. They dominated C-Long. They're cycling the ults. This is exactly what we wanted to see. I'm very, very happy about this. ultimately got my prediction right, but now we have an incredibly strong team moving through this middle bracket, and I think they might even be the favorites to run this whole thing. Can we see DFM and Master Santiago?
I mean, the next game's going to be even tougher because you got to take on T1 or PRX, but I feel like it's safe to say that it has gotten tougher every single game for DFM, and they've stepped up every single time. GE and Full Sense back-to-back, that's very impressive. On the other side of things, though, for Full Sense, another rough game from Thai, another series that they're the favorites in, that they let slip through their fingers, and essentially now they're even further away from Santiago versus being just one game away in that upper bracket. Now they've fallen all the way into the lower bracket. That is going to be a bitter pill to swallow.
I mean, absolutely. That really takes a mental toll, but I mean, I think this is a team that we can expect so much more from. I think this is other things they have to clean up. I want to see them play more tight together. I want to see cleaner macro. We know that these guys can aim, but I want to see the brains alongside that who we haven't quite massively seen from this team.
Yes, Full Sense only has one life left in the lower bracket. It's a Shark Tank in there. It's a lot of mean teams down there. It's no easy feat to make it through. Genji is definitely down there waiting in the trenches as well. But DFM absolutely delighted for them and for the folks who ended up predicting for them today. And I think this is a team that absolutely has that potential to make it Santiago, and they've proved it every step of the way.
I mean, I think the big thing for me is like, in the past when DFM started to look good, it's because May heated up, right? Yep. It's because May was the one driving this team forward. But now it's not even like that. Now it's not the May show. Now we're seeing Yatsuka heat up. We're seeing Sez heat up. We're seeing all these other guys able to really pull their weight. Now this team are winning games where they look like a group. They look like a family. They're moving forward together instead of being dragged by May. It's an entirely different story. And I think it's got a lot of people excited about the potential of this young Japanese team.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, we touched on it in the pre-show as well. They're playing many different maps. They're improving things game to game to game. They're showing us a lot of depth where previously maybe the strategy side of things was a little bit shallow. The firepower things is a little bit shallow. This is an extremely well-rounded team in terms of macro, in terms of who can carry inside of the server. The setups look transformative. The map pool is looking fleshed out. Like, it has never been more exciting to be a DFM fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked to the Japanese casters at the very start of today, and that feels so long ago already, but this was huge, having Yatsuka, Kaide, and their coach joining from Riddle Order into DFM, and everything is just coming together, and you can see why Japanese fans are going absolutely excited about this. But you can see Yatsuka on the top here, of the charts as MVP, and he's been phenomenal for this squad, especially today, and that's why we've invited him on to have a little chat with us here at the desk. It's DFM's Yatsuka. Let's just put this on here.
Yeah, just figuring out the technical side of things, guys. We'll have him on in a minute. I mean, he 270 ACS on the chamber. I felt like he even could have hit a couple of extra shots. You know, I saw a whiff or two in there, and he still put up crazy numbers. So I think that could have even been, 25 plus, honestly, from Yatsuka.
Yeah, I mean, having this as your secondary duelist or your chamber, I mean, this is a huge win for DFM, and it's proved really strong. But that said, last match, Yatsuka didn't really put out the numbers, and they still won, but they did this time. Welcome, and congratulations on the third consecutive win for DFM, the first for the team. And, when we talked to you last time on the stage, you said, I need to step it up for next time, and I promise I will. So what do you do to prepare a promise like that?
まずは勝利3連勝といったことでおめでとうございます。で、安川選手は以前ステージ上のインタビューで、今度の試合は自分がもっと頑張らなきゃいけないっていう風な発言をされてたと思うんですけども、今日の試合を迎えるにあたってどのような準備をされてきましたか？
そうですね、もう特に変わったことはしないんですけど、今日までに向けてたくさんの練習を重ねて、その練習試合でもその練習時間以外でもずっと自分のパフォーマンスに向き合って挑んだフルセンス戦でしたね。
So actually, I didn't do like anything special. Just like work hard, scrims and practice. That's kind of like all what I did.
Well, in that case, how did you prepare for a team like Full Sense coming into this? I mean, you guys ended up winning each other's maps, but you were very good on the last map of Haven. How did you prepare for, they're a sharp squad, Full Sense.
フルセンスっていうのはパシフィックの中で見ても結構強豪のチームだとは思うんですけども、チームとしてと個人としてフルセンス戦に向けてはどのような準備をされましたか？
そうですね、フルセン戦は本当にミクロといったもうフィジカルの部分がとても強くて、もうそこにビビらず自分たちはもうマクロの部分できっちりやって、相手のフィジカルにビビらないで勝っていこうという感じでいきました。
So we had a kind of like a team tactics and also my personal tactics that we just have to, win the gunfight, the physical aiming thing. So we just need to focus on the macro and don't be afraid and shoot and win.
Awesome. I mean, you guys closed it out on the third map of Haven there. I had 2 questions about Haven. First of all, what did you improve since the RRQ game? Because your defense was very good, but attack really struggled. RRQ was able to do a big comeback against you. And second of all, specifically against Full Sense, we haven't seen them play Haven since last year. So what were your expectations against Full Sense, or did you only kind of focus on yourselves and what you could improve from that RRQ game?
ヘイブンの試合は結構接戦だったと思うんですけども、ヘイブンの試合についてちょっと2個質問がありまして、1個目がまず RRQ の試合から、守りは強かったと思うんですけども、やっぱり攻撃の面でいろいろ難しかった部分があったと思うんですけども、そういったところからどういうふうに改善してきたかっていうのと、もう1個質問があって、フルセンス自体がヘイブンをそもそもずっと見せていなかったといったところで、チームとしてどのようなフルセンスの戦い方を期待して試合に臨んでたか。
そうですね、RRQ 戦では守りは結構取れたんですけど、攻めが本当に取れなくて、でもその時取れなかったのが、
अरे मैच और स्ट्रीम में कितना डिले होता है?
全部台無しにしてもう弱気になったっていうのが悪かったんで、強気に行こうみたいな感じで、ヘイブンの練習は強気みたいな感じで攻めは。で、あとなんだっけ、2個目。
もう1個が、フルセンス自体がヘイブンをそもそも、去年から見せていなかったっていったところで、構成含めてどのようなものを期待してたかというか、どのような形でフルセンスが戦ってくると思っていました。
そうですね、フルセンスはもう他のマップも 2D がほとんどで、来ても 2D か、プリミの夜 1D の2コンかなって感じで、今僕たちが使ってる構成はもう 2D にも2コンにもそんなどっちかっていうとアンチピックになるかなと思ってるんで、あんまり不満は感じなかったです。
Hello.
So starting off from the first question about the attack side on the Haven. So what happened in the RRQ match? So we actually got many areas, but we gave up all the areas because we were just afraid of the RRQ. So what we did during the scrims and practices that we just have to be don't be like afraid to the enemies. We just have to keep the
PRX, bro. Come on, bro. Come on.
And also for the second question, so Full Sense have like 2 duelist comps
Binks
for like
के
several maps.
बोचे को
And
सही प्रोटेक्ट
so
नहीं
we
कर रही.
kind of like expected like 2 duelists or Primi doing the duelist and having like 2 controllers. And the comps we are having right now, like 2 duelists, is kind of like an anti-pick for those kind of comps.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my other question was specifically about Yatsuka. How does he approach playing the Yoru? I noticed like split, he fights B main, or like in some of the post plants on attack, he likes to, flash through walls and try to make plays. Is that something he likes to do himself, or does the coach tell him, he wants him to play in a certain way?
安塚選手の個人的な質問にはなるんですけど、夜の戦い方だったり使い方みたいな部分で、スプリットで B メインで戦っていたりだったり、リテイクだったりの時に木の中からフラッシュで飛び出すみたいな動きっていうのは、これはコーチとかチームとしての方針なのか、安塚選手の判断でやってるものなのか。
そうですね、夜の動きはもう基本なんかチームに何か言われたことはあんまなくて、本当に自分のその場で思いついたやつをやって、で、なんかそこから荒いところを削ってくれて、コーチたちが削ってくれて、今の形みたいな、やってます。
So actually, most of the Yoru moves that I do in the matches is coming from my idea. And during the practice and the scrims, like coaches kind of like give us the feedbacks, and we blast out those moves.
Awesome.
Well, it's been paying off. And to wrap things up, the next match will be your next opponent. Who would you like to face next, T1 or PRX?
次戦がこれから戦う T1 と PRX の勝者になると思うんですけども、どちらと戦いたいですか？
PRX。
Oh.
PRX.
All right. Okay. Because they're the easier opponent?
ペーパーレックスの方がまあ簡単な相手だと思いますか？
いや、そうじゃなくて、なんか僕がいた前のリードの時からペッパーレックスとはもうずっと仲が良くて練習よくしたりして、まあちょっと大会で戦ってみたいなと思ってます。
So when I was in like former team, we were scrimming a lot with a paper X, and that's why I want to fight against them in the tournament.
Oh, very interesting. All right, well, thank you so much, and congratulations again on your win today, Yatsuka, and thank you so much for translating. All right, cool, really great insights there.
Coming on.
Yeah. And yeah, Yatsuka, our MVP for Haven, and a great question about his Yoru, because I think him as a secondary duelist on the Euro. I mean, he was playing Chamber on Haven, but on that Yoru, I think he's been hugely impactful.
You could just see it on split. Like, go back to that defense side split for DFM. It'll be like Leviathan walking to B main and Yatsuka just bangs a flash off the wall and takes an aim duel with him, or Pearl on the attacking side post plants. Like, whenever the other team wants to come in for a retake, he's making plays. He was not scared today. He just wanted to, exactly like he said in the interview, play with confidence, win the aim duels, and not let full sense feel comfortable. And I think he definitely asserted himself inside the server. The stats say everything.
Yeah, that's right. It's you guys are such good analysts. I mean, that's what you said. You want them to take more space on Haven and to have that confidence. And well, that was the game plan. You guys know your stuff. I like it. Well, the next match is gonna be T1 versus Paper. I know you guys aren't used to it, but I had to, you know, give credit where credit is due. But T1 Paper X. Are you okay?
I feel like a broken clock is right twice a day. So sometimes we strike gold.
Well, let's see if you're correct about this one. I know we have lots to break down, especially between these two squads. Now, T1, they had, you know, left us a couple question marks when we first started off, but KDG was like, look, this is not everything we're going to be showing. We're going to be much better, and of course, they're known as the Pacific They're starting to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is T1 are heating up as they move through this tournament. I feel like they look better and better game after game. You see the individuals really start to pop. They're really starting to get familiar again in the server, and I think this team is becoming even more scary now. I think they have a lot of momentum coming into this game today.
Yeah, totally agree. I think Izu has been the standout for T1 thus far, but you're starting to see them become a much more well-rounded team as more time goes on. So, yeah, I really think that they have a decent chance of qualifying to the international event inside a slow start.
Yeah, that's right. You know, they're still adjusting to the things, but I think it's definitely coming together now, even with a little bit of a shift in their roles.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about just how aggressive T1 is on the defensive side of Bind, because I expect us to see Bind in this series against Paper X. It's a map they both like. You see them making all kinds of aggressive moves at different points in the round. So there's a flash through the smoking bathrooms. This one is a beautiful TP crunch that T1 shows, but you're just going to see round on round, round 3, round 4, round 5, round 6. Do you see the round continue to stack up, and they aggress in a different way every single time?
Yeah, I love this kind of game planning. So the overarching game plan is let's not give them any space. Let's be in their face, let's fight forward. And I love that. And then I love how many different ways the coaching staff have cooked up to do this. They take fights in every single area of the map. It's coordinated, it's well scripted, and it's incredibly well executed. This is like very well drilled plays, very coordinated across the board from this team, and they just really tie DRX down here.
Yeah, and even when you don't see well coordinated plays on an individual basis, you'll see people pushing. Meteor just walks all the way through bathrooms by himself. You'll see, you know, one player aggress through the B long wall by themselves. You see Izu walk up short and just take an op line here by himself. You know, Meteor's all the way through bars. Izu's shooting people up short, and then you get, you know, individual players confident enough to make their own plays on T1 and read the game on the fly. So it's not just kind of set piece drilled.
आपका prediction पे 1 लाख language.
You have to be able to kind of accommodate for those individuals making their own reads as well.
And we don't know the Veto for the day, but I really hope Bind is in there, because I think they can apply a lot of this to PRX, because PRX are also a team that don't like
DRX भी है.
So that you really want to restrict the map against them. I wonder how many of these setups they can repeat,
So that means
how much
शायद
more
spam
they
कर रहा है
have
ना,
cooked up if we
कोई
do
miss
see
तो
this
नहीं हुआ
map again. It's just a team I'm really warming to. I think their style is fantastic, and I think they've done a great job, especially on this Bind map.
So look, we saw all of those clips. This is where all of the opening kills happen for T1. nowhere is safe. You know, they're going to push absolutely everywhere. They have all of these different kind of pre-planned rounds. And
अचानक से language.
It always does that. It happens to the best of us. There you go. Finally, I got it back. So we
Sabroza
get rid
नहीं
of all of these opening kills. And I mean, like I said before, you're liable to have Meteor walk his way all the way through bathrooms. You're going to have Izu on an individual basis, walk up on that short line, stacks aggress through this this long wall. And they also have all manner of TP crunches, whether it be the crunch through the bathrooms that we saw with the bathrooms aggression as well, or you also, which they only showed anti-eco, but I think they could definitely run this a little bit more, had a hookah crunch through short A into the TP and players coming out.
Honestly,
they have so much depth on just one side of defense, and you know, you don't know necessarily where to, where to be ready for. Are you going to get crunched through the TPs? Are you going to have an op on an off angle and you lose a pick? Like, it's going to be very difficult to tackle, especially if you're only playing single E-net with a fade.
That's right. I mean, Munchkin did say they're planning for a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, and it needed some time to click. But another team who really enjoys doing that is none other than PRX here. However, there's something we got to talk about, and it's every single year in Pacific, it's always a slow start. Kickoff or stage 1 back in 2023, it was kind of crap until they finally find their footing, maybe around stage 1. But they usually eke by and qualify. But this year, you know, the competition gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a team that vibes so well. It's all about synergy. It's all about execution.
ये lower bracket के upper bracket के कैसे बंदा जा रहा है पता नहीं
always going
यार.
to take a little bit of a hit, and it needs some time
PRX
to
जीत
get
जाए बस.
recovered again. So I think it's understandable that they looked slow, but their last map, ultimately, it was disappointing. There's no two ways around it. They were the favorites heading into that, and they got demolished.
क्या हो रहा है?
RQ really made them look like a
सब
second-rate
ठीक?
team. It was not a particularly close
Oh,
series
Mr.
at all.
Bitty.
And I think PRX, that might give them the kick up the butt they need to really show up to this particular game. But even then, I'm nervous for a number of other factors as well. The kickoff slow starts are definitely a problem. But also, I have to say, some of their comps I'm not a super big fan of.
निकाला क्योंकि 6 लोग नहीं खेल सकते ना, allowed नहीं है.
Enjoying it ultimately. I feel like in some ways they're going experimental, and that's hit or miss. And then
Even
in other
can
ways,
also
they're
nah.
simplifying, and they're going back to the default. And I don't love that for them either. They're caught in this weird middle ground. We do have our man Veto coming in.
Breeze भी चाहिए अपने को.
W. Pearl. This was a map PRX struggled on. They
Last map bind.
Answers, so I'm not surprised to see
W perfect. Perfect for PRX.
But that was many
Perfect.
metas
Actually
ago,
में
and
2-0
looks like,
होएगा
like you said,
शायद.
they haven't figured out that comp quite yet. I mean, how you guys? Who did you pick today?
आज मैं आपका वीडियो देखा जिसमें आप फर्स्ट को language.
I wasn't even that impressed by them winning.
I got 200 out of 300 में exam. Congratulations.
But also, we are ending on bind, so that T1 bind stuff could really kick in. I need to see what they've got anti-tier.
This better go 3 maps.
This is. I hope it goes.
Even
3
favored
maps.
nah.
T1 versus PRX. Quick shout out to those of you watching.
Smith bhai, thank you for the 2 मेरी जान के रोटे.
And you know.
Kickoff कितने दिन का Kickoff एक अच्छा tournament ही है रे बाबा.
We're gonna have T1 facing off against PRX in the middle bracket.
It's time for Aura to enter the stadium. Hello Binks bhai, hello. बसड़ मैच होने वाला है. Easy win है बेटी, टेंशन ना लो, easy win है. मेरे को लग रहा है 2-1 PRX लग रहा है मेरे को. हाँ, एक मैप T1 देखो T1 स्ट्रॉन्ग था. एक मैप जीतेगा. Two 1 PRX, huh? I think दोनों अपना मैप जीतेगा और बाद में bind PRX.
Get the shaky start. The T1 super team is back after
2-0
a tough
possible नहीं,
loss
2-0
to
possible
Nongshim.
नहीं.
They
Zero
fought their
chance.
way back by taking down giants like Gen G and DRX. As Munchkin said, they had some
कल G versus
big
Gen G
plays
में कौन जीतेगा?
that
पूछ
needed
भी
some
कैसे सकता है
time
Sketch
to
भाई?
be honed and to finally click, and it looks like it finally has for this team.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they can do here. Let's not forget that Kickoff last year, it was a little bit rough around the edges. Their opening game, I believe they almost lost to Boom, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And they were touted as a super team back then as well. Barely scraped through in second place to be able to make their way over to Masters Bangkok. They were rated as one of the lowest placed teams at that
EDG का
event
मैच
and won
क्यों नहीं
the whole
देखते?
bloody thing. So
क्योंकि
I'm
मैं
wondering
3 रीजन
if
का
they're
कर
going to
रहा हूँ
qualify
already.
second for the first Masters event of the year through the middle bracket here.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see both these teams here in the middle bracket. Both of them of Masters trophy winning teams. They're facing off against PRX. Now, PRX's opening win against Global Esports did leave us with more questions and answers in how that played out. And then they played against RRQ, and it was a form of PRX we have not seen that bad since last year. And frankly, we're kind of used to seeing the late bloomer style of PRX, but the competition is just so high right now. This is not what you can play around with anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Slow starts don't cut it anymore. It really isn't good enough when you have players of this caliber. This is a core that has won so much, achieved so much, been there, been together for such a long time, and we do have high expectations. So when they fall short of that, you can't help but criticize. We really expect big things from this roster, and if they drop down to the lower bracket, even more questions will start to appear.
Yeah, I mean, that game against RRQ was some of the worst form I've seen from PRX in quite a while.
आपका favorite bundle कौन सा है?
I
Champs.
think this could be a much closer matchup, even if PRX is not on their A game.
I completely agree with that.
A game तो आ जाएगा ना.
While RRQ was absolutely stellar that day, all of PRX was not performing at all. But I also have to mention the newest player of Envy. He is not that last game there was not to his full potential.
I mean, absolutely not. He knows it. We've seen massive things from him in the past. So when they make a roster change like this, it was massive. It was big news because Envy is a fantastic player, but he has to bring that into 2026. I really want to see him light up today because we know he has that potential.
I mean, I agree with that, but I don't think it's just Envy. I think almost every player on PRX was not great that game. I don't see something too much on the Didn't see much from particularly anybody, to be honest. So I think everybody on PRX has to step up.
Let's go, bang! Let's go!
Changes. We got to see something new. And honestly, PRX has
Did I
not
buy the
had a whole
new
lot of time to
Vandal?
cook.
And we saw Coach Panda on the
तेरा
stage
तो पता
right
नहीं, मेरे
there.
को तो
He
लेना
was
पड़ेगा.
an integral part of the mental performance fix that they were talking about last year, and it looks like if that's happening again, you know, this is really important to have this kind of coaching staff behind the wheel.
हर्ष भाई थोड़े से अब बहरे से
If things get any more
3 डजन का कर रहा हूँ मैं
PRX,
कैसे
but
करूँ
they're
EDG?
looking to turn their fortunes around today. I really do believe they can do it. I predicted them today because I want to see them hit the ground running.
नर्बो टैग करके वॉर्न कर रहा है फिर भी कैप्स में लिख रहा है.
Big change from PRX. Last time we saw it, it was double duelist. Massive flip of style here, bringing out Sova Teo with something on the chamber. I love that they're making this change. Go off meta, use your individuals. Thank you, PRX. This is what I wanted to see.
I mean, T1 have made no changes, and this
Jing
is comfort
solo,
roles for them, so I'm not even going to really
Neon
touch on that too much. There's not much to say. Jing, 5 officials ever
Guys,
on
ज़्यादा
Neon.
surprise
You're playing
होके
double
caps
unit
में
to
मत
fight
लिखो.
off of that Sentinel
Nightbot
that has been
नाराज
playing for quite a
है.
while. And something has only 2 officials on Chamber. So this is PRX playing stuff that they have never really touched much before.
And Devi on the Teo. This is a team that doesn't love Teho. They're pretty notorious for not playing Teho during the Teho meta. So, I mean, you wanted some changes. You
I like it. I think it's off meta, and I think as long as they're coming in with smart preparation, then they should be fine. They should have a lot of utility to set up Jing, and I really think that they're going to make Meteor's life very difficult on this Killjoy.
Well, one thing for sure, both of these teams never leave the audience disappointed. All right, let's head into Pearl. We're going to send it over to our casters,
अपने Nightbot को संभालो.
Wait, hold on. What did Binks just say? Never leave us disappointed. I was pretty disappointed in PRX last week.
नेटब्रॉड का AI अपग्रेड हो
But
गया
something
है.
I'm glad about the desk not highlighting is actually this comp from PRX Deeply, because they got
Fast तो है
smushed by
Nightbird.
RRQ, so they stole the comp.
Yeah.
They've stolen the comp, and I'm
Teo.
very excited to see how they are going to adopt this one and adapt this one as well, because like Vic was just highlighting, it is a very big difference for them as well. A lot of roles that they're switching into, a lot of agents that you don't generally
Both last
see.
year
I guess
Master
we're kind of
winners in the match,
questioning
let's
a little
go.
bit on what Jing's Jet looks like when
Ek
Breeze
hum
came
log ke
into the
saath
play.
lekin-
Now he's switching it up again off the waylay that we were questioning. Now we're questioning the Neon. I think it's a day of questions where we need to see a lot of answers come in towards the server right now. Davai onto the Teo, Chamber onto for something. It is a very interesting one to come on through. And are they ready for this series today? Are we going to get a 3-mapper? Is it going to be a nail-biter 2-mapper? Or are we getting absence? Who the hell bloody knows between these two Masters winners? It's going to be a massive series.
But
And we start
score 2-1.
things off on Pearl, which, by the way, I've been wondering for T1, what did you have in store for Pearl? Because in all their series so far, Genji banned it first, DRX banned it first, Nongshim banned it first. They've not had a chance to bloody show this map just yet right now for Kickoff. And now they finally get to, and they pick it immediately. So I really do wonder, have they been waiting for this?
Really comes to mind. I mean, compositionally, double duelist, you know, it's
10
things that we
minute के लिए गए
expect
लोग.
of a team like T1's caliber, especially with the players they have as well. Off to the attacking side, though, they will just start things off with a little drone down B long.
Yeah, and it's a 1-4 setup as well for PRX right now, so retake style over on this B site. And they'll be used to seeing from that RRQ match their opponents get in towards the sites, but now we need to see them actually challenge for it on this retake, you'd assume.
Well, do have that Teo after all, but at the same time, not seeing the full team
क्या
from
करेंगे लोग
T1 on
लिंक
the
स्मोक
B side,
करेंगे क्या?
start to question things a little bit more. You do have a secondary squad coming through from B-Link. Of course, PRX just trying to kick things off. They will take a little gander, a little peek in towards the Link area, but unfortunately back's turned as well. So Crossfire effectively for T1. They managed to take down 3, make that a 4th, leaving Forsaken alone and cold. Just with the Ghost, still trying to take back some space. Peeking back down into stairs, but the frenzy of stacks will be able to dispatch of him.
Yeah, another scenario on this map right now where it's going to be an attacking round against PRX Garnet. To highlight the scenes from the last time we did see it, it was a 0-10 start for PRX on this defensive side, right? Against RRQ, they got the tail end 2 rounds of the half. So we are waiting to see what changes they employ really early on this one as well. I like the idea from T1, by the way, situating yourselves in some nice crossfires. You had a lot of them around that B site to be able to play. And with no real force up for PRX in this next one as well, it should just be the free of charge round for T1, unless they really slip up. Could be a mid-explosion here for Meteor to face.
He's alone with a Ghost, so not the worst loss. You would have hoped that he would have perhaps gotten 1 or 2. Otherwise, open sight still for the rest of the team. They should be getting the spike down soon enough.
It's just the Ghost upgrade for Forsaken. See if something with this Headhunter is going to be able to remove some from the shoulders. Otherwise, T1 should bring in a little bit of stability. Munchkin watching the flank, noted on that Ghost player.
Yeah, pretty good positions all throughout the board. Stacks around Pillow with shock darts ready as well. Oh, something. Headhunter, like you called. But you gotta watch out for Buzz on that Judge. Back in the halls, Stacks, Buzz, all on the site still. Even around the smokes, you can't make it past T1. Clean round.
There's definitely going to be a thing of comfort for the side of T1 in terms of the agents that they're playing. And for PRX, a bit of nuance, a bit of maybe uncomfortability, some adjusting to be seeing coming into this one as well, right? Because it is going to be the Chamber for something. It is going to be the Neon for Jing. And while we see them prep for it perhaps coming in towards the series, it's not been a long time since that RRQ game. The only other thing we can think of is how do these guys fare in a ranked environment on these agents to really just be situated as an individual on this roster. See how it sounds like for PRX here.
भाई PRX push कैसे नहीं कर रहा है?
I'm gonna go check me for chill.
Yeah, buddy.
Taking middle, guys.
You could try and take mid, but they're already through, unfortunately. Izu gonna feel the bad end of that stick by Forsaken smacking him. But what else
Good
now?
second kill rहा chat. Good second kill rहा.
Will fade. Util gone. There's a bit of mid control for a potential B split here for T1.
Yeah, good to still check in across all around. So not too bad with the little movements and advantages that PRX are trying to create for themselves. They managed to get as well, so that was quite well read. Now back into B long. Something onto the chamber.
Yep. No bailout strat here either. He is gonna have to stand his ground as Forsaken does start to peel away as well to tower. Something now does have the rendezvous marker available as well, but there's no real position you're going to be able to deploy that as Forsaken. Yeah, see his POV on that one. It sounded like just a single shot to the dome.
Absolutely discourages T1 from stepping foot back into B, so into the A site, but there's so many angles to consider, especially with PRX and how they could have possibly gotten to A main.
Yeah, there's still a dart available for Envy as well. But it looks like they're going to take a little bit of initiative as Munchkin does get caught in the open, and Stax is going to get traded. So a pretty decent first round on these defensive side for PRX. They're going to be happy that they get one and not see something like that 10-0 again.
Thankfully not. Still, early days for both sides this round, thanks to Forsaken checking out towards middle, as well as back in the tower. Yes. Oh!
Beautiful. That's a cracker. Absolutely. Buy out the time for T1 and see what their strategies do look like from barrier drop as well. As I highlighted a little bit earlier, they have not really had the chance to play this map so far in Kickoff with an immediate pick. Feels like that they've been waiting for it after we see it banned and banned and banned in their last series. And of course, PRX not really being too crash hot on it. You feel like you're cooking something and they're weak, so definitely go for it. Like the aggressions from PRX towards A main, this choke is generally nicely favored for defenders to have a fair fight on, try and gain favor.
Of course, wondering as well as to whether or not T1 prepared for this specific composition that PRX brought out. So perhaps some little adjustments here and there. Yeah, right. But still, that was a lot of utility spent by PRX just to fend them off around A main. T1
looking for an over-aggression play, right? Catch them a little bit lopsided.
भाई meanwhile अगर at least shock dart डाल देता ना 100 mid door में एकदम मजा आ जाता.
Perhaps starting things off with Izu alongside Buzz. Relay Bolt still ready as well. Meanwhile, Jing has to immediately get out of dodge.
Yeah. Jumping out with his wiggles as PRX, well, they just sit you down, don't they? Munchkin trying to dig deep, can't happen, and Stax, well, he was spotted with the Hunter's Fury earlier, and he is going to get traded as well. Bowman shut down. Tied game. T1 not able to find good fortunes in their first proper buyout.
Strong lag raha hai, Biko hai.
It's really odd thinking about how everyone was just set up for it, making a lot of noise, Jing getting out. But ultimately, thanks to Envy Device still being all around, keeping all the angles, they managed to find a couple of players straggling all across the open spots.
I mean, it's like the last series that we just see as well, right? Where Full Sense are going to be happy to try and take a lot of the fights. PRX are going to be the exact same for you. If they are able to plant their feet nicely with numbers, they're going to take these fights with something on this chamber as well. If he's at the right location, he's going to have a get out of jail free card with the chamber. Jing, well, this Neon is going to try and dance around you as well and wiggle around you. So we'll see how he kind of learns that in amongst this map of Pearl. The fact that you do shut down the first gun round of T1, I'll say quite convincingly. You had the right rotations and the right angles you needed to be holding. I'm going to have to wait and see what T1 really have up their sleeve for us. I assume after this pistol round.
For now, though, just trying to group up.
Perhaps
with overdrive at some point as well, but down to the minute mark, PRX starts to investigate. We also do have something continuing to hold a deep angle into A main, so extra information, and now with all that noise, starting to piece it together.
Stax has just cleared all of Long with that drone too, so they've got an idea that nobody is actually on the site itself until they look to stretch out into the back of holes. Now this might even be a world in which this is a 5 versus 5 retake, and you consider for Forsaken, Cosmic Divide, maybe you want to deploy.
Spike planted.
They're not going down yet, though. fact, it's going to be Munchkin's first to go off. Just
Arey,
in with
arey.
the high lanes all the way through into the site, but still, everyone from
Bhai,
T1 not
clean,
quite able to
2
hold on
second mein.
next to the pistols, of course, so a couple of casualties, but PaperX still
Hello?
managed to find the lead in this round.
Yeah, it seems like the idea better for them is going to be a smoke here and there, and everybody guns up, ready for the fight. We know we've got superior gun advantage. We've got everybody on the site. T1 have to try and make sure that they were already established in their crossfires from where they came. In long, on the side itself,
Ye
it's
right
just get up
dekha,
and
wo
go.
left dekha.
And go they do. Nicely well played at the end for this retake for PaperX.
God,
Sharpies to come through from
baap
Forsaken yet again. It
re.
feels like from his POV,
Baap
his crosshair
re.
placement is online today.
Oh, quite reliable. Up to the next round, though. This is one that you were trying to keep in stock for T1. Having the guns back up.
Yep. RRQ style as well from that crazy guy, sending in a salvo early. Force them off on a main line, see if you want to go for it further or go for a bit of an art play. And, well, it's going to be the latter, and they're just going to get absolutely peppered on back. Not able to get up through to art for PaperX for some semblance of an advantage. Tail between the legs towards the A site, mind you, to see what something can do with this operator right now.
और बैक साइड सब नहीं खाली किया भाई स्पैम वॉर्स में नहीं जीत सकता
Something trying to take a more aggressive angle. Punches through. Buzz able to answer back, but finds Jing instead.
Yeah, drone is only now clearing A main as well, so something is in a bit of a spot of bother. Overwhelmed on the site, perhaps right now. 2 angles to try and contend with.
He's got to look all over the place. Unfortunately, that's where he will fall, especially with another team, another squad coming through from A main, and now it's Divide getting gunned down, leaving Forsaken to his devices.
इनमें मार सकता था क्या ये किस टर्न हुआ था I don't think so टर्न हुआ था सिर्फ स्लाइड करके मारा शायद
Tries to make a go for it, steps in the sight. Goes for a couple of picks anyway, will find Buzz.
भाई ये तो
The
क्रिस्पी
rest of
लग रहा है
T1. You got flashes, you got stacks with recons and shocks.
Knocking them.
As soon as you get onto the spike as well, that's going to draw out a reaction. Just Munchkin holding extremely safe, sets off a Nova Pulse. The op has been retrieved. And that should be that for Forsaken
Hey, reveal हो गया अब
Yeah,
गिरने
no way you're going to
जाएंगे
be able
क्या
to find any more damage unless someone gives you a duel trying to hunt you. I wonder even if T1 are going to recognize
Op
the
save हो गया है
operator
कुछ कर तो
might have been
सकता है
salvaged
to
from
bring
it. Now they'll
something
know with the echo that goes on through in the tie ball game.
Okay.
Forsaken even going to be finding stacks for the change of rounds. So, PaperX will go at it again. T1
सो गया
putting
था
PaperX
back
into
bench
some
पर,
retreated
कुछ और sky क्या नहीं देने।
spots.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, it was kind of awkward position for something to be in.
There's awkward positions from them because they didn't garner that A main control bar the salvos, right? If they want to actually go for it a little bit further on, they're going to have to put bodies there. The idea was going for an art play instead, and there was a lot more members of T1 happy to take the fights there. The game plan worked a bit better from them from barrier drop. Now, though, you look at the ults that we've still got up our sleeve. Izu with the dimensional drift can be put to good value to scope things out at this B side as well, especially because we can see that this operator is on the line. And now he's just going to have to retreat off that one.
Okay. Rendezvous off. T1
मुझने
just
कर रहे बे
asserting their presence.
Well, this is the adjustment that you wanted to see from PaperX as well. If you are going for that A main control on the back of a single salvo, what are you doing to follow that up? Putting in the drone over there, putting your own stealth drone up through art as well is one of the good things about this composition for PaperX, that they've got the double drone ability. They exercise both of them quite early on in the mix to get info that nothing's around the A site, and also now you have to have this heads up at the B site as Izu scopes everything out.
Lot being cleared, but also initial relay bolt does slow things down somewhat. Unfortunately, Forsaken not quite able to stand his ground. Now, just something.
Too strong, babe.
Alongside Divide does arrive. In view goes Hunter's Fury as well, but it doesn't quite catch on to too much. Just Izu slightly tagged up. Still not enough for them to really commit to the retake.
Just the save in its entirety. The drones used for PaperX. Envy never used the dart in this round, no second salvo.
Yes,
Feels like all the information that you gathered over at art and outside A main. There wasn't a contingency for what might be happening over at the B site when that drift comes through and facilitates Buzz to be able to get back into the holes. And I mean, Izu and Buzz happy enough to go for those fights, feeling like they've got favor when you've got the whole site a little bit under control. Good gravity well onto Forsaken as well, mind you, from Munchkin.
पहला वाला ult miss किया उसने
So things looking pretty good for T1 in that atmosphere. I'll take the lead back.
T1-2-0 is impossible.
And with the save of 3 for Paper X, see what they've got in store around the bend, because the operator is transitioning to the next round. They do have that tour de force available for something still.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go. Nice!
Still a potential threat, but
Yep,
otherwise
let's
still
go, Lord
fantastic
Bucket.
round. I mean, this was a T1
Yep,
working against
yep.
something with an op, and they were so aware of it. How to work around it as well. The upgrade of Munchkin into the roster. So, upcoming round now, keeping the op still in mind. Paper X, though.
No business around A. Trademark at the front side of the site. Give you early warning call for a bit of a mid-exploration to get something on the line. You can pretty much stay here for as long as you want with that TP out. Really comes down to T1 to see if they can flush him out or not. The drone in towards mid, you assume that there's a bit of an idea that there might be something behind this. Not specifically the player, but we'll get an idea that he is, and now out of there. A missed shot to the top of mid might spell the go time for T1 to start to get more of an idea on how to get into this A side.
Jumping Buzz Neon, so very, very precarious, but it will be Divide coming back into relay and trying to hold their ground around the A site. Special delivery spent onto the site itself. Meanwhile, T1, Izu's already slipped in. It's a pretty strong position to still hold while Forsaken tries to perhaps set up a bit of a flank through main.
Plan
We
to
also
1A.
have Meteor still keeping a lot of these positions in check, so even though the spike's not down yet, T1's got a pretty good grip. But at the same time, Jing, Inby, they've managed to slip through. The spike carrier's been dropped and Munchkin has to go.
There's another layer to this onion right though.
W.
That's Forsaken coming in from behind. Divide to put a shutdown onto Meteor. And that is a bit of a clean up from a precarious position that Paper X faced on that A site. But see an angle as well that T1 really wanted to get that spike into the site, get Stacks the plant, get the Hunter's Fury online perhaps, but there was never going to be an avenue that you could feel comfortable in using that as well. It was so low in HP. In fact, like 3 of the members of T1 were super low in HP there, from the spam going through the walls, from the tags from Devi as well, trying to spray through. It's going to be a very difficult one for T1 to try and wrangle that one back. They did have enough money in their back pocket to invest yet again and try something a little bit different this time. A 1-4 setup for Paper X, favoring the A side. Might need to get the big old boots online for Jing. He needs to rotate pretty rapidly.
Oh no. Still
कितना मारेगा गोल जल्दी बताओ
decisions, so it's going to take a little bit more time. Stealth going all across to check out B-Link and mid.
I'm a little bit surprised that with the 4 members over at A, there wasn't an orb control. If I missed it, apologies, but Devi was 1 away from the Armageddon. In this sort of situation, you would have loved that for a B retake.
Oh, you're right.
Spike planted.
Unfortunately, not there, so comes down to this approach. Just Forsaken on the side, 1-4 like you mentioned. The rest of the team all flanking. Cosmic Divide perhaps try to draw some of the attention away. Now Forsaken has to contend with Buzz, but there's the flank now going through. Overdrive popped. Stacks able to hold. Complete and utter destruction. A quadruple kill out of nowhere.
He's just pulled out the right Jenga block in that one, and they have all toppled on down. 4 kills to come through from Stacks. Need to see that from his POV for sure. You know they're all funneled into a singular location, but the crosshair placement that second is great onto Jing. And it sounds like the headhunter shots of something just do not connect at all in that moment in time. Great individual moment to come through from Stacks. So again, give T1 the lead. And also,
बोला था इधर डिवान ना
too much of an impact on Paper X's economy for this round, but the one after this, that's something different if it goes
4 rounds
T1's way.
is more than enough.
Could be worth a double here.
Yep. मेरे हिसाब से एक राउंड एक्स्ट्रा ऑलरेडी जीत गया PRX.
Positionally right now though for Paper X, Divide with Armageddon.
Attacking map है. Attacking team है.
Yeah, you already activated it.
सब कुछ एकदम attack focused, attacking pro max है.
Corral up around it. So far, taking down Connector, Art, maybe a little bit of step into main as well. Announcing more presence in towards B though, and that drops the Armageddon relatively early.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a safe way that you can get out of that one as well from a TP and from the high gear of the Neon. Now, the challenge to something with this 2-4, see if he can get the right line on a Meteor, which he can. 5 versus 3 that T1 have to come back in towards the A site with, and well, they're going to have to get kind of fancy with this one to have any advantages.
They'll look to Buzz. He's the one with the fancy feet. Unfortunately, falls to Envy. Stacks makes it a trade, but there goes toward Force again. Salvos flush Stacks out of position. The quad that he got in the previous round. Got 15 seconds now to make something happen. Devi hops onto the ledge, spots his head.
I gotta say, from what you've got available as this composition for PRX on the defensive side, you've really seen RRQ do a lot of ingenuity for the different layering approaches that you do have, right? From the information that you're gathering from the drones, the dart, from the stuns that you've also got available across the board from the Neon as well as the Teo. You're covering a lot of the bases for information gathering, for damage. You are kind of missing the flashes, I guess you could say, but if they're, you know, finding favor with the other components, it's not too shabby. So we'll see what T1 are going to be able to do differently a little bit with this Yoru and play for Izu, because again, it's kind of felt a little bit flat when the drift hasn't come on in on that specific mark. Forsaken's battle right now is against the drone.
Things happen. Still though, it's a go signal for T1. Cosmic Divide. Buzz kicks things into high gear, but unfortunately in the midst of all those smokes, a couple kills going through. Stacks, once again the playmaker, able to find a double kill.
Hello?
Wouldn't mind seeing a world in which something juggles over that operator to Divide just so he can play on the low HP. But they are so far disconnected from each other at the moment because of the space that is empty around the map right now that T1 could be lurking. Be trying to catch you off guard, unexpected. High-low set up to a degree here for Envy and for Devi on the bottom side of things. 40 seconds to go, and the option here was for T1 to rest. Refocus still to this B site.
Cut noise. Put some question marks into PRX's mind.
Oh, I love the drone time here as well. You're just going to have to hide from this properly. T1. Oh, he's pinged it. There might be a bit of an idea, bit of an inkling that he's behind the pillar. Operator line, very powerful right now for something. Jigs up.
Oh, there he goes. Perfect flick. Devi as well, putting a long journey to rush around back. 10 seconds left, and T1 has got no escape plan. They just have to dig deep, and it's only Meteor, unfortunately, completely surrounded. PRX take the lead.
Has very good patience from, I think, both teams in there and in the requirements that they need to do to try to reconcile things and get back in towards the round. Feels like for Envy specifically there, it's really good timing on that drone as well. Just buys some more significant time that T1 don't have to try and get in towards the site. And by then, you do have a bit of a marathon being run by Devi. The operator hits its mark as well. So nicely done for PRX to keep things competitive on this defensive side that, again, we were really lacking the last time we saw them on Pearl. Now for T1 with this party mix of a buy, can they turn up the heat a little bit into this A site and potentially tie the game?
Well, time to bring the party in. Just a lot of utility being drawn out. The Hunters' Furies on both ends all going through. Devi managed to find a singular spray, perhaps through a smoke. Now the drone coming out to confirm positioning.
Spots out Meteor, I believe, is the only player. Izu real low on HP as well, going to be sending in at the drift. Meanwhile, you draw all the attention away from what's happening at the B site, folks. Munchkin is sneaking in towards it with only a stinger. But how far do you want to go? Because you lost control of mid. And Envy cuts off the rotate of Meteor. Izu to fall as well. 4 versus 2. PRX sit themselves up with some good advantage here.
ये प्रॉब्लम था अल्ट मार के गया ना वो लोग को पता था कि
and they only have stingers. It's a strong position from Munchkin though. Still, he's able to perhaps find somewhat of a flank, get a good spot, take a rifle. Maybe a slight chance. Stacks all the hold. Can't quite track the movement of Jing. It all comes down. Newest addition to the T1 roster. I don't think this position favors him though.
Any comments? पूरा मॉस पैड खत्म हो गया उसका.
A little gander. He does make a good spray, which just buys a bit of time.
4 सेकंड बोलते हैं भाई कितना मारा 4 सेकंड में 20 30
for PRX to get the defuse. 7-5 at the end of the first half.
Funnily enough, 2.08
Bhai,
seconds
अच्छा
to go
है,
on
ये
that
लोग
one.
पढ़ भी चाहिए
That kind of was the
बे,
world in
ध्यान
which
से।
he would have been able to find that, you know, a different state of affairs. PRX at time maybe started to get a little bit worrisome, but not too much. 7-5. Good space gathering from PRX to
ये भारी
recognize
पड़ा
what
जो
gaps
PRX
they
से
might
मिड
be
लिया
able to
ना
sneak in towards in
भारी
this
पड़ा।
one. And then, yeah, the 4 versus 2. We've all been here in our ranked games against a Neon. They are very hard to track at times. Unfortunately for
By
Sax, gets the better of him in
17.
that one.
17
Foot time.
17
Map pick of Pearl, courtesy of T1. PRX
बेचारे
opting
का
for the
sensi,
defenses
हाँ ना?
through there, as hacks do look like. W gaming with this
सुपर
comp.
बैलेंस रीजन
Yeah, that's so weird.
भाई सोचो बे एक टीम में ये और वेले दोनों
Forsaken, I guess.
4 सेकंड बोलते
It kind of feels like this is maybe even a slight teaser, precursor to RQNS.
कलम प्लेयर
Comps
कलम प्लेयर
do have Downbeat Neon, you know?
Something told me
Similar.
ना टिवन हारने वाला है ना
You gotta think comp pool wise, mate.
Oh man.
What do the ideas look like for T1 and what's
बहुत
the calling
अच्छा
now look
एम्स
like as
करने
it's
के
still
लिए
early days
मतलब
for
जरूरी है
this
क्या नहीं
roster?
लेकिन हेल्प करते हो
Getting rid of Gen G, getting rid of DRX, throw them down to the
Same मेरे
lowest.
जैसे ड्राइंग है बे ये तो
See what you're going to be able to do now, still in this middle bracket. Which, of course, we know the winner of this series goes up against DFM next.
लग गए DFM के DFM के भी लग गए
Fortunately, we'll have to join
Full sense के भी
the
लग
other
गए
aforementioned teams down the lower bracket, which again is pretty odd for two masters winning.
आप वही
teams right now,
जिसको
but
जिससे
we go
बाबा
for
ने
big
बेस्ट
sides,
वाला बोला भाई
PRX
थैंक
mentioned.
यू भाई बहुत बहुत बिग मैन लव यू टू मेरी जान कर रहे लव यू
Very unexpected
टू
in many more ways than one.
लव यू टू मेरी जान
For me at least.
Not for Meteor in the server right now, that's for sure. Only a single digit.
ये अचानक से एमसीएम क्यों हो गया इतना
All his utility on the right side for now. Stacks
bro.
immediate peeks and
Headshot
pokes
कैसे
through
था वो?
smokes.
वो हेडशॉट
Vision,
था
don't know of
कैसे
it. PRX though, they need to try and find some to get back in towards this one. Forsaken onto Stacks, an inkling that Meteor was there. Second kill. Curse his name on that one, but will he find some more? Plant attempted to bait and draw you out, and Meteor falls for it.
निकाल सकते हैं 2v3 है PRX है
Then there were two
Last player standing.
relatively bad HP as well, so it's going to be tough as Device swings out.
6-7.
Crosshairs, the Sheriff makes it smart. T1 picking up pistol.
Yeah,
again.
both pistols
oh,
going
पहला
their
kill
way, but not the
कैसा
bonus
था
in the
बे?
first half. So we're going to kind of see a little bit more in the rifle department from them now over on
Oh,
the
pistol.
defensive side. So we'll see what happens a
Aare
little
ke
bit
bhi
later
sense
on.
hai na.
Again, just in these little highlights. Stacks, he's just not even seeing his opponents. Taking the pot shots out with the Deagle, getting the good damage and the shots.
क्या मार रहा है
The rest of the
पता
team
नहीं।
as well doing what they
अच्छा
need
खेल रहा है लेकिन
to.
T1 सेक्सी खेल रहा है
And I think for me, coming in this second round, we shouldn't see a world in which you are trying to force anything up for PRX. Just take it for what it is. It's a eco, although as I say that, Jing wants to be different.
Interesting.
Well, we do
Bucky.
see some higher success rates with a single Bucky as well, don't get me wrong, but generally that comes in the form of
not very
well-versed,
unk
maybe
behavior
even
of
call them
your
one of the Neons
language
to a degree.
It is nice to see players expand their agent pools, but we'll keep a singular eyebrow raised if that's going to find any
Oh,
effect.
shit.
Look at Meteor spinning all around with the Spectre,
भाई
able to
4
find
सेकंड
two.
कैसा तो मार रहा है पता नहीं कैसा लेकिन
Separate
कैसा तो
angles now.
मार रहा है
Slight dust settling, but PRX still needing to recover. It's just something. Because Spectre retrieved, not
W.
too much ammo left. Simple shots found by T1.
W
Not much you can do in that
W.
round. At the end of the day, the Bucky shot, it misses.
अब
He had a
क्वेश्चन
single
ये
kill
है
in the
जो
mix
तुम लोगों
onto
को पूछने का
Meteor,
है
and that's all she
खुद
wrote.
से
Went for the buy
ऐसे
time,
आईने में
and
देख
now,
के
though, to come
खुद
on
से क्वेश्चन
in
पूछने का तुम लोग
for
ऐसे
PRX
यू
and see what the decisions are going to look
कि
like for
अब
them with
क्या
this comp
करेगा
as well.
टीम क्योंकि
Plays
हार
into a
गया
little bit more slower paced clearing of action. Definitely want to see explosiveness with the rest of the initiator util as well when it does come to a couple of these site takes perhaps. As the buy is not going to look too bad for T1. Let's see and hear how PRX do tackle this.
Scanning ahead.
T1 से 3 है impossible
Hey, pila. I flag him.
Oh,
I missile him, pitching him.
Oh, you're going to try and missile him to get him. He's not going to be able to TP out, but it doesn't really matter for Izu at that moment in time. His job, mate, that's bloody well done. Taking the smokes out of the equation. And Devi, out of measure as well. How do you get back into this one as PRX?
I have no idea.
You hope for T1 to be sloppy. That's what you do. You hope to catch up a single member off guard, and then you do it again and again.
Doesn't feel like it's going to happen anytime soon. Okay, Jing has dealt with
बस
initial
2 को मारे 1 को लो किया
early
बे
warning systems from T1 side on the A site for now, but the rest of the teams
Language
needs to find their footing. Perhaps over into the B site where T1 started to take around pillar.
That's a good call. Push a little bit further up long as Buzz, get an idea if they are indeed going to be there or not. He can get himself an upgraded weapon as well off the Bulldog if he wants to, but he's playing on the back of the silence at the moment to not reveal position, I assume. 30 seconds to go. PRX need to make that call towards the A side as well, and there is a double approach from T1 in amongst A main. Munchkin, he could even pull back these smokes if he wanted to, because 20 seconds to go. I mean, you're trying to draw attention away from that B side. It's not really working out too much for PRX, is it? Munchkin did not need to move.
10 seconds.
Just all so aware. Every line, you always have some kind of a contingency plan, even if PRX is trying to sell some fake noise. Now, spike planted, but Envy.
8-7 be
A rock and a hard place. Choose. You want to go for Munchkin or you want to stick around and see what else shows up? Munchkin has gone to a separate spot.
Defeated.
Not too bad though on the initial flicks. Where else could Munchkin have gone? Surely at some point turning right back around, Stacks will make things even more difficult by sticking onto the spike, and that's so much pressure, unfortunately. A little bit too crumbling. T1 take the lead.
Well. That's a really good decision at the end there, to be honest with you, for Munchkin not taking a 1 versus 1 to give an opportunity over towards Envy to come out with a clutch. Massive amount of efforts in the very beginning from Izu as well, making this bonus rounds look kind of convincing in the grand scheme of things for the folks over on T1. That's right, that was the bonus round as well, right? So they set themselves up with a really good start through the half here on their own map. It's choice that's going to draw out a timeout as well from the counterparts in PRX.
T1 का मैप पिक है, हम लोग तो जीत रहे फिर भी लीको के बाद.
Got Wendler with them, so probably going to reserve, be a little bit more reserved and conservative. But yeah, those signs might be right.
Alex fans bolte
definitely are wondering how this composition will work for this team on the attacking
defense में कैसे नहीं लिया पता नहीं लेकिन
so far
considering कि 4 timeouts के 4
trying to find the right direction at times.
I mean, the big thing is as well, if you are going for a bit of the B-long play, you've got double thrown ability and you've got missiles, you're not layering them right to flush anybody out from the pillar properly. This is where I brought it back earlier on to kind of value on having a bit of a flash play, right, on this comp for T1, where you can have your Astra Star there, that you can dissipate it, you can get a blindside flash out to peek it together. PRX don't have these opportunities. They have to do it a little bit differently, a bit more invested with that proper debuff utility. And it is going to be early days if they want to completely adopt this comp on this map. Right now, 3 members of T1 going to give them a fight.
And there goes that flash. Still though, Jing, close range, able to play around it. Stinger shots whipping, but still pulling out the classic in time. The rest of the team able to scale off of this in with the drone, while Stacks tries to hold, looks to play spoiler, can't. The whole team just crumbled at the heads of PRX on it. Thrifty.
So the answer is yes, they can do W gaming with this composition. They are just full balls to the wall, pedal to the metal on that one, getting Jing close to the pillar before T1 can even plant their feet is really valuable for them. And the flash, well, that's an unlucky one, to be honest with you, from Izu. That team flash there doesn't look good. And the rest of the utility that's going on in, but by the util even in there, it's not the thing that does the be all and end all, right? You're just already so far deep in towards that B site that you're getting the kills, catching T1 off guard. But a tricky round for PRX to equalize the scoreline, and also flip the economy essentially into this round, because T1 will hold enough for the next, unless they also start having a good fight. To break the Thrifty record, I don't know, man. We've seen a lot of those.
Yeah, especially on Well, the Achilles paper-thin days, but right now at least, okay, Stack's close to ultimate. Meteor perhaps a couple points away as well. PRX though, not a full commitment just yet.
You
don't know what the buy is going to look like for your opponents, so take this one a little bit more
flawless कर जाएगा.
Drawn out into A main now, doesn't.
लेकिन eco flawless जितना मतलब कोई तो कुछ तो बहुत गलत किया है. Simple.
Little by little.
Unpossible
वाला
चीज़ है वो.
Flawless nothing, well, you're going to have to make an ultimate decision right now with 40 seconds to go. PRX cannot afford to let their opponents get into a state of comfort.
They're not too comfortable yet.
Spam wars.
Just a false sense of security.
And that's why, because they kind of shut the garage door right now and you don't have the tools to be able to reopen that one. This is where it can start to get very wonky. This is where you can start to have a Thrifty in return, as the Hunter's Fury is getting dodged nicely by Meteor after the first hag.
Just gonna have to dive in and kind of use Jing as a slight decoy. Everything else has been spent. You're down to 10 seconds. T1 digging deep inside of the smokes all around on the spike. PRX cannot get close. It's Thrifty for Thrifty.
So I guess the answer is yes. We are having Thrifty battles today.
Just the first one.
Yes. Well, we'll see if it's going to flip back the other way as well in the next one. I mean, I know that you don't know what weapons you're going up against and you want to be a little bit more, you know, slower pace, more methodical, try to figure out what your opponents might be doing. But if they're not giving you anything, you got a lot of damaging utility to flush them out. You got the drones, you got the recon. Group together. Change it up. Don't let the time be your enemy.
15% T1 fans मेरे गांड मार रहे हैं.
It's going to abuse that speed and catch Izu missing the shot.
85% वाले
Now we are
मेरे को
into the
support
B-side,
करने
so
क्यों नहीं आ रहे भाई?
we have two very deep spectrum differences. A
किधर
very, very slow pace
85%
round
वाले
where we leave
दल्लो?
ourselves no time to fix things, and one where we just go, hell yeah, we're in.
Hell yeah. Absolutely, when Jing's playing this, I guess carefree is one way to put it. Lockdown will come back in, though, to start an attempt at a retake from T1. Keep in mind that the Hunter's Fury is still online as well, and it will be deployed to clear out the back of Pillar. Envy, unfortunately, will take a chunk of that. At the same time, though, Forsaken starting to initiate a flank. Jing will kick off with the overdrive just to set some beams down onto the spike. He's not connecting on the Munchkin, though. And the spike gets defused right underneath PRX's noses.
Oh, just like a thief in the night, they have absolutely swindled that one away, and you are none the wiser. The body blocking to come on out to make sure the defuse is stuck. I was kind of wondering, hoping, begging maybe that Devi is going to start to shoot some shots in towards all this as well, because he was one away from the Armageddon. Great recognition for the body blocking when you think that the kill does come through as well onto the DQZ. It doesn't. A round stolen by T1.
वो लोग उसे spam करने का util भी नहीं सिर्फ spam.
Possibly around for them to pick up even more speed. PRX trying to poke around on the opposite end of the map, but T1 are prepared. A couple of peeks here from Meteor. He will take a couple of shots himself, though.
Yeah, he can try and drop his utility as this Killjoy. Nano does just get destroyed. Probably want to sit yourself back a little bit now and just ensure that your alarm bot is going to be the protector of art. Because this starts to feel a little bit more
round देखो, absolute cinema, absolute cinema.
You had that drone from Devi towards B early on in the piece, but that's gone. They see the rest of this utility at the A site. Meteor does falter, and so does Buzz. And so does Stacks. This one is done. This is a save.
Hello,
surely needed a bit of 100%
हेलो आवाज आ रहा है क्या T1 fans हेलो आवाज आ रहा है क्या दूसरा फ्लॉलेस हेलो फ्लॉलेस का मतलब एक ने मारा तुम लोग ने हेलो
No Armageddon needed.
Don't get me wrong, I like the idea from T1 as well, right? You want to play that info line over in A main when you immediately lose the control because of the neon. Steaming ahead over there. You want to take that shot, you want to swing out after it as well, see if you can catch a cheeky kill in transition of your opponents getting in. But the awareness was there from PRX to immediately hit Meteor.
There you have it.
Just all the shots going in, the rest of the utility as well. Thriving in the muck.
Which reminds me of something you said a little while ago. I mean, this is still PRX keeping things competitive.
तो अकेला काफी है
It's not
They're
भाई,
keeping it
लेकिन मेरे
competitive.
को
They're
लग
keeping
रहा
it
है
simple.
ये
I'll tell you that.
15-17%
This one's as
लोग
complex
करके
as you kind of like it
मेरे
as
को
well
लग रहा है
because
थोड़ा
they're trying to do
PRX
something that from an
स्पाई
outside
लोग
view
भी
to
मिले
me
हुए
is it's kind of not Paper X, right?
Yep.
So we're trying something a little bit different.
W
And it's here and there.
Shades of Paper X when Jing does this.
Sure.
Timeout.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Hence the timeout now from T1, not wanting to let go of their lead.
डर गए क्या हेलो
I'll draw it back to something I said earlier as well.
Okay.
You've got both pistol rounds. You've got a bonus round. You've been lacking in the gun rounds department, right? You're going to lose your business if this one keeps going this way. There's Paper X in these gun rounds. They're starting to really showcase
बोला
that
था ना PRX जीतेगा बोला था कि
they're here to play. They're here to party. They're here to thrive.
Party.
You are needing to
अभी
come
भी
out with
time
some
है
really big decisions in these
मेरे
actual
तरफ आ
rifle
सकते हो
rounds. And you also got to remember a timeout gives your opponents some breathing room as well to try and refigure things out as well. That we know Alex and Wendler have been probably raging at.
करीब बोलते
But they'll settle down in towards this time as well, right?
No, you're absolutely
मैं
right,
जाएगा
Bonnie.
one man
It can feel kind of relentless at times.
Yeah.
So you start to stack up on sites perhaps a little bit more as T1.
Well, it's
Three on A.
two individual attack rounds that Paper X have been able to find so far. They've not been able to string
FX
anything together.
B-drone mid
Of
लेंगे
which
इस
that
split.
first one was the Thrifty. So talk about these rifle
Are
rounds
you
going
ready
all right for Paper X. That was when they were on
to
the
watch
defensive side. Now we're
absolute
trying to actually see
cinema
what do their
kind of a
attacks
play?
look like. It's going to be a biff in towards A main, and Jing is going to come out on top of Buzz.
Beat him to beat the buzzer beater. No, okay, I lost it.
The buzzer beater would have been the better one, mate.
No, I was trying to be awkward on purpose, but anyway.
There's a position in through mid that Izu is really hoping that someone would walk in towards, and he's just not going to be seeing that over at the doors, where something, had he waltzed in towards Art, would have had a free of charge
drone
with a turret
भी
around
पे
the corner.
तेरा drone हो
Try
गया
and play
तू
with
जा
and
पे
split A approach for the team. Divide, once again, charged with trying to draw a little bit of information over to this B site, keep the interest of Munchkin, maybe try and draw somebody away from the A site, but you've got a gap around the map with losing Buzz. You have to count your losses as T1 here. You have to hope that your secondary part in this round is going to come up with the goods. The information there on towards A main is going to be pretty decent.
Not too bad though, but Paper X will still push in. Fast lane and spotted as well, but Stacks goes unchecked! Down to the last second, Envy spots him! Armageddon sent in towards the back dugout as well, but Izu suddenly peeking out from Art. Meteor able to find one as well, but also traded out.
I mean, as quick as that has happened right now, Plan is in a 3 versus 2 with the Hunter's Fury still for Envy. There's already that retreat angle to play off the back of this utility. A star on the site for Forsaken to Gravity well as well. Got to tap it early.
Can you guys please save?
Gonna get onto it now. Hunter's Fury drawn out. They're trying to dance around it, but they go straight into the beams. It's a collateral.
W.
The spray immediately into the smoke, tagging them up as well. And then the bolt from Envy gets the job done. They run together to try and dodge it, and they run into Doom. Tied scoreline yet again. That timeout of T1's working a treat for Paper X. We'll see back on the ult. Yep, he did tag them both 2 times in a row. Sometimes it happens. Economy in a state of worry as well for T1 in this one. Down on a weaker buy. Overdrive perhaps from Buzz wanting to be invested.
Hello?
He's at the wrong locality
तुम लोग
currently though.
कोई सुन नहीं हम लोग आराम से खेलेंगे टेंशन ना लो
Want to see the drone invested first perhaps because there's opportunity for Meteor. He's gonna find one onto G.
आराम से खेलेंगे और रिटेक मत करना तुम ठीक है
The rest of T1 to come back in to reinforce the side as well. Still though, perhaps a little bit lacking in the firepower department. Buzz trying to get in position. Paper X being cautious, not overextending.
Oh, that's some good damage on towards Stacks at the moment as the Cosmic Divide does come out from T1. Maybe an overinvestment in terms of this utility, but we'll see what the overdrive can do as Buzz goes in. Trades starting to come on through. Something stuck.
And completely stifling Buzz as well. He might be stuck, but are you stuck here with him? He finds it, he lands the shot, and he will drag you down into the ground. PRX take the lead.
Comes out with a big one there for a heavy investment from T1 as well. I highlight those ultimates for a reason. I was going to say before all of the action happened, do you think about using some of the ultimates here as Team 1? Because you know you have PRX contained a little bit in towards the site, right? You do drop the ultimates there, but something just gets away with some sinister shots. He survives as the sole member for PRX at the tail end of that one to get 11 on the board.
Suddenly throw in a different approach once again. It's a scramble there here, T1. Trying to get a good read for it. The entire site though.
अभी भी आ सकते हो इस तरफ support करने. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा.
Yeah, this could be quite interesting as well because there's a bit of an idea for Munchkin of what was happening. Jing has to potentially get out of dodge, but there's already just a reposition coming around at the moment as we start to lose a couple of members across both sides of the map. Not expecting that Sax is just going to still try to get the better of you as Envy. This is a little bit hooks.
Yeah, still got the tag on him. But there goes Dimensional Drift from Izu.
But something ko dekho.
Continue to make things a bit stickier for PRX. Starting to feel the pressure as from the drift, he's going to get caught by Envy. Onto the side though, playing around different angles. It's Defy who holds it all the way from the back of Main. Now down to Envy, and despite the low ammunition, he still finds a precise shot.
We've been kind of wondering how Envy would be integrated in towards this roster for PRX, right? Super early days, given they've only had a couple of games to really be able to figure that one out. You're also comp changing into today, right? But the Envy on the Sova, it's not just been about the agent for him in this map right now. The trades are there, the decisions are being made a lot better than they were previously for him, and that is a big clutch to put them on map point. Otherwise, we would have seen a tied scoreline at 11 apiece. The timeout for T1 now. Didn't work favorable for them at the start of round 20. See if PRX can close this one in 2 chances, or we go into
Calm down, calm down, calm down.
Couple of chances.
A
A lot to consider for the remainder as well. Just witness PRX going at a multitude of speeds. Separate sites as well in the past couple of rounds. Putting yourself into T1's shoes, I mean, this is going to be a
भाई आजकल Lotus map क्यों नहीं खेल रहे?
Munchkin specifically as well, right?
Ban कर रहा है ना, दोनों teams ban कर रहे हैं.
You formulate a good idea of what you need to do in this next round as well. Stacks is certainly going a bit above and beyond in this map.
दोनों मिलके ban
in the
कर
kill
रहे हैं. तो
department.
इसलिए
Released from big brain duties. He's just going to be down to the Guardian in this one as well, with a bit of shield. See if that Hunter's Fury does come into play for him. Meteor with a lockdown as well. Big lean for PRX over to this B site right now. Already starting to push the defenders a little bit back and draw rotations from Buzz over here because Izu's pushed A main. He's got that gate crash available. Might want to try and call it. How deep this drone is going to start to come into the side. Something just removes Buzz before you can even get into the site.
Blind spam में मरा है बस.
To a safer spot to deploy the lockdown. PRX will scramble just for the time being. Still getting the spike in though, which once again makes things a little bit more tricky. I say that, Meteor swings open.
The thing is, it removes the Hunter's Fury from the actual proper retake right now.
That's right. So lesser tools of destruction now for the retake, while a counter Hunter's Fury comes in. Not to mention all the lines being still held by PRX. Jing, something onto the off angle. He might just find the last player. It's gonna be Jing who does it at the end. PRX redeem themselves onto this map of Pearl, closing out the T1 13-10.
A big string of rounds in a row to close that one as well. In amongst all of the chaos, they certainly do thrive, don't they? A little bit of magic. But their opponent's map pick for T1, again, questioning what this was kind of going to look like, getting the feel from an outsider's view. You've had it banned against you 3 times in a row. Are you prepped to this? You're picking it first and foremost. You saw sloppiness from PRX in that RRQ series. So in your preparations, if you change up a little bit of the ban process here, Can that one come out? Because you know the Paper X aren't necessarily going to be banning it, perhaps.
और तुम लोग T1
It
को
doesn't
support
work
कर रहे
out.
थे.
You think game plan wise, 2 pistol rounds and a bonus, you're looking pretty good to close the map. You're looking pretty comfortable in the driver's seat. No, stuck in traffic in this one, T1.
I mean, you're stuck in traffic. Traffic in Thailand almost, where they're like insane drivers all around. You know what I mean? With reckless.
Come on, man. Come on.
All over the lanes. What do?
Can't do anything. Job's done, mate. Map's done. You got to refocus in towards the next one. Breeze around the bend, courtesy of Paper X picking that one. There's gonna.
भाई मजाक से हटकर PRX का फैन करके PRX को सपोर्ट कर रहा था, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा गांड फट रही थी अगर वो लोग लोअर ब्रैकेट में आए. समझ रहे हो? नहीं, रिस्क नहीं ले सकते यार. प्लीज ये लोग को मिडिल ब्रैकेट से जिता दो. क्या एक टेंशन अपना खत्म होएगा. सिंपल बात है. सिंपल बात है भाई. अभी क्या ऐसा मालूम है कि हम लोग हारा सकते. समझ रहे हो? लास्ट गेम देख के ऐसे तुम लोग को लगा रहेगा कि अपन हरा सकते. अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छा फीलिंग है. उसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हराना जरूरी है ना. कोई जरूरी नहीं है. वो लोग को जाने दो. वो लोग मत जीत रहे हैं, अच्छा कर रहे, करने दो. जरूरी नहीं है हराना. बाकी टीम्स है, उनको हम लोग हरा देंगे. ठीक है, ये लोग को आगे जान दो. एकदम फुल हैवी सपोर्ट करो भाई PRX, प्लीज. जरूरी नहीं है हराना.
Don't see double initiator a lot anymore, but you have that double drone to play around with, so you're working with a lot of different util than kind of what you're normally seeing on this map. So I think it's nice.
तुम लोग को पता ना ब्रिज किसका मैप है?
It felt like I was watching a PRX game.
वालों का तो है, लेकिन किसका मैप है पता ना तुम लोग को?
Timid, and against our they look even worse. I felt like, oh, Paper X are playing. We're having these moments. We're winning the 1v1. We're having something have these big moments, and I was really happy to see them all kind of come back to life. I think the comp on paper, you know, it can do a lot of things, but for me, it's about how the players played in the server for this map one.
Yeah, I think the execution was better than I expected, particularly on the attacking side. I still don't think it's a comp that necessarily fits the team, to be honest. I wasn't a super big fan that they came out with this, but honestly, they executed it better than I expected in the server. At the same time, though, you've got to say, like, T1, that's another game where multiple players shit the bed. And, like, you're going to have to get one of those, like, hotel industrial size cleaners for the sheets at this point.
Get
like
the plunger.
Meteor, Buzz, and Izu all have really rough games simultaneously.
Yeah.
Stax is going crazy, don't get me wrong. Stax was like something else that game. But look, honestly, T1, that's another game where they're underperforming, and they could have won, like similar to the Gen G one. They had 2 players sub 100 ACS, they find a way to win. How do they keep doing this? They're competitive when some of the players aren't even playing.
Yeah, I don't know how they keep doing this. And honestly, going into Pearl with the new comp for PaperX, I thought PaperX would end up losing this, and T1 had some very good ideas, though.
Look, I like this adaptation on the attacking side. You can see the left side smokes there for T1 in this round, and PaperX absolutely dominates them, just sitting back and playing backside. Very not PaperX kind of approach. They just sat in pit. So what do T1 do? They adapt by playing the front side smokes and are changing their execute to split through R. And it worked initially, but actually PaperX, you know, they played around that well as we went later into the half, and they had a pretty successful defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is all about adaptation. In that moment, you can prep as much as you want, but ultimately, you have to make smart decisions inside the server. I think T1 brought good ideas, but ultimately, I felt like they couldn't keep up with PaperX in this game, and that's so standard. When normally when we talk about PaperX, that really is like the entire story.
I mean, you have to adapt in the server when, number one, you barely saw any rounds on that last game PaperX played on Pearl, and secondly, they bring an entirely different comp this time around. So you know, that is half of Valorant. As a coach, as an IGL, you load into the game, they're playing something completely different, and you have to adapt on the fly based on what you're seeing and how the other team is playing. And if you're not able to do that and the other team is executing what they've prepped well, you're going to lose.
And what's been really surprising on this map is, especially on Pearl, you'll see the duelists top fragging, or maybe even the Sentinels, the Killjoys, or the Chamber, but no, it was both of the Sovas. They were absolutely on fire.
I mean, Stax has been a weaker fragger on this version of T1. He had the lowest stats coming into this game. This was a crazy multi-frag shutdown over on that A side of things, but you've got to give massive credit to Envy as well.
Yeah.
He is under a tremendous amount of scrutiny right now, but this game is the fragging performance on the init role that we wanted when this guy was brought into the team.
Yeah, last game, he's trying to prove that it was just a one-off. It was a bad day, and he came out swinging today. Really, really impressive. This is the Envy that we're used to seeing. Razor sharp, fantastic with the util. Look at this ultimate. This is what we want to see. This is why he was signed to PRX.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very interesting if PRX can continue to bring out crazy stuff like this. They've never even played these agents very much. Jing has only played a couple of games on Neon. We've never seen something play Chamber too much. They're showing double init. I'm not necessarily sold that this is going to be the best approach or the best style for them, but if they can take wins when they're changing up comps like this, it actually adds a lot more depth to PRX's game where, yes, maybe they still are the best when they're playing double duelists and things are very free flow, but if they can play double init and mix in some structure as well and have some success with that, it's going to make them much harder to prep for.
Oh, that's going to be so huge and a huge step up. When we were interviewing Gen G solo, what he wanted was a team full of Forsakens, but it's crazy because on Forsaken's team themselves, on PRX, they're not all as flex as Forsaken. The Chamber's typically with Divide, Neon's usually on the Forsaken, so to have them expand their roles, I think this is going to be huge.
Well, that's the interesting thing for me, because for me, Jing and Something are the least flexible players on the team, and part of their struggles in Kickoff last year was trying to make Something a flexible player and putting him on the breach. It was an absolute crime. I hope I never see that again. Honestly, Something
I don't
playing
like
breach,
him on Initiator,
I don't want to see that. But I think Divide has been pretty flexible in the past. You've seen him shift around the roles, you know, play Sage, play Skye, things like that. He became kind of the Vice guy after flashing himself. It was a bit of an anime kind of storyline going on there. But the thing is, I think they put two of the least flexible players onto actually some more flexible roles, and they won. So look, massive respect for that. I think Jing in particular on the Neon and the attacking side started to look a hell of a lot better. The guy was getting entries like it was nothing.
I mean, I think it speaks to a wider philosophy. When you're able to kind of train these players to become more flexible, try different roles, try different agents within their roles, it gives you so many more tools to work with when you're building compositions, or if you need to change at short notice in these kind of shorter tournament formats, being able to have multiple comps ready becomes really important, and if you have flexible players, that becomes a whole world easier.
Now I do wonder, because Breeze is the next map, and that was the first time we saw Jing officially playing Jet on Pacific anyway, and I think Raze leading into a Neon makes a lot more sense than a Raze transitioning into a Jet, but I'm curious if they're going to stick to the comp, because it did work.
Yeah, I mean, the big highlight on that, I suppose, was the Brimstone, right? And I really liked the Brimstone. I feel like it's a nice different approach to the map, and I think it suits the PRX style because it's all about being able to bring that pace. It gives your executes so much punch, and then you have nice post plant with the molly, and it also gives you great store. I think I really liked that change. That was one of their off-meta comps that I was really rocking with. So, and you know, they got the win, so I kind of want to see them continue with it.
I wasn't super convinced by the GE win, honestly. Similar to like even that last game against T1, when I think about it and going forward into the competition, I'm going to think, yes, it was great they got the win, but it wasn't convincing, and maybe on the other side of things, the other team's play was a bit of a factor. I'll be interested to see if they stick Jing again onto a Jet and they continue along the same path, because if that's true, you're going to start to see very big evolution in the way that PRX plays. And on the T1 side of things, it was a pretty poor game against Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little worried for T1 going to the top, but surely they've corrected some mistakes. Now, if Jing is back on the Jet, he would be facing a very fantastic Jet in the former club.
Yeah, that's a head-to-head we will be seeing. It's coming out like mirror comps right now. So PRX made that change. They're swapping away from the Brimstone to the Astra. This is much more normal on the map. It lets you default in a lot easier because you have all these fake stars. You have rechargeable utility. So expect a little bit less punchiness, but with a little bit more working of the map.
Yeah, Forsaken just had a great game on the Astra, so it makes a lot of sense to me. T1 starting out attack versus the boys over at Gen G. Didn't start well, but they started to work their way into the game a little bit more. There was a lot of fake B rounds, a lot of contact and sitting in elbow. That's something that PRX have already seen. So you're going to have to see a little bit more depth from T1.
Well, T1 did say they weren't in their final form yet back during that Gen G game, so let's see what they're going to be bringing to this Breeze as we send it to map 2 to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Right back into it. onto the coastal breezy breeze. You've got a mirror composition in as well. Sure, T1 might not have had the best of times before, but surely
T1 को नहीं support करने समझ में
done.
आता है.
Now we're back
Disrespect
into
नहीं
it.
करने.
What do you got for us?
I mean, if you were trying to anti against a slight little deviation of composition for a Brimstone in this one, there's going to be the flip for Forsaken back towards the Astra as well. And I mean, I can't even really say back to the Astra because these guys don't really play this game.
The
Right?
decider map
2023 here and
decided.
there, 2024 it's gone, no 2025, and now it's back. You got the one installment against Global Esports where, you know, that was all right from them. It was here and there.
Good question.
Seeing
Come back
Jing on the jet
later.
was pretty cool. But is that going to still come in towards play right now? A Brimstone for an Astra,
Language.
a lot of the protocols you
Language.
can kind of have the same except for the scrape across the other side of the map because of the stimmy. As the smoke fades in towards mid, but we're just having a mid fight yet again, and T1 are coming out in favor.
Oh,
Convincingly.
Truly. Izu just hangs back an extra second and finds a couple of shots with that sheriff of his.
That's 3 for 3 pistols for T1.
Wow.
So certainly needing to pick that one up for PRX a little bit later, but hey, pistols have kind of always been a problem, so it's fine.
Yeah, we just saw the statistic as well.
Hello,
oh
baby.
my goodness. For the round to play out in this fashion, it feels, well, not exactly similar, but you know, Gen G T1 did start out in a almost similar fashion, different parts of the map.
Practice round था.
Back into it though. And out from B window, you got Buzz. Bulldog all throughout the smokes. PRX still lingering around.
It's just pistols. You lose the damage, you lose the fight in the very beginning. You can't even really isolate the member at the window at the moment because he's got a buddy to back him up. Izu. The Marshal not going to miss the shot.
भाई थोड़ा सा T1 वाला भाई बाहर है क्या किसी को?
Collecting up on the orbs as well. That's a clean shot.
क्या हो जाए ना?
And how many more of them are we going to get as well with Jing and Envy? Just see what they can kind of do individually across both sides of the map.
T1 वाला थोड़ा सा भाई बाहर है ये map.
T1 eventually will need to recognize that they're just against pistols and they can regroup.
Well, buddy system for now. 2-on-2.
Yeah, they'll play the time. It's fine. Battle spot, yeah.
Hurt him, but Jing, okay. Let's see if he can make things a little bit more interesting. Unfortunately not.
30 seconds.
Short था बे.
Spike plant. Keep 4 players alive, hopefully.
पहला मैच जीत के खुश हो रहे हैं. जी वाला मैच बोलिए language.
Well, it's not like we
अच्छा
haven't seen
खेला
this
दो
start
round.
already today as well, right? Pistol
दो
and
round अच्छा
second
खेला,
over
दो
to
round अच्छा
T1.
खेला.
Let's see if it's going to just go another bonus or if PRX will be here on the defensive sides party. Now, for those that might just be joining us into this third map as well and might have missed the Global Esports game, it was the first map of that series that GE did pick. So for PRX, it was a bit of a surprise to see what we will be spotting for them in that series. And they actually started off pretty slow, but then they really found their stride in their retakes as well. There were a handsome amount of them from memory. So we'll see if that is also going to be kind of the style that they want to employ in towards this map too, if T1 even are going to allow them to do that. Or if they need to find it via the kills, which is what Devi has to certainly find right now.
Got the snake bite in the right spot. Hold off to an angle while Envy stays close by up around the bridge side. Couple of shots going through, not quite 100% connecting, but still. Couple of players from T1 now low HP. The spike will go down.
Spike planted.
Jing alongside something, trying to assert themselves through the door. Envy will pop on through with a flash catch, sees square in the eyes. And now, Meteor swings out from the smokes. Catches one through, but the trades still come in. Stacks, Buzz, where could you be? Right around the pyramids, and he lands one between the eyes. Envy trying to get a good flank around the back sides. Still has no idea where Stacks is, though. He thinks that he might be inside cave, but he's wrong. And Buzz crouches down. It gets the kill anyway. T1 with the bonus.
So the answer is a ladder. They're going to pick up where they left off on the last half of Pearl and get the bonus here as well. A couple of early pre-fire shots from PRX too.
Bind जाते हैं ना, मैं
sprays
मतलब
that are really just not connecting in that round. It's good to also see that Buzz is picking up on this map from the get-go too, because I feel like when we look at that Gen G game for T1, he was significantly
ऐसा लग रहा है
absent.
T1 का रीड है एकदम खतरनाक वाला.
As an
Polo ka
Very sharp
executor
shot come
starts.
through from him.
Hey.
He knows. He knows. Not the start for Paper X that they would have hoped for on this map of their own choosing as well. So it's going to be back to the drawing board a little bit with the Sheriffs in this round. And I don't think it's high noon anywhere around the world just yet. Probably 11 minutes ago somewhere.
Yeah, but the deep noon.
Going back to older versions, wink wink. Up into cave, you'll see something back in towards archers to provide some additional support. Buzz doing his same old thing, but this time with a lot more support and a lot more coverage as well. The Phantom going wild. Of course, anti-eco though, so simple targets, simple pickings, and Paper X just to for exits.
He certainly has a bit of a menace in this one, that's for sure. Those kills get closer to the Blade Storm, give yourself some options if your economy starts to get a little bit problematic, though. This is a stellar start for T1 on the attacking side of this map. Might even win this one flawlessly. Not going too hard for the hunt. It'll give us some decisions, though, for Paper X that we need to see come into fruition in the next round. They'll eventually make their way to the spike and see if they will die to it or if to the guns of their opponents. It's going to be the latter. Izu getting closer to the drift now, one away. Picking that up for the next round, or the pit, or the Blade Storm are going to give yourselves some good things for T1. They're on top of the round game. They can be on top of the ultimate game right now.
Fans?
It is kind of the best start that you really do want on this map.
Certainly.
Bola that T1 jitega.
I mean, I don't think T1 should be fumbling this at all. It's just listing off the ults. My goodness. So much potential for T1 to play with here that we really do have to wonder, what does the PRX have in store for us now? Listen in.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Doing some break.
Fighting the elbow, guys.
Sounds like a bit of wrong timing on that wall drop for something, but he's lucky enough that no T1 members were around at the corner. Now we got to get our wriggle on over towards this B site right now with the Cosmic Divide being dropped in.
Miles tries to hold a pretty strong line, but Jing, counter position being held. Will be able to snipe down Buzz, but Invi as well. Still though, playmakers coming through now. Stacks, Izu, breaking apart lines, still alongside the Cosmic Divide. Sets up the flash, tries to thwart it. Paper X managed to avoid. At the same time, the clone goes through. Something is actually on a flank. Izu goes Dimensional Drift though. And Divide will start to feel a bit of nerves perhaps in his veins.
Oh shit, clutch fly.
Still manages to catch on to Izu and crouches for the headshot against Stacks. They weren't quite able to surround him. Instead, it's going to be Paper X putting one round on the board.
Now, I was wondering if the recognition was going to be there for Izu and Co as well. When the Dimensional Drift is going in, you only spot Divide. You don't see something. You got to think surely that the flank is going to be potential, right? So you want to try and isolate one angle. You want to try and triangulate onto Divide, but he works that angle nicely for himself. In a good advantage scenario for Paper X, that they really dig deep against Izu and Stacks, trying to keep this one flawless. I like the attempt from Jing as well, elevating himself, right? We do see a lot of players go for either the dash plays or when there's opens on this map as well, you're going for the TPs up into there. So just changing things up.
Still though, speaking of changing things up, pace now from T1 straight up the guts of mid and at the same time back in towards B.
Yeah, something given a free haircut there. Doesn't like the way that it looks. You'll drone in mid to see if there's anything on the back of that smoke, but it all kind of naught with a massive A-sided lean for Paper X. Bit of a mid-window pop at the nest as well, but to get an idea of what might be happening into the B site itself. They'll, I guess, count their lucky stars that T1 have not gone into the site just yet, which is going to make things very different for this round because everyone's just going to pass each other at the moment. And Munchkin, he's just going to get caught. None the wiser.
Perhaps more collisions to come. Unless this smoke can help. Meteor. Oh, it dissipates. And as the curtain falls, more kills going towards the way of both sides. Stacks low HP though. Jing will
not
just
even close
and roll.
Bhai.
There's another round for Paper X holding 2, retrieving up.
Hello.
Keep on going. This is the current point in time, again, where you do remind yourselves that there was a stellar start to this map for T1. 4 in a row, builds up economy, not deploying these ults as well, like Eyes of the Blade Storm just yet, right? You've still got enough money from loss bonus as well and damage you're finding in these rounds to have another buy be present. It is a bit of a mountain climber that PRX have to come out with. And, well, T1, they want to push them off that mountain. They want to get rid of them, so they're going to call a timeout.
See what they can really do. It's really hard to get a good read for how people.
With all due respect, Binks, language.
At the same time, seeing how they're starting to each and every single one activate at different moments. T1,
come back when
before, they have that advantage built up. Really need to capitalize on it.
I mean, the big thing for T1 is just going to be, do you want to go very fast and one-dimensional in towards one of these sides, or do you want to take it slow and be a little bit more split in your approaches? Really has to draw PRX's utility out to make them think what is going to be happening, and also ensure that something has the right rotation available with this operator, for example, come this round. There's going to be Hunter's Fury action that can potentially come in as well, so you got to keep a check on where Envy might very well be, by what utility you can suss out, where the dart's going, where the drone's going over towards A shots later in the rounds, for example, that he will be dropping. Initial engagements though for Jing and for Divine now over at this A site. And it looks to be a little bit pacey up for T1. Up the guts of mid for the very get-go. It is going to be an A split though.
Drone flashes. We'll have another drone coming through with Envy checking. Strong lines being held though, and it's an odd angle for Buzz to try and clear. Low HP now getting wall banged and dinged up. Unfortunately, Jing left alone will fall, but still, the team all around able to put up a decent hold. Additional sniper overwatch being held. Silences Munchkin and Easer.
Bit of overzealousness to come in from Envy at that one there, but 2 versus 1 at the end of the day. Spike retreat for Izu. 2 versus 1. The PRX opts to play disconnected. I'm looking on my radar for that gate crash that Izu has to the back of the A side. He's going to take it as well. Something he has no idea that was behind him. And Forsaken is on the other side of the map. He's got to run rabbit over towards this A site now for the 1 versus 1.
Bold decision. And now you've got to make a bold move just to try to seize the initiative in this 1v1. He's circling around. He thinks better. He's trying to clear out the cobble area instead, and that's going to be Izu now turning at the right time for the Red Bull clutch.
Oh, what do I always say in situations where it's 1vx? You don't win the 1vx, you lose the xv1. Unfortunate for PRX in their decision to split up there, try to cover both sides of the map. Izu coming up with the goods in this one after a map 1, right, that didn't really get the ball rolling on that Yoru. Neither did Buzz on the Neon, for example, as well.
Exact pose
Give yourselves some good confidence that you come out with that one, because it's the difference of a 3-4 and really chipping the economy, looking to reset things now. 5-2, bit of stability for T1, and looking to reset PRX and shut them down on this defense side.
भाई तुम T1 वाले हो ना, मैं T1 वाला हूँ भाई.
Komodo dropping a lot of knowledge.
Easy है T1 के लिए भाई.
So true though. PRX now looking to really climb back up, and it's a lot of work. Drone up towards middle, since T1 has made a lot of moves around this spot from the previous rounds. But seeing nothing now.
I'm not a gambling man, but it looks like PRX are in this one. Trying to think and hope that it doesn't tend towards Devi, for example. More stock in towards the B side of the map, with the Blade Storm going to be there for Jing as well. And Envy, well, he's just going to not be on the angle for the blind side. That is gorgeous from him. Finds a double onto the duelists of T1, but he's going very ambitiously for more. And the flash, that is broken and woeful from something.
And now you've got Jing floating in to hop in as well. In an instant, thanks to Envy's efforts, it's just Meteor left in the round. Jing goes hunting with the rest of his team trailing behind. Spotted out Meteor. And there he goes, crashing into the dinosaurs! 1 player left, Forsaken pulls out his gun, but at the wrong moment, another clutch up for T1.
Well, we all know what they do say. It was the meteor that made the dinosaurs go extinct, and in this one, coming out with the 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch. That is great work to come out from him there in some overheat moments from PRX. I really feel like 5 versus 3, a flash that goes by the wayside. It's wrong there. Team blind. And the trades come out, but every single fight there from Jing, from something, and then unfortunately for Forsaken, was given individually to T1 by PRX. You know that is them dropping the ball.
It's true. You can't, there's no other way around it.
Yeah, there's no excuses for those sort of situations as well. When you have those massive advantages and you've got escape routes, because you've got smokes available that you can drop in mid, those things shouldn't technically be happening. I mean, you understand the idea technically, right, from PRX. They go in with the game plan to flash in, to try and seal the deal, to get further advantage. They've already caught Team 1 off guard with that position from VVV, you flash him in, but it's the wrong flash. And then you kind of got to pick it up. It's the trades that you're establishing. Great, it's a 3 versus 1. All right, we should be winning. But really, the problem in that round was the decision to keep on fighting after Jing was spotted Meteor.
And it's at a point where you're down 3 rounds previously, now 4. So T1 back into it. They've got 4 ults online.
throw 2 round पे 2 round 1 round eco होता था by 5-4 होता था by PRX 5-4
cheat some corners here and
5-4
fancy with things. Up close and personal towards the shots. Starts to be destroyed, scanned out as well. They are getting hungry, super hungry to try and win all of these duels right now, and it's just not working out at all.
Instead, it's going to be T1 devouring them. In V at least, though, we'll take a little nibble.
Portal closed.
And T1 hangs back. Satisfied with what the result is, especially since Izu setting up a big flank.
Don't know if he saw the TP go past him, but it doesn't really matter at this point in time because he's got all of the good information to coordinate to the team and to clear the A site as well. And it's going to be misinformation from PRX too when they don't actually realize T1 are just into the A site, free of charge, clear all the angles, plant to their heart's content, probably drop a pit here.
And at the same time, look at Meteor as well. So quick and cognizant to check out towards the back. There's not much noise. And he will just catch them at the wrong timing as well for PRX. Forsaken steps in with a classic. T1 continue on with their lead and momentum.
For me, if you're going for that A main fight and you want to try and get everything on the back of the
blind पहले फिर एक साथ
off the get-go as well. As soon as it's the initial fight, because you have the idea that you're going for the fight versus Devi, Jing is going to updraft, you're going to flash, coordinate that a little bit more as an all-in affair, not a bit of a haphazard. Hopefully we got the first kill. We're not even flashing to permit the first kill with favor. Well, these bits are looking a little bit disconnected.
Otherwise, a roaring start for T1 once again. Ults to secure rounds. On top of everything, now we're back towards middle with PRX starting to poke, especially with our half buy again.
Oh, Meteor. Let me spot him what he can and see what timing he might be able to find.
Oh, मेरा last day watch party rights का.
Towards this A site.
Oh.
Smokes securing safe pass. Safe fights and other utilities drawn out.
Shot.
Still good on the shooting for now. A couple of PRX players online on the site. Devi especially with this Bucky. Looking to blaze in. A little bit of a take on to 2, but Munchkin now.
Yeah, for me it's Meteor. Never count him out with how he's able to sneak and sleuth around the map. There's one. And there's 2 versus 2 as well. He will certainly call for Munchkin to come back towards the site. If he even needs it, slicing and dicing the opposition as Envy starts to lurk around, gets the 1 kill. Has an idea where Munchkin is coming from as well, and the shots, they go the wrong way. Munchkin will come through with the goods, and T1 will find their 8th.
The first one was a Sharpie, but the other, oh my god, Munchkin.
Yeah, maybe he should have stayed with the Sheriff, unfortunately.
I mean, little moments of brilliance here and there, but still at the end, when you got someone like Meteor able to play around the side in that fashion.
He's just so calm and collected, isn't he? Not phased, finding the right angles. Doesn't matter that he loses his life. Munchkin gets what might very well be a nail in a coffin moment for this half. I mean, we've seen 10-2s from him. PRX on the 2 against RRQ. Is this going to be it as well? Forsaken falls first. He's been absent in this map.
Well, more players going missing. He's going to have to file another police report at some point. Jing trying to do his best, but unfortunately caught as well. More players all falling down, isolated.
Yep. This was
अच्छा
a
खेले
practice
T1
contest
उनके
over
मैप
at
पिक
A
पे
main as well, mind you. So Devi is going to have to really run over here as Envy is stuck at the pillar. He's not been spotted just yet, but it's got to feel like he's so small on this site at the moment. As he finds one, he finds a double. Okay, maybe we cook a little bit with gas in this round.
2v2 भाई अब वो लोग भी हार सकते हैं भाई 4v2
too much yet though. Once again, Munchkin.
वो लोग भी हार सकते हैं. Come on.
Stacks as well. Recon's coming back online. Couple more seconds, but Munchkin hanging around. Will be able to secure.
It's another decision for the PRX members to split up though, isn't it, right? Envy and Divide disconnect.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
With the 1 versus 2.
Again, split
down.
ups.
Munchkin locked and loaded, spotted on his retreat. But where does he play this one? Is it through main? Is it through window? Is there a wrap? There's a lot that's going to be going through Divi's mind in this sort of time. He could have even retreated around the site. There's another problem that you just don't have time to play with as Divi.
Every single step that Divi takes is another second off of this spike. Munchkin is just set up. All he needs is a good swing. Divi trying to stick it to halfway. Munchkin toying with him. And he gets the think off the last one as well. Instant kills being found. It's already a strong lead secure into the second half.
Yeah, there's really good decision making from T1 at the moment on this map. Really good understanding of the angles that they need to be taking together as a team, the gaps and the positions that they just need to make sure that either PRX are or aren't. And majority of the time when they are winning these duels. There's not a lot of trade game happening from PRX at the moment, and there's a lot of risks being deployed in the round as well. Right, a lot of individual moments that they're trying to do, trying to have a round of Valorant that goes your way, and it's just not happening for PRX at the moment on this map.
Well, last round's a half. They're still going to throw everything they got into this push, and now Izu expects it. Buzz coming through the blades as well, but Stack's also swatting down more players. Last one, Divide, is all the way around Archer.
अपना मैप पिक था ये.
Finding Buzz. Hunter's Fury though, oh, and he gets caught. The Cade as well. He does get a shot into Munchkin, but that is that. 2-10 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, certainly not the way that they thought their endeavors on this map would go. I'll tell you that for free. This is just a very different looking PRX and a bit of a different looking T1 with a fundamental understanding of what they needed to do on the attacking side of this map. I mean, we didn't really see stellar plays come through from PRX in that map of Pearl, for example, that was 10-2 against RRQ. And it's 10-2 here as well on this map of Breeze. Alex done dirty. Team done a little bit dirtier with that scoreline.
Pilsky was onto something back on the desk.
And what's that?
Bring out the industrial cleaners. Yeah.
I think ये map ban होने वाला है.
Otherwise,
Very
though,
soon.
I mean, for the result of the first half, T1 playing it well. Meteor,
I think ये map ban हो सकता है.
You know, it could be argued, maybe PRX fumbled here and there, but the way that Meteor played it as well.
I mean, the way to see that this first half was, it's like PRX have built a straw house and there's a hurricane coming their way. It just does absolutely not stand a chance
pen
to survive.
pen का quality crazy है. अभी तक
Change
टूटा नहीं है
states
वो.
or countries
Technically
and
देखा
maybe
जाए
it
तो.
formulates a little bit better for you. Quality of life. So
language.
we'll have to wait and see on this exchange of
the
paths
goat.
right now how
Please
things go. A pistol would be nice for Paper X, right?
आपने बोला करके मैं T1 के side पे.
Absent of those so far.
Let's go T1!
That's why starting to.
That might change.
I don't know. I'm gonna hold my tongue, man.
Yeah, of course. Third mapper. Bind.
Bind would be lovely though.
Bind.
Gotta be honest.
Bind.
That's bound to be a banger given these two teams and their potential. But
score देख रहा मैं चुप रहो.
we're gonna go all the way through from middle into towards door. Paper X able to hold. Forsaken finding classic shots this time, but it's gonna be Stacks on the other end of that door as well. And also Munchkin too. Pop Flash is coming in and something will be able to find a little shot, but Meteor still on the site. Munchkin still behind, and they're able to fire up a couple of pot shots, still keeping Paper X in check. All of these positions, you still need to consider where Meteor could be scouring around. He wins a couple though, and there's your chance. You get the spike down. Munchkin has a share though. Those bullets pack a punch. Takes down Envy. It's down to the 1v1, sets up the gate crash, could be a fake. Considers it, and something will just give him a little peekaboo.
And there is a pistol. I thought there was going to be blood in the water around the pyramids as well from Meteor. He was pathing his way around them quite nicely, but kind of feel like Munchkin maybe wanted to come on in a little bit earlier and hold the angle for him to still be able to dilly-dally around. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. Munchkin did work to be able to find the first one, but the shots, they look a little bit awkward at the end from Meteor's POV.
Not in class, not
whilst the one onto Envy is good, Something's is better for the 3K at the end, and it has been quite a while between rounds for Paper X. 6 in a row. They finally get their first pistol as well to appear on Breeze.
T1 picked up bonuses. We'll see if Paper X can do the same.
W.
Izu TPing away. Recon's confirming it as well, but at the same time, look at T1's movements.
Yeah, they're going to be here early with these pistols, and maybe they can isolate Forsaken.
Or Forsaken could just click their heads. Bulldog, hello? Here as well, having a go at it, but unfortunately, Bandit falling. Now online for an ace, but he's way too far for it. So Jake can finish it off. Flawless. That's a good way to start the second.
I mean, the thing for Forsaken there is just nuts. You didn't drop the gun. You're getting some kills. You're getting some confidence. But now you start to need to have a little bit more brain power to play for Paper X.
जितने भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो मेरी जान के
for T1 to get the better of you in a lot of these duels. You need to start to figure out a way to favorably win engagements, because you got to remember as well, this is an agent lineup that's copy-pastable, right? What T1 was doing on the attacking side that was working well, Paper X could try and employ, but they generally have such different styles and attention to detail as well that we really need to start to see.
Needing a lot more layering as well. We'll start things off with a little gate crash, pop flash, Munchkin trying to play around it. And oopsie daisy, it's going to be Izu off to the other end, into a corner where he's managed to take down so many players from Paper X. It's just something who might have infiltrated behind, but can't quite pick his targets. Now looking for an exit strategy with a spike down on the ground, but nothing found, nothing doing. It's Justify with a Marshall.
He's just always left to his own devices, isn't he? And he's not looking below him, but his counterpart is not looking above him. Meteor will get the better of him. Marshall not the headshot. He looks a little bit surprised by that one. By the cam reaction. I think that spooked him very, very greatly there.
Oh. भाई किसने मंचकिन का read देखा क्या चैट?
I hope we get camera replay.
Huh?
Let's see if it comes into play.
Replay. Let's add that in.
बोलना मैं तो T1 के साइड पे हूँ भाई. मैं तो T1 के साइड पे हूँ. क्या बोलना?
Yeah, it spooked a little. Well,
go get it. Fight the main, boys. Fine. Hey, fight mid, boys. Hold up. That's what? Nothing. Be back in mid now, guys. Stay in mid.
Well, decisions need to be made for Paper X very decisively in a situation like this one. It's a turning point. Will T1 find 12 or not?
अब बोलना.
24 Buzz on 30 HP here, mind you.
थोड़ा क्लोज तो लेके जा सकते हैं मेरे हिसाब से,
theorize
लेकिन
he
ये
doesn't
राउंड
want to
जीता
go for
तो
any
ये
early
राउंड आ रहा
engagements
तो
by his lonesome self. Meanwhile, Meteor gonna be doing that instead and pay the ultimate price.
Right in form stacks though. So he tries to hold around the angle, tries to get
अरे
ahead.
बाप रे, almost था,
It's
almost
because he
दोनों
wasn't
थे.
even on Jing, and he's dinked him.
Let's say, well,
True, save कर रहे हैं, lane
3
5.
from T1, possibly looking to save.
Time out लो. I think अभी
Go at it
T1 को
again.
time out लेना चाहिए.
Maximize your chances
Second
to
time
be
out.
able to close this one. It's 7, now 6, the difference. Eventually, you will get a big ult round coming for
Technically,
T1
we can
as
beat
well.
PRX, but not
Potentially
T1
get
if
a
they
second one, and there's
come
the
in
2
door
rounds that
bracket.
you need to close.
Technically, you calm down,
Hunt
okay?
at the moment
Technically,
from PaperX
you
as
calm
well.
down.
Forsaken just needs to make sure he doesn't throw away his life for free.
जब
That he is
history,
taking this
geography
angle
सब कुछ
correctly.
बोल रहा है कि अपन ने नहीं आ रहा है,
So,
तो
information
let
up,
it
of
be,
course.
no?
PaperX, they needed this round. They're gonna be getting it. The question is for me at the moment as well. T1 have the pass mark to go at it again in the next round. What are they going to do differently on their defenses? The mid waltz ain't work. They've got so many different options to catch PaperX off guard. So many different options that I could just be rambling on what they could do.
Binks दादा, exam अच्छा गया.
This is where it gets really interesting for me to just see the way that PaperX are going to get back into this game as well, right? Are they going with good decisions? Are they maybe having a bit of a blessing as well?
watch party या playing
to go
valorant
to
time पे
weaker
बोल देना.
sides
Watch party
that
तीनों
T1
region
might
का.
be playing.
EME
Because if we
9:30
look at this
से
fresh
फिर
round,
रात को वही
weak
continue
side's
होगा
going to
नहीं.
be B. They don't know that. There's 4 towards this A side, and by their position, they could have just been waltzing into the stack. Though T1 changes the approach instead. Late decisions.
भाई एनवी मार रहे तो हार रहे क्या हम लोग
Comes
कैसे
down
हैं?
to the tactical cycle once again. Information gathering is going to be key. The drone does spot out just a little inkling up around the pillar, but Buzz still into the corner. Oh, and unfortunately, it's not too good. Meteor able to spring off contact because of it. Forsaken now as well, but revealed perhaps a little bit late. Izu still in position, still able to play onto the site. Jin and Envy though, able to plant their feet down, clearing out orange, and now knowing where Izu is, all they've got to do is peek across. And that leaves Munchkin there to relay forward a long journey from the B site, catching a slight breather.
Feel like there was a lot for Jing that he needed to do to pick up a little bit of the beginnings in the corner, non-clearing. Util not clearing close corners. Just Munchkin. If Envy finishes him off, he will have the hunt.
Technically, energy level बहुत कम है. Love you, Red bye.
So little by little, rounds accumulated by PaperX. We see the save from T1 last round not worth its weight. And value in this specific instance.
गेम में PRX का corner check
later
नहीं
on,
करके घुस रहे.
as there will be a timeout coming around the corner for the next round. Still, I don't think you're massively phased for T1 current position, because there will be those big ult rounds to come a little bit later on.
Love you, Red bye. Love you. Thank you for $2
the way that they're navigating these rounds and what is going to be working for them on this attacking side of Breeze.
ये लोग भी पता है. यहाँ से भी हार सकता है.
That's more where I start to get a little bit intrigued to see what T1 adjusts.
That's why you put a lot of stock into this tactical timeout, Coach
Wow.
G.
खेल
What
रहे हो
effect he can bring to the team. Got ultimates, got a lot of capable players. They had a fantastic start from the first half. Surely able to mount up to something. On the flip side, though, for PaperX,
एक बार गेम खत्म हो जाए. बैकशॉट पे मिले अपने लड़के लोग.
Got 5 rounds to close in on that gap. And speaking of confidence as
मन
well,
में सारी गालियाँ सोच के बैठा है एलेक्स भाई.
Yeah, it could be.
T1 जीतेगा
just take this one
और
round
मैं
by
20
round.
गिफ्टेड देगा. नहीं चाहिए.
so it's always going to be
जान दो
Raptors
PRX
Fury,
को आगे.
dimensional drift.
एक सेकंड खुद नंबर नहीं है तुम बात.
Yeah, a bit of a mid soiree coming on as well, and the utility is going to tickle Meteor. Drone spotted. Gotta get out of dodge. Don't want to be peppered down and sprayed as the hero rifler in this round.
बच गया रे बाबा.
Across as well.
Slow-paced one for PaperX, just making sure that they aren't waltzing in towards a bit of a trap. They know that there is a gun in play as well. They just use the drone in mid, so if you're clearing this one, it's swing together, which they don't, but Divide does win the duel.
Mithul sir.
Contact. Well, slight forward approach.
Munchkin or Buzz Lado?
Perhaps left to find stragglers on rotation. Not too much for now. He's gonna have to get the hop on up. Meanwhile, on the site though, some of the players starting to go hunting. Jing, unfortunately, alongside Ilya, also dropping down. Meteor is here again.
Will he come out with just a Meteor round, a nuke in the server? Well, around the orange wrap, they are hearing his footsteps. They will shut him down. As Forsaken was all by himself, now Munchkin is.
Next round, Eco kya?
Just gonna look for it.
Next round, by next round, so 11-7. Next round, Yoru so alt.
Well, he doesn't want to hold that into the next round, Quack. I think that's the big thing here, and it looks like Envy may be giving him an upgrade. No, it'll just be the death to Munchkin. 7-11.
My quiver is never full.
A buy present in this next round for T1. Still building up a little bit of these ults. Only still the one online of that Cosmic Divide. So if you do want a bit of a counter for an opener
What's
as
your
well,
take? No,
having the
you only
Dimensional
take.
Drift and the Hunter's Fury online for PRX is it's quite enticing, actually. Wonder if they themselves are going to be holding them for when the ults are online for T1, on the expectation that it is going to be a massive ult round that T1 might rely upon, should this map get a little bit closer. I'm going to be seeing no Komodo, that's for sure. Dimensional Drift immediately into B with the Hunter's Fury as well. They are going to use it straight to shooting into the site. And we're not clearing corners again. T1 Izu sneaks himself in. Oh.
Gun down though. Buzz still around, and he's able to gun down 4.
Yeah, that's as quick as you like it. Absolute mind-bender moment from him. Because it looks like PRX were going to get in towards the B site. And you blink and Buzz just dispatches 4. Now Forsaken is by himself. And how does he waltz around the map to be able to find this clutch? I guess granted, T1 are also adopting the disconnection strategy, playing 2 1v1s, but it's an off angle, and Meteor finds Forsaken for T1 to find here. Map point.
For all set and executes going awry, this is the worst possible juncture to have it happen. Buzz just into smokes, in and out of it, in fact. Despite the flashes, PRX unfortunately not quite able to locate him.
Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Navigating those angles with no plan of action pre, but all in the heat of the moment for some individual prowess. 5 map points now for T1 to contend with. Chances to close. PRX, they are the contenders. They have to try and save a bit of face to bring this one back. Looking lost a lot on this map here of Breeze.
Technically, agar dekha jaye,
especially in that first half, I will say.
Technically, अगर देखा जाए, 5 राउंड में से
still giving T1 a lot of benefit.
ये लोग को
playing those
3
rounds.
राउंड जीतने का.
Feel like it would definitely be in a different scoreline right now.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, you just witnessed so many rounds with Meteor, for example, Munchkin as well. But now for Buzz to be able to play around these corners, oftentimes overlooked. Really needing to see a lot more, well, like you mentioned before, man.
Possible है. Corner check नहीं हो सकता. अरे वो लोग smoke में timing लेके आ रहे हैं. हर बार थोड़ी ना check करेगा. 1 second आज check कर ले, वापस check कर लेता, वापस check कर लेता, वापस check कर लेता. ऐसा नहीं होता ना.
Gotta be flawless. PRX right now on this run. 4 members for T1 over at the A side of things with the get out plan for Izu as well, in the form of Gate Crash to Nest and Dimensional Drift. Well, I want to take the Gate Crash. It'd be very interesting to see if he chooses to. He would be in a bit of a risky position though, with where PRX are playing. So too will Buzz, being droned out. Or not.
Oh, still trying to go alongside the Cosmic Divide though. It's wild swings, wild pushes, and into smokes where Stacks will look to play a more backwards position. Izu getting cleared out this time. Still though, the site not secure enough to really get a good plant. Will be able to swing across, and now finding Meteor. Stacks suddenly revealing himself. PaperX starts to feel antsy. They're looking all the way across, and Envy will be able to collect onto the 4th kill.
अभी इको है, अभी इको है, अभी इको है
chat. Dry walk in
Jet
towards
knife
the
है
mid-wooden
लेकिन.
doors and comes out with the 4K at the end, certainly digging deep. Likewise of the first map of today, Envy is looking pretty consistent in the kill department. Buzz was missing on the first map. He just has his 4K, so you feel like he's starting to sharpen up a little bit even more at the what might be ending of this map before we get into a third. So that's 1 out of 5 that PaperX have to find to send us into overtime.
5 ultimates for T1 as well. See the blades being popped. It's a half buy, of course, as well. So PaperX.
God.
You want a little bit of respect. I say that, and then
Well,
the outlaw swing goes through.
there's a good read that the outlaw should be coming into play right now, knowing that it is going to be a lighter buy variety from T1, but it's going to be the steamroll affair in towards this A site right now. And this is where you just need to ensure that you are stomping on T1. And PaperX, well, I would have said maybe we're doing that, but Buzz could be doing something with the Blade Storm right now. He's doing everything, and it's all onto Envy, the one that has been so good for PaperX in this map. And he needs to shut down Buzz, bring him back to earth.
Cool. That's a good way to start. Still though, Munchkin's been left undetected. The spikes on the ground, Komodo.
Let's go, Envy.
So Munchkin has the outlaw. And it doesn't even matter. Envy, 10 HP. Will save the day for PaperX with a Red Bull clutch. They can breathe, albeit heavily, going into the next rounds.
Heavy sigh of relief. Slap my tail. I gotta see that replay from Envy's POV. The shot onto Munchkin, sublime. But at the same time, Buzz, what a tear. Just off with the blades, up at close range, completely ripping PaperX apart.
No, those are not butter knives in that one, I'll tell you that.
अब क्या करेंगे? बहुत अल्टी से रहे.
Next round up, and we're not slowing down anytime soon. This time it's Jing out with the knives.
Oh, these don't look as good as Buzz's with a couple of those with Skull and Woeful there, but hey, it's all right. There's a bit of a resetter.
And you got Pit on the other side as well, though, so PaperX, I mean, take your pick.
Mid kind of feels like that might be the only position that you can try and go in towards, but you still got to do your due diligence checks. You got to reset as well. Drone going in, clearing all the corners.
It's playing wallpaper engine.
Currently, gonna probably want to see some sort of vision blocker go his way or a double swing as he just spots out and sees nothing. Now the drift comes out for Izu because they're not exactly sure of what's happening around mid. You want to confirm things. It's the right position to do so.
Educated guess, but at the same time, PaperX uses that to press on into the A site. Something is on B, by the way, and then get crashed back across. Envy finding an opening shot. Meanwhile, though, it's all inside of the smokes. Stack strikes while the iron is hot. The sortie comes through, but Izu is still here to play alongside Buzz, who has a strong offline. Viper's pit goes up, Spike goes down. And then there was only one. Justify. Can he really draw them in?
He can.
Bait them out into the open.
Speed भी है. Maniac is speed भी है.
Necessary.
अभी डालता रहेगा.
Keep this map going. T1 starts to press on. The sortie shots go through, but Buzz fights the trade right at the end to close it out. 13-9, T1 push us into the home map of Bind.
As soon as you see that that's the shorty in the pit there and you know there's only 2 shots, you can kind of just go willy-nilly. Doesn't matter if you got a single HP there as Buzz. You'd be favored in.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. इतना जो 1vx सिचुएशन ये लोग जो हारे XVX ये लोग 100% जीतते थे बे अगर ओवर राउंड कन्वर्ट करते तो. हाँ 4 तो अपन ने गिन लिया ना. इसका मतलब ये कि ये T1 नहीं जीता, PRX हारा ये मैप. समझ रहे हो? तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि नेक्स्ट मैप कौन जीतेगा? या योर आंसर्स आर राइट. PRX बोलते चेडी खोलते. यप But it's very astonishingly unbelievable that we are not focusing on the goats. Huh? The goats second. बैंड में याद है हुक्का फ्लड याद है कि नहीं हाँ याद है कि नहीं याद है दिलाओ क्या 11-11
Picking Breeze, they obviously felt more comfortable and confident on. They didn't change anything in terms of their comps. But T1 haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is it's very obvious. It's that first half that's the problem. As soon as they start attacking, they start to come back a little bit. They get themselves into that game, but the game was already lost in that first half. It was too big of a deficit, too far gone, and they could not recover.
I've actually felt much better about both of PaperX's attack sides today. I think Pearl looked much more convincing than their defensive side looked, although they had some nice looks on Pearl defense. Yeah, this defense in particular, they really struggled, didn't really have any kind of opping presence. Something has not really had much impact on the Yoru so far in Kickoff at all.
I mean, it's a little bit surprising as well. When we make that change of the smoker from Brimstone to Astra, you expect the defensive side to be that little bit stronger. You have a little bit more util to work with. You have the pull, and you know your retake is incredibly strong. And Brimstone is much more suited to that attacker side. But realistically, I didn't really see a massive impact from it. I felt like Forsaken played very well. He started incredibly slow, by the way.
Yes.
In the half, he got 2 kills. He manages to flip that around, and then as they start to come back, he heats up once again, ending up topping the team in kills. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong time. I'm looking at Meteor.
Yeah. You're looking at the wrong Astra, buddy.
That's my bad.
I mean, the player that's topping the board for PRX time and time again is Envy. This guy's going crazy today in both of the opening 2 games.
I want to talk about it actually because, I mean, you mentioned Envy so many times last year on Team Secret. This guy was a phenomenal player, and I think a lot of people have the question, why did they pick up Envy? And it's almost like they forgot what happened last year with the performance he was putting up.
Yeah, 100%. You see 1 or 2 bad games from a player, you got a Reddit thread immediately. Straight away.
Yep, just out the door, no bad games allowed. But who's having a good game consistently? It's Izu.
Yeah, I mean, this map too, from both him and Meteor, absolutely spot on. I mean, Meteor really began heating up in this game. He had a very slow map 1, very slow.
Oh,
this
play was
this
crazy.
Play was lovely. Caught a crazy timing here. Love the reposition there is so clean. I mean, I think now, we spoke a lot in that first map about how T1 basically had 3 people not even in the server. And now they're coming awake and we can see just how different the score is.
Look at all these highlights. How many people are looking at him? Like those last 3 clips, sure. But how many people does Meteor shoot in the side, out positions them, slipping in and out of the smokes, in and out of the Cosmic Divide? This guy positionally is so incredible. Then you get some Envy highlights there at the end. He really put on a clinic. That clutch was huge to keep PaperX in the game. This one in particular, you know, it just felt like Envy couldn't be faulted. He just needed a little bit of help.
Yeah, that's right. Meteor had some great moments there. You can see why we all ended up putting him on our Build Diff roster. Now, Izu, there's a huge shift from map 1 to map 2.
Yes, I mean, we have on the left here, Izu's kind of baseline there of his Yoru so far in this competition. It's been quite consistent. It's been having a lot of big maps for T1 thus far in 2026 Kickoff, particularly on the Yoru. I think, if anything, the Omen might be bringing his average down a little bit because he had a bit of a sinker on one of those maps at least. Map 1, you can see the stats not looking good on the Yoru. It's the first map outside of that one Omen game on Haven that we've actually really seen him struggle. But there on Breeze, he was very much awake.
Yeah, I mean, he played a great map. Honestly, this is really what we've come to expect from Izu. I think he fits the Yoru so well generally, so I love it when he starts to pop off in these moments, and we'll be moving across to Bind as well. So I do think that there's still lots of room for this guy to go crazy on that map.
Yes, and it's actually really curious. So T1 ended up banning Corrode, but PRX decided to ban Split instead, which historically they've been fantastic on. Yes, they did lose this particular kickoff, but their bind wasn't really convincing either, so there must be something cooking.
I mean, for me, it's same, to be honest. I think Split, you saw a really good split from T1 earlier where Buzz dropped almost 30, and I think you're going to see double duelist comps on either one of those maps. You could see comfortability for both of these teams on this map in the past, so I don't really see much of a difference really outside of form factor between bind and split personally.
I think a big thing for this bind map is that we're seeing T1 start off on that defender side. We spoke about this before, just how aggressive they are on this defender half. They will take the fight to PRX, and it's PRX able to manage that. They're not a team well known for being able to stay very still, so I think expect some big fights in the early rounds.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well, the attacking sides have been better, I feel like, today for PRX on both of the maps, and Envy has been phenomenal on the Sova, but, you know, he needs to now play the Fade and kind of probably be that solo initiator, and he needs to play a supportive role to be able to set some of the other players up, because you cannot have a quiet game on the Yoru here again as something, or the duelist can't underperform. I think Jing and something didn't really put much together in that last map, and these are the two big heavy hitters that you need to support. It's one big thing that we highlighted when we held up Envy against Patman right at the start of this competition, comparing their stats from last year. Yes, Envy has stronger fragging stats, but Patman had much better APR, and that means that his utility, his fade dogs, things like that, is more consistently actually converting kills for his teammates.
So if PRX don't change composition, then we will be seeing Jing go back to the Raze. So I'm really hoping that would mean his performance is able to come back in this map 3. But I think the thing is, they just couldn't get the ball rolling in that map 2, especially in that first half. And T1 players are starting to activate. We're seeing them start to frag more consistently, and that spells trouble for PRX.
Definitely. In fact, I mean, leading the charge, the IGL is now Munchkin, and
Game
when he was back on Gen G, Munchkin was definitely an Achilles heel for PRX. I mean, for so long they couldn't beat Gen G, and he's on the squad, and now he's playing bind against them.
Yeah, I mean, he's been an Achilles heel for everyone. Yeah. I mean, he was probably
he's an Achilles heel for me, and I just watch the guy try to push up. I just watch him wide peak for no reason on the Viper and kill people, you know?
Yeah, so I really think that if he's able to continue to perform, we see Meteor play like he did, see Izu, now he's settled into the series, I think the PRX guys really have their work cut out for them to be able to go toe-for-toe, especially if T1 bring the same aggression that we've seen from them in the past on Bind.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of film there for PRX starting out on this attacking side. They should be well familiar with what they're going to get. We need to see them stop Meteor just walking into bathrooms for free and taking space over there. They're going to be well aware of the kind of combos and TP plays that T1 like to mix in. And as you can see, no changes for T1, but PRX, this is something wildly different.
This is nuts. So we're seeing Forsaken move across to the Fade. It's double initiator with a KO, and something is on the Veto. This is a wild composition. This is way off meta. I've not seen a KO on Bind in a very long time, at least in Pacific. So big expectations. Why are we changing compositions here? They have to come out with something really special.
Pilsky, was that an awful...
I mean, the double init is going to help them get into post-plant. If they can get into post-plants and set up with the Veto, that could definitely work for them, to be honest. The KO knife's going to help them read the setups a little bit, but I feel that this comp is very execution-based, so it really comes down to whether PRX has a good read and they can pull it off in the server.
All right, well, we're definitely getting new things today on Bind as we send it back to our casters for the last and final map of the series between T1 and PRX. Quack and Komodo, please take it away.
New things, wild comps, big ooves, and Komodo. I mean, just break this down for me.
Break this down? We know there's a bit of a fun rivalry that something always beats Frost. Now he's going to try and show him how to use Veto? What? Oh. This is going to be very cool and interesting to see what PRX have cooking, if it's going to taste good or not on this map. T1, well, they're just going to bring the norm, so they're going to have to adjust things. But yeah, Divide for his second ever Brimstone. Don't know what the other one was, by the way. I'm not going to go dig into that because this is completely unexpected. And Envy on the KO, been a while, but it's like his third most played agent from memory. So that makes things very interesting for me. Throw way back when the post-plant matter and we saw a lot more KOs. That was always fun.
Yeah, maybe a blast of the past, perhaps, if PRX can actually get the spike down.
Yeah.
Still, though, as they run in towards Hookah, T1 starting to get in position, especially if Munchkin alongside. Oh, well, Stacks completely domed as Jing heads on through.
Yeah, Garden 0 point coming down to reveal where Stacks was there, and now everyone's just going to be able to fight Crossfire on the site when they flood out towards spawn, and it's just a great Crossfire, isn't it, right there? Now Munchkin, the only soldier left for T1, and he's got to find 4.
ये लोग हुक्का फ्लड
Nothing's
कैसे
gonna be
जीतते हैं
happening
बे?
anytime soon. PRX learning from their past mistakes on Breeze, holding all the angles, Forsaken with the sheriff headshot.
And that's a pistol round where we get another for PRX, but will it be able to convert into something good for the start of this map? And you can throw the worries of Bind away. Single right click, it's so cheeky in those satchel plays for the Rays back from Jing. Gotta say, Jing's gonna feel comfortable on the Rays on this one. Jing's gonna feel comfortable on the Rays for this one for PRX, because I mean it's something new, right? We've seen Forsaken play the Fade before.
Sure.
It's been a bit, but he kind of did shift roles with the squad, right?
भाई Forsaken तो
So
सभी
it's just
खेलते
a
हैं
very big, different
कुछ भी
look.
खेलते हैं वो.
Good
और
opener for
भैया
Jing.
जी
Kinda reminds me of
कैसे?
the Fracture change-ups when we saw that come through, where something played on that Brimstone, and we're really looking for different looks again. It's another kind of sinking stomach feeling that we're getting something like that right now, but will it be bad or not? Will it be good? Very early to tell. Can't really take too much from a pistol round and maybe even an anti-eco round.
Definitely.
Hey, that's ambitious.
Out to the open, yeah, trying to pull out utility, but at least the rest of the team will be here to continue to scale forward. I gotta hold on to my words at some points. At least something will be here with the Marshal to clean things up, so okay, minimal losses, we're okay.
Just throw everything that you know
Marathon
about
stream
Valorant
AMA और NA इसी stream पे
out the wazoo.
वाह.
Mind you, this is the first
ये
KO that we
क्या
do
नाम
see
है
in
भाई?
Pacific for this year in Kickoff.
ये
Oh,
क्या
yeah,
नाम
some of the
है
other regions have
भाई?
been toying with it as well, but it's like the only things that come to mind when it specifically comes to Bind. I think what did I got here? BLG played it last.
अभी तो कुछ.
Yeah, okay. Also had well NRG famously played on this map.
It's not too many.
हाँ?
We'll see what the Pacific variety can do with it. Bold decision not to go with the Euro as well, mind you. I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's a different style in that, right? Where we got the Euro Razors or the Euro Waylays. When you got the composition as well, you could see substituted a Viper for the Veto. The KO is just a little bit loosey, so there's some different options. But I do like the style. Just gotta wait and see how it comes and plays. Envy caught by himself. No trades to be played in the little stall. Plus, can have some backup in the form of Munchkin if he does need the saturate for the hunger play.
Looking to completely lap up on his opponents. All down. Nothing too innovative for the time being. Just trying to get a good feel for
I have a question. Why all players and high elo players after plant don't play on lineup? Also, they prefer to take 1v1 instead of playing on time. क्योंकि वो लोग angles hold करते हैं ना, वो लोग का aim भी है, वो लोग angles hold करते हैं. अगर कोई ऐसा utils है नहीं जहाँ पे वो लोग को ज़्यादा move करना पड़ेगा तो वो लोग क्यों सीधा post plant में चले जाएंगे और उनको space देंगे.
Would be a bit of a worry, but now Meteor comes to play. He's sent away.
Yeah, should still be fine though. Oh, instant reaction from Izu as he spots Jing flying across, even catching up to the so standard start for now.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, the way that the map should go, right? Pistol in seconds, flip it over towards the third, first buy. No bonus to come out, but now we get to really see what the research looks like in towards this new composition for PRX. Got Evolution available as well for something, but with no massive ultimates on the flip side as well. You don't necessarily need to see him deploy that super early on.
Line up like Brim and Viper.
0 point player going in towards the garden side
free
again.
plant मिलेगा और वो लोग सीधा line up पे जाएगा.
Okay.
Gets garden and hookah.
Stack's gonna avoid it for now though, but at the same time, T1's starting to poke out. Something is
he's done and dusted. Even if he takes the TP right now, he's just absolutely locked in. He has no idea that a flank is coming into fruition. Would have been funny if he attempted the cross cut, but I mean, they would have heard it and got him.
Easier getting out of there as well. The rest of the team, though, I mean, what's the plan here? We're going back to A.
Funnily enough, PRX are kind of making the right decision to still go towards the A site because you had the full wraparound from Buzz. You know all of the A site was free. So they're just going to play strong side towards B with an exit strategy of Izu if he needs to support A. And you don't even necessarily need to see Buzz throw caution to the wind and try to find a fight. Saturate the Lightspeed to get out, but also one away from Convergent Paths if he finds a kill. Oh, shoulder checking. I don't think he spotted him. Now he confirms it.
Hoping for a kill perhaps, but he's going to get the go signal for Jing. Showstopper. This is his comfort.
Yep. But you already see the retreat from Buzz, knowing that this could have potentially be played in, and it's just going to switch into a retake for T1.
It's almost as if T1 are able to see all of these before they even happen. Not expecting this one though. Envy diving forward, just trying to catch them at the choke point. Forsaken as well, but unfortunately that's where T1 will be able to brawl. Flash is tossed out, Divide trying to fight back, but not able to hold his ground. Just Jing with paint shells, trying to perhaps play for time. He lobs one across, but Meteor's already gotten it halfway. We'll get him off the spike for now. Can he really buy enough time, though? A couple more shots going through, but that is when more peaks come in from T1 to tie up the score.
As long as you play by the numbers in that situation for T1, you will be fine as dandy. You really did solid efforts in the very beginning to remove something from the equation. And you make the right read to try and go towards B. Throw a spanner in the works for the decision-making processes of PRX. Whilst they ultimately do go into the site that they had the weaker opponents on, it's a very difficult situation to try and hold that spike. Early tied scoreline, another buy permitted for PRX, but it's in the form of a lesser equipped one, a Stinger purchase with some Sheriffs.
They're just going to march on through, straight through Bats, 0 point catching on to Meteor.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a sinking feeling that they're going to get rinsed in the bathrooms right now, though. All 5 here.
Everyone else from T1 at the other end of it as well, except for Stacks. Izu will line it up perfectly with the Outlaw. Buzz trying to slow them, catch them on, especially more utility coming in. Divine will find one shot, but that's that. Izu, more flashes, clones going through. Device way too low to make anything else happen in the round.
Yep. Just the little lesser buy for PRX to see how they're going to try and navigate that one. And it comes out in good form for T1. Getting closer towards some of the ultimates. Izu picking things up. You've still got the Convergent Paths available as well, so it can be a pretty big backed up round next. PRX now with their purchase to see what they're going to change up on the attack side. Is it going to be more of a slower pace one? We're not throwing everybody together, holding each other's hands. We are evolving though.
Yeah, I will take. Pick this shot together, boys. Good, my brother. Taking backside, boys. Should we really, boys? Hey, boys. I think we can go here, guys.
Well, they think they can go A. Let's see if it's going to work out for them with the rotations from T1 already starting to come on over. Good feel on a Meteor.
Convergent Path as well will slow things down, but completely not affected thanks to the evolution. Something gets ahead of the game. At the same time now trying to get the spike in. You've got some flashes, you've got interceptors all throughout. Chokeholds too to gain different angles and elevations. Meteor will try to keep things intact, but unfortunately continuing to fall as well. Everyone who rotates over, spotted out by something.
Yeah, you have that cross-cut go through as well, and I thought from the POV of the defenders that they did spot that one out, but it was a good flash lobbed in from Envy that you really couldn't even contend with that and protect your boy. So very nicely done in a bit of an unorthodox variety for PRX for sure with this composition.
Look at their player counts. It's been a while since I've seen Ilya something.
Look at that. Easier though, the right idea to go for the save with this operator. And I mean, when you've got that evolution coming on in, right, you feel like Convergent Pass isn't going to have any value. The Orbital Strike, the Nightfall as well. And Convergent Pass was even utilized as well for Buzz. Not available, right? So, very well done for PRX in that round to tie things up in the early game of this map.
Good way to bypass your opponent's ults. At the same time to go in for some aggressive TPs, an aggressive Veto player right here.
And to see it on the replay as well. Good one on towards Munchkin. Doesn't need to worry about the
Yeah.
molly. He just wall bangs him. Veto a dime a dozen. But when you can come out with him and you can, you know, maximize his kit.
Lower bracket match है क्या? Middle.
Special.
Still though.
तीनों round चाहिए, तीनों round चाहिए.
Find
भाई
more
एक
impact
once a
for
sentinel
now.
है भाई.
Back into bats,
Trap
asserting
देख
himself
रहे मोह पे.
alongside Envy.
Yeah, going to be calling to change over the orb just before you gather it as Jing. Get that null command online and available for Envy. You can regroup to your heart's content, and if it's going to be to this B site, do you have the feeling of the operator here? The jump spot's been coming out from Devi, a secondary one as well from Forsaken. Very nicely done to acquire the information on this sniper.
Prowler to reconfirm as well. You'll hear the clone.
If you do good flash and push him off, you've got an avenue to get in with the null command as well. You just got to get deep in towards this one, because the line of sight can still destroy you. That's
Deadly. Munchkin as well with the judge, and suddenly the spike out of PRX's reach.
Yeah, very one-dimensional to a degree. 4 long, 1 short. You lose your short member. Uh-oh. All over Red Rover.
30 seconds to go, though. So you'll
Right,
still
must duck
try
carries, eh?
look for a bit of a firefight into tube. Izu gets caught.
30 seconds left.
I mean, there's still a double protector on the spike,
side
right?
chhod diya.
20 seconds to go. You got to try and retrieve that. You got to
Spike कैसे लेंगे? That is the
That was the right
question.
question. You probably just can't.
Munchkin's got a Phantom now as well. You think he might have left, but nope, he's still around the corner. Not quite able to capitalize onto Jing, but at this point, the round's done. 10 seconds. Meteor's still around. Buzz as well. Everyone from T1 pretty much active.
लग गए. चलेगा तीनों round से यार. Ulti बहुत है. तीनों round से ulti बहुत है. वापस कुछ combo bimbo कर सकते
Too
हैं.
much in that one, unfortunately. Goes by the wayside when you've got the stoppages from Izu's
पूरे मैच में
operator
अर्जुन को
and
दो
the
टाइम
judge
आउट
of
मिलता है.
Munchkin
हाँ.
that
पूरे
kind of was
मैच
the
में
be-all
अर्जुन
and
को दो
end-all in the
टाइम आउट
round at
मिलता
that
है.
point forward.
और OT गया तो
Not enough
एक टाइम
time
आउट मिलता
to
है. दोनों.
reaggress to get the spike. You got that double flank essentially holding it from Meteor and Munchkin. Nicely adjusted to come through from T1, who are going to be playing a strong side A this one on the expectations that PRX might be coming their way, but from our POV, if they ramped up towards this B site, it could be very well decided to do so. Izu going to find something. Something falling first again.
Well,
where this op could have
Izu भाई हल्का सा मूड में है. बहुत forward खेल रहा है.
You could go for a little bit of a lob flash through this smoke if you want to, but it looks like by radar they've dry walked up through it, and Stacks trying to combo the ultimate with the C's, not expecting Envy to already be in front of this one, and the showstopper is going to scare you from going in for now. So the plant can look to be established by PRX.
लेकिन वो late हो गया बे.
Incendiary to buy a couple of extra seconds as well through towards spawn, and a orbital strike as well if need be.
Same time, Devi continuing to check out towards the back line of B long 2, so continuing to spot further players, but Dimensional Drift has been popped as well. T1 fighting for space onto the site, so even though Devi might still be alive with Orbital, I don't know if he's able to fend off the spike diffuser. Izu sticks it down to the last spit, and T1 sneaks yet another round under PRX's noses.
It feels a little bit difficult for PRX when they are overwhelmed. And a single ulti boy can do that job, can't it? Opening
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? एक belong था बराबर. एक बंदा belong देखता.
as well, figuring out
जो
all
वो
the
लोग
required
retake कर रहे
information further.
Brim अगर ult मारता.
Quite difficult to try to
city
have a
में,
bit
तो
of
इससे
comfort
fight
in
कर
the
सकते थे वो
closing
लोग.
strategy of the round. Devi, unlucky enough, couldn't even stop the defuse from happening.
Manual
Despite a
3,
low
130.
Izu.
Irritate हो गया बे.
But that happens.
चल में बे.
A little bit distracted by all the bodies coming on through
कहाँ
as
मारने
well.
जा रहे
5-3, no tied scoreline here. Timeout for Alex and Wendler to have
Plus वो लोग को मालूम भी नहीं था वाइपर के साथ
feels
कितने
like
लोग
very
हैं.
crucial discussions.
और एक और बंदा रहता है वाइपर के साथ तो.
You're down by 2. Put in quite a bit of effort. I mean, that's an understatement. To come up with a composition like this, you've seen some ideas of what that potential could be, but for things to fall off in this fashion, feels like they're not replicating results from what they've practiced.
And they've seen a bit of the weaknesses if they've done their homework against a Veto on attack as well, right? Like where they find themselves right now, because that's what Global Esports were deploying, right? It was Yudotan on the Veto. Vetotan is kind of only playing this agent right now. Patman was on that waylay as well, trying to dive on in. Different style to the composition, but, you know, something's been picked off time and time again in the very beginning. I still like the chokehold at the front of B. Just make sure you've got that little capture if you need. But you've got to give yourselves a couple more options, you feel like. You've zero-pointed some information on this Izu operator for now.
At least upper shower mein.
But I think the more important question is, if you are 5ing up towards A short, how are you doing this one?
Okay. It's gonna be the refract out from Buzz for now. Oi! It's gonna be just a full-on steamroll. Straight on through, even with a half buy.
Need Jing POV on that one, I feel like, right now, but maybe Munchkin just want to skedaddle on out of here, or not. Something. Giving up the goods for a retake, now plausible.
Gun's still online though, PRX and Orbital Strike as well, especially with the spike down now. So, trying to work around the positions that they do have. Meanwhile, T1 eliminating initial positions. Forsaken though, clean hooky around the smoke, stacks, everyone all getting spotted out at the hands of PRX.
बोला मेन गलती क्या होगा मालूम है वेले का ओपोजिट
as well to try and tie
वेले
up
क्लोज से अंदर
things
चला
on
गया
this attacking
लेकिन सीज
side.
नेड की वजह से ना
Feel like they are
वाइपर आइसोलेट हो गया और
a
उनको
little bit
पता था वेले
behind the
एग्जैक्टली
curve on
किधर
a couple of these rounds, so it's good to see that they do get the advantages. We'll see that quick shot out from Jing on the replay as well, and then the rest of the team, I mean, the fact that they are just flooding in towards the site, ambitious from something, don't get me wrong with that one.
One enemy remaining.
They do make sure that they get
कितना
all the
अभी
trains
कितना
to go
दो
and
ना
quick
दो
Australia
राउंड
as
और
well.
ना
They got to try and do it again, however, here, try and tie things up, and they still
दो
have
राउंड
not
और
had an impact on the economy of T1. This round can change that state. But another operator again for Izu. It's usually been good for an opener.
तीन नहीं दो राउंड और निकाल लिया हो गया मेरे हिसाब से
Outside of hookah.
Yeah,
निकाल
a
लेंगे
little bit further deep, and the footsteps of Forsaken waltzing towards this A site. You're a good little feeling for T1 that you've got the right majority force here.
Gotta drop the initial utility first. You're using the orbital strike aggressively. Saturate's been spent, so you have a good feeling for this. But Buzz, he goes all the way behind them. He's infiltrated the back lines of PRX and he's gotten away with one. Still though, the nade's coming back through. Now Izu into position out on top of Heaven. PRX trying to spike down. Something spots up from top of bench into the back of Spawn. Izu announces his position. And unfortunately, that's the best move that he's got. Has to hold on to the upward round.
Yeah.
Because the team's river has run dry.
I kind of want to feel good about the way that PRX played that round, right? Something TPs on top of the truck and amongst the smokes. You've got the flashes lobbed in from Envy there as well to try and get him towards the back of the site. But I'm wondering actually how Munchkin has died, because he's died to the orbital strike. Did he waltz back into that whilst blinded? Was it dry? Was he caught in it by a seize? I didn't exactly catch that one, so I'm hoping we can kind of see that back on the radar, because it kind of starts to fumble a little bit when that does happen. You're starting to flood in towards the site. You've got bullets running rampant from Buzz, trying to do what he can, but it does fall over. I gotta say, it's risky business as well, by the way, to peek the operator who's playing at the tower. He'd be very lucky to get away with his life and not be traded as well after being legged. So he walked back into it.
Just around the smokes, I suppose.
Yeah. Anyways, it happened. Tight scoreline. And you've finally broken the economy of T1 going into this next round. Forcing them to not have an operator, I think, is going to be quite the big thing. No, I lie. Sorry, they did save that. So they do have to contend with this again.
Bhai, please, weak bhai. Please, Matarani.
Quite pesky situation for PRX to be in. At least Null Command has come back online for Envy, though, and we're going straight back through into the A site. Izu this time. Weak side out towards B. And there goes the aggressive TP. Buzz will keep things in check with Bucky, but as Jing flies in across into the smokes, he will decimate, leaving Stacks alone on the side. Izu again trying to hold on to the opportunity.
Interceptor in as well that I don't believe we've seen too much value for so far on this attacking side, but it's fine just to be a bit of a protectant for the spike plant down. You know, no Stacks util, no Izu flashes.
Always could come in handy.
Something
and exercising some discipline now.
And holding the operator
ऊपर
into the next round where, if removed from hands, would not be present. PRX take back the lead that they haven't had since the pistol and second in tandem.
Really want to get that off away, but this is just a strong, smart position for Izu.
Yeah. They're going to be favoring though the operator.
Sir, please explain this round. I have a doubt. Sir, बाहर गया है अभी.
Operator of sorts. In PRX dodge it a little bit here and there those past couple of rounds, and it's been very, very nice for them.
I think I just heard a desk smack.
From up here?
Yeah. Is it divided?
Huh?
Something.
Definitely.
Bro, out of everyone, it's me. Go.
Okay, well.
Jing,
So we're going to go into the next round where the op is still present.
And it's at the right side right now. One away from the dimensional drift on the back of an opener. Could it be quite wanted for T1? Rocket going in, clearing a lot of the space at the moment. Doesn't do any chipper damage on towards Munchkin, who is lucky to get away from that one. But they're on the expectation here as Buzz that there's going to be a cheeky TP if it was an explosion. Elevated a bit of an off angle as well that does get the better of Jing.
Now he's just getting flushed on over into the open line. It's easy to reposition. Will land a shot. Maybe goes for another repeat. Stacks as well. A couple of players incredibly low now. And even with the knockback, he just can't do anything around it. Buzz, Izu doing wonders for T1 to tie up the score at the end of the first half.
Yeah, from the opening kill over at that A site, and when you see the Prowler and the funneling in from PRX towards B, you know, you got the right numbers there already to just try and have good crosshair placement and battle in the brutality that PRX don't throw your way in this one. Just throw caution to the wind and get in. You've got numbers advantages, you've even got ultimates, but you don't need to do that. Winning out the fights, T1 happy to take it. 6-6.
6-6 तो अच्छा है भाई.
An exchange now to see how PRX are going to be playing this Veto on the defensive side. Are we getting quick rotations between the two sites because there is no Yoru with this composition, right? That's something that we see of value in this current meta, having that quick rotation ability from the Yoru. Brimstone can technically do it a little bit faster with the Stim Beacon. So I am interested to see how something is going to be properly piloting this agent because honestly, it was kind of copy-pasting over on that attacking side as well, right? Just a lot of TPs to get to top track with flashes going over to try and facilitate a way back in that way. It's using the standard, you know, chokehold over towards Hookah to see that there's no massive extension there from T1 or for a potential TP play as well. Get an early tether on that.
अगर अभी बोल रहा हूँ, अगर दो TP मार के something वो लोग के base में गया,
well, the KO also another factor, perhaps in
तो मेरा खत्म है support.
defensive side, but
नहीं मतलब इतना ही मैं कर सकता हूँ support.
To me, it's going to be pop flash availability on this map has a lot of
पता
them
चला ये
because
push
of
हो
the
रहा है
4
smoke
technical
में
lanes
TP
that you
डाल
have,
के उनके
right?
पीछे चला गया.
Over through long where you can see some Yorus be self-sufficient doing those flashes, you can do the same thing. For right now, you can do a deep 0-point blade from where Envy is currently placed to where Stax is as well off the rip. So we'll see if that's going to happen, or if it's the flash. You're kind of hoping that there's a lot of members there. It is the flash that's going to come up. It doesn't even blind him, but the team go together and win the duel.
Launching smoke. PRX things for now, but it's just one casualty.
Yep. Something's also been, you know, had Util thrown his way a little bit earlier on. Now he's going to have a gun thrown his way, and the buckshot's just going to get him.
The interceptor did not quite take away the center rate, so initial contact, you start to over-rotate, then it's Meteor sneaking around again. Shots found, he's repositioning. The rest of the team will look to push on through from Hookah. Buzz low HP though.
Need that smoke to go down from Devi, and it will at the right time. Jing has paint shells too, which could absolutely give you a bad day if you were T1. You also really don't have a way to get in deep towards this site too. The bodies just have to drop on down. No light speed, no TP, just a single smoke for Munchkin.
इतना fast headshot है Brimstone को जाना चाहिए city देख के भी. इतना पूरा headshot है.
Goes to smoke. Jing spots them. Going down, no more paint shells.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that there isn't some sort of jump spot from him with the paint shells when that is seen.
Spike planted.
So Envy and Devi have
Envy Buzz को तो मार देगा.
Lifting here.
Oh, Buzz didn't spot him.
Perhaps from the map, but Envy will close in the distance. Now 0-point goes through. Devi could pop off of it, and he tries, but the right click's not connecting. It's just Envy at half HP trying to land all the ghost shots, which unfortunately does not come through fruition. It's going to be Munchkin instead. And this time, pistol in the hands of T1.
That's opening kill for PRX in that pistol as well, mind you, with the set play. And Devi gets the job done there, but for the rest of it, the lurk in towards B site, absolutely paramount for the way to get in things here. There's a bit of damage, there's a kill, there's questions thrown around the map. Where are T1 slotted in at the moment? Did anyone else get through elbow perhaps? And they didn't. Meteor just found a pretty sensational spot.
Oh yes.
Orb gathered. Waiting for the pop flash play out through Fountain and Buzz. Well, he doesn't necessarily need to give it all. It's actually just going to be the Haunt lobbed in.
Not seeing anything. T1 just continue to back off, continuing to hold the angles, lure PRX into their range, where things can be quite lethal, even with the Ghost as well. Okay, Buzz get involved now with the Saturate. Unfortunately, that's where things are close enough for PRX to find a couple of shots. Meteor coming back in to bring things back to normalcy. Jing with more swings as well. Izu with a Marshall does simplify things a little bit more, but a little bit of damage done too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the two Guardians surviving for T1 should make this round look a little bit easier for PRX, you'd assume. But we also know that T1 are not going to roll over. Seen 2 rounds so far where PRX are coming out with some set plays on these pistol round styles. A bit of a thrifty. So when it comes to the rifle round, do you still think that there's going to be a set play on some sort of position around the map, or are you expecting it to be stock standard default?
One shower. No smoke, he smoked from side hookah, boys. Spotting showers.
I'm watching a short.
One hookah, prowler it. Go Yola.
Well, they need to get a wriggle on over towards this site for sure. Devi is stuck, spotted, fallen down and forced to smoke out as well. 0 point confirming locale on 2. That'll stave them off from being able to explode out into this B site for now.
अभी वो सप्रेस के वजह से लोग टिपी नहीं मार सकते.
Still inching further.
हो सकता है कोई टिपी में बैठा हो.
This sort of position as well. If the KO was over here, there's that flash on the top that I feel like Forsaken would have absolutely loved. Instead, he's got to hold the single risk angle. He will spot the information. A bit of damage delivered to Izu already, but this is the setup for T1 to explode into this site now.
It feels like for a lot of these rounds, PRX just has to be ready, but look at how T1 is looking to explode onto the side towards the back, and Buzz with the judge! Still though, bit of damage done. It could just be enough for PRX to get back into the game. Something closer up and around Indy as well. He's got a flash to work with.
And Jing has a lot of this utility too, already taking the TP, so just see Munchkin go for bit of a wrap around this position. Puts more onus on Buzz and Stacks to do something.
Refract called. Stacks with the C's. Paint shells initially through, but not quite landing. Still though, the kill into the hands of PRX because Envy sprinting all across. Munchkin though will catch him, reveals his location, and all that PRX needs to do now is to keep him off of the angle. Jing will do just that. PRX
with
their first purchase spy for this defensive side, 2 surviving as well. So be seeing a little bit of a problem in the flip side of this. Mind you, I'll just highlight this because, well, I'm evil sometimes. Stacks is having a really slow start towards this map, and likewise at Forsaken. So both fades at the moment. Not really a lot on the kill department. So let's see how they're going to set up the early information game with these Prowlers and Caesars, Haunts too, right? Because we've got the facilities here for some good combos.
एक सेकंड अपन
Timeout
एक राउंड पीछे रो खड़ा हो रहा है.
After the 3rd round.
ठीक है भाई.
First time out off the map as well. Really want to keep things under their wings.
मार्केट भाई तुम मत करो ना भाई. बाकी क्या हो रहा है जाने दो.
Read for how PRX have been setting themselves up. Start to figure out the timings of the double initiators. And at the same time, though,
आपके जैसे मार रहे जिंग.
evident from the previous team.
भाई रेज ये मैप में
start to
क्यों नहीं खेलते पता नहीं यार. चल मैं अच्छा.
You know, prowlers and stuff that they notice.
Excuse me.
I have no idea what that means.
One thing for me as well on this defensive side for PRX, how are they using the Veto utility? Is it all at the choke points, for example, or is it using the interceptor?
और कोई है जो ऊपर बैठना चाहेगा?
In engagements, holding on to it for a little bit longer as well and being more reactive with it.
और
Because
second
really,
by all chat
if
पे
T1
ना
figure out
feed
where
diff
that is
करके
with
लिख
this
दो
composition as well, they can light speed in and gate crash a little bit deeper, but a lot of that extra utility at the entry points going to be removed. Slow and steady wins the race over towards this B site, and that smoke is just disrespected by T1. I don't think the Devi has any idea on how close they really were, and now he's just stuck.
A slight chance to play hide and seek around the smokes, though unfortunately Buzz has sought him. At the same time, straight through the teleporter, PRX trying to find a couple of pot shots, not quite connecting. Buzz trying to set up convergent pass, but will get spotted. PRX hunker down and eliminate him.
I just gotta say, as someone who does play a little bit of Veto, bring that interceptor back in this moment, something it would have been neat when you lost this B side of control, but it's okay. Jing with a showstopper and no satchels to permit him entry. He's gonna be trying to find it. What a TP out from Izu.
Oh, that's just perfect. Still, though, Envy will find that opportunity to try to push on through, but at the same time, T1 holding stacks, preventing something from getting closer in, and at that point, the spike just continues to tick and tick. You want to save as PRX right now.
Well, they don't want to save, they have to save. That's the problem. T1 just giving them no way back in towards the retake at all, hitting the good shots. It's the 1-4 lean that does not go PRX's way. Gonna feel bad for Devi just getting a shorty straight shot in towards his face. Recognizing exactly what he needs to do in that sort of situation too, just narrowly having enough on the timer to get back to the team as well for the second approach all together as a unit into the site. Well, that's one of those situations for Envy that's a very reactive KO. As soon as you get the kill, you just want to try and deploy the null command immediately to keep going, but time is a ticking.
इसलिए रेजने रहते हैं लैंग बैच.
PRX timeout, nicely done for T1 to convert on the back of it. Doesn't come into play.
T1 hang back. Not seeing anything still, though, for now. Waiting out the gate crash, too, possibly.
A well-timed 0 point. Can reset the timing on the round for T1 here. But how long do you wait before trying to gather some information as PRX? Prowler's both held for Forsaken because he's in this corner with the judge. No 0 point, no deeper flashes. There is the 0 point finally.
एकदम heavy crossfire है.
Perhaps.
ठीक है.
And unfortunately, Forsaken gets checked. Jing as well. Instant drive-by coming through from T1. Envy on the site, but under constant pressure now. He goes back in and reasserts himself in towards Labs. Decent opening, but he's still going to need a lot more.
Nice.
Envy back through, pop flash across. Alongside Devi inside of the smokes, Izu keeps them in check. Orbital strike dropped as well, but Meteor just hops on across. Izu out of the gate crash into 2 kills. It's just something. And he's playing around the smokes, right around the edges. He gets spotted.
Oh, that's a bit of a rocky one for Envy as well. When he puts himself in that corner and should have been able to find the duel against Meteor, but doesn't. The orbital strike as well, making things very problematic for T1, but getting in front of that is quite crucial to still just dance around this site when the drift comes into play too, mind you. Envy does get the one. Getting traded out immediately by Izu. I was going to say, on the back of the drift after spotting out all the information, getting all the kills, a monstrous rounds to come through from him.
Timeout.
Good. Somewhat timeout.
Well, this is the feeling in the map that you have to wonder as PRX, how many more buys do we have to have in good favor? If we don't have one right now, we're seeing 11 to T1. Being a bit, stalled on our defenses as well. Inviting T1 to try and dive in towards these sites and catch them up in a bit of a trap that's just not coming into play. T1 in that round, for example, not giving them anything up through A short, which is really what Forsaken was hopeful for. That's why I was also kind of interested for Envy. What's the timing like on your 0 point? Where are these flashes going to potentially come on in? As soon as those convergent passes are there, Forsaken misses that single judge shot that he's able to try and achieve. Stall flops the other way. So, time out for PRX. We'll see what happens here. Jing going in with the Guardian.
सुनो मेरी बात सुन तुम लोग में है ना भर भर के नेगेटिविटी आ रखी है अभी भी कमबैक कर सकता है PRX ऐसा वैसा टीम नहीं PRX
Yeah, Meteor's in the right
P
spot.
का मतलब मालूम है ना प्रोफेशनल
Information or kills. It's going to be the ladder for the first. Will there be a trade for PRX? However, there will.
Okay.
And a Vandal retrieved. And the spike if they continue to go.
Izu.
Huh?
Well, he's eventually going to have to make his way over or hold this line for the team to come and retrieve the spike. You question, potentially, why is he still there if you are Divide? Little do they know.
There.
What they can hear, perhaps not fully. Jing thinks to
positivity.
Look for an alternate route around.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hedge your bets in this sort of situation, don't you? Where do you think you can have the most damage found and maybe steal this round with the siphoned Vandal? It's a bit of a wrap around for sure, and you're going to be very late to the affairs over at this B side, but something and in VR here. 30 seconds to go.
Pope flash. Pope flash.
Off sort of flash instead. Looking for the fights, but maybe not quite coming yet to him. He's holding on to it, perhaps to toy around the spike plan, but look at how Izu goes in for the wallbang, penetrated through. Envy goes down as well. It's just Jing with a scavenged Vandal. He's got a full kit, but 4 targets? Izu, the first obstacle.
Never really expecting this heightened angle from Buzz at this current point in time, would you?
No, so okay, well,
Clack, that's what it's doing there. Sees you above, but there's no way that it's going to catch you all the way up there. 11-7. Pretty damaging attacking side so far from T1, and PRX just feeling a bit floppy. We'll have to see if this next buy round is going to change up the affairs for them or not.
Well, they did go a
little bit hunting in this round. We don't really see the same thing from them on their rifle rounds, do we?
Very much possibility.
On this defensive side.
I should hope not. Unless there's a whole game plan around it, but right now, starting things off with T1 hovering around A short.
Yeah, going to get Jing on that orb. Forsaken was one away from the Nightfall, still is one away from the Nightfall. As the operator finally in something's possession. No immediate escape route though. Takes a couple of little moments to activate the crosscut. But it's a very powerful line if he can hold this one. Forsaken. Prowler through the TP, spotting info onto Stacks. But for PRX right now, how much do they invest on trying to isolate him here?
Well, you might be controlling the extremities of the map.
Yeah, you got to have eyes on the prize right now. You got to get over towards this B site when Munchkin does have this orbital and there's a pit available. If the plane goes down, it's going to be very destructive for PRX's chances. Nightfall returning fire.
The bus just heads on through anyway. Orbital as well to discourage PRX from holding some of the angles that they would have liked. Still though, Pop Flash goes across. Trying to set up entrances out from the back of spawn. Viper's Pit though gives T1 all the coverage they need.
Spike
plant as well, the objective is very much there. Something, wild shot, second one going through. Will find one player. He's gonna need a whole lot more. At the same time, Stacks is still lurking around.
Wouldn't even mind seeing the T's thrown into the mix here from something. Got the chokehold available as we're starting to flood the site right now, and it's all Meteor's territory. He is looking to do all of the damage here, and it's not even damage control anymore. The round is done. There is no time to get in. Just wayward shots from the sniper of something. Forsaken gets shut down by Stacks. And the operator will be the only thing taken into the next round for PRX. No way in towards that round, and that's why I said the orbital strike going down and the pit are going to be really problematic for PRX's chances to get back in towards this one.
And unfortunately, though, for PRX, I mean, fortunately for T1, for me, it was that moment from Meteor inside of the pit. Incredible plays coming through. And it's just absolutely
रुक जाओ ना देखो टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो 5 राउंड का ही लीड है डिफेंसिव मैप है 3 राउंड हम लोग को गन राउंड चाहिए 2 एक को अपने को मिल जाएंगे 3 गन राउंड चाहिए डिफेंसिव मैप में डिफेंसिव साइड में डिफेंस
just gonna spam him down. What a check. Forsaken though, perhaps this is now his time. Starting to make a couple of noises out through from Bass, but it's not quite enough. As Izu hops out across with a shorty in hand. The Vi then goes through, Nightfall gets sent. Suddenly you're deafened.
Flank the chat, flank the jaldi, flank
the operator is going to be very late to arrive, but it finds value. Jing on a stacks as well, so it's all down to Buzz. And finally, PRX will get a sorely needed round, but it's another moment where we've got to do it in a run-back fashion. They need 5 rounds again to try and close this map, bring it into overtime. That's 1 out of 5.
Easy.
At least they've got the ultimates to work off of, perhaps, but at the same time, that's a lot of chances for T1 to close this out.
44,000
Couple of ultis invested in the mix of this one, right? Dimensional Drift, Nightfall as well. Eventually you'll have the cycle come back online. But you've got guns aplenty in this round to go at it again. The ultimates are on the flip side for PRX too. So what are they going to be able to achieve with this one? And the operator back to B with Forsaken as well. And a bit of a pacey one from T1 this time. Looking to try and end it here. Munchkin finds Envy first and foremost.
And again, it's got to be reactions from PRX that has to be on point. Jing has a showstopper. He's still looking for an angle, though. Meanwhile, things get set up. He hears the spike being tapped, and there he goes. Absolutely nuclear alongside the Vi. Checking
3-4
inside well.
together.
Buzz alongside Izu. Trying to retrieve, trying to recover.
Nice.
Munchkin just goes in full wall bang, but there goes something. Evolution's been popped, but Buzz lands an insane flick. Low HP is Forsaken. He's discarded from doing anything further. Hunkers down, able to thwart Buzz. Shorty thrown across. It's just Izu left to defend the spike. A slight step. Couple more, but it's 2v1. Surely not. Something just stands right in front. A slight body block for his teammate as well. But Buzz, Izu, he just goes insane in the final moments. First shot, square onto the diffuser, and then back onto something. The map, the series is done.
Very nicely navigated on that attacking side from T1 to get the job done, honestly, and a near 30 bomb from Izu to get it over the line. 29 and 8 is what he will end in. Putting his teammate in the backpack as well a little bit in that one. A change of approach, a change of look for PRX in this series with a couple of different compositions. Maybe left wondering, should we kept it a little bit more mainstream or not? That's what they'll have to figure out before they go into the next series in the now lower and elimination brackets. But it's not like we haven't seen slow starts from them before. T1 to continue in the middle bracket right now. They'll go up against DFM in their next engagement. As we start to get ever so closer in Pacific and the world to see which teams are going to make it to Masters Santiago and which teams will be joining others in elimination.
Yeah, meanwhile for PRX though, to join the likes of Full Sense, DRX, Global Genji, I mean, so much to consider. For now, T1 doing wonders and adapting. Izu completely popping off. We're going to toss it down to the stage with Bella to hear from them.
अपने को जिंजी को हराने का है.
Hi guys, it's Bella. T1 the super team does it once again, and where are Stacks? Mr. Stacks? 안녕하세요. 예, 놀라셨습니까?
네.
Stacks is
진주가
pleasantly
알았게 PRX को भी हराने का.
네, T1의 스택스 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
उसके बाद दो टीम को हराने का है. उसके बाद एक और टीम को हराने का है.
I must give you a little extra kick. knowing that you did one up in
हमारा
your
support
head-to-head
यहाँ
record
तक का ही
as well.
था.
What's going through your mind right now?
हमारा support यहाँ तक का
정말
ही था.
중요한 순간에 승리를 한 번 더 가져가게
समझ रहे
되셨는데 또 전적 우세가 있는 상대인 만큼
इतना
오늘
ही
좀
support
더
कर
힘이
सकता था मैं.
있을 것 같아요. 승리 소감부터
왜
부탁드리겠습니다.
इतना ही देखो इतना ही कर सकता था.
제가 잘했던 맵은 져서 오히려
아,
다행이었던 것 같고
तेरा भाई 젠지 की
제가
साइड
밑에
पे.
있어서 우리 팀이 사기가 더 올라갔던 것 같아서 너무 대견스럽고 저희 팀원이 그리고 저희는 회의 PRX보다 저희가
तेरा भाई 젠지 की साइड पे.
더 편하게 했던 것 같습니다.
I think it actually makes it better that the map that I was really good at, we let the other team have it. And our team, we actually believe in ourselves. We think that we are a better team and we're stronger. So me being on the bottom of the leaderboard actually helps my team stay motivated and actually.
अभी बेस्ट. अभी ये लोग को आ रहा दिया. T1 को आ रहा दिया. अगर कोई T1 को भी आ रहेगा, वो भी आएगा लोअर में. मतलब लौड़े लग गए.
Help each other out. I want to talk about how the transition has been like for you, and just tell us a little bit more about the detail that goes on. 또 원스킨 선수 합류하고 나서 오랫동안 스킨스 선수 위에 있었던 그 아이들의 무게에서 벗어나는가 싶었는데 또 아예 그런 건 또 아닌 것 같아요. 좀 그 변화 과정에 대해서 어떻게 체감하고 있는지 그리고 어떤 식으로 조율해 나가고 있는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 아이젤을 하는 도중에 이제 제가 아이젤을 내려놓게 됐는데 거기에 대해서 조금 더 저의 이제 정체성을 찾으려고 노력하는 중이고요. 지금 대회에서. 그리고 상범이 형의 아이젤 능력이 이제 모든 분들이 아시겠지만 굉장히 뛰어나고 저 또한 이제 오늘 대회에서 골 너무 좋다라고 얘기를 했던 것 같아서 계속 이제 잘해주고 있고 너무 좋았고요. 그래서 이제 저는 제 정체성을 찾아가는 중입니다.
I think letting go of that IGL role that I've been so comfortable with and familiar with, it's actually a journey for me to find my own identity as well. And
W मैडम, लेकिन अभी क्या है ना, मेरे को स्ट्रीम एंड करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मेरे को इसके बाद 2 और रीजन का जर्नी करने का. तो मैं जा रहा हूँ. देखता हूँ अगर आधे घंटे का भी नैप अगर नसीब में हुआ तो आधा घंटा नैप लेके अपन आ जाएंगे. EMEA में आ जाएंगे. ठीक है. अभी कुछ रिवील मत करना. हम लोग कल सुमड़ी में हम लोग जंजी को सपोर्ट करेंगे. सुमड़ी में किसको पता नहीं चलना चाहिए क्यों. ठीक है. सुमड़ी में अपन ये किधर ये अपनी आपस की बात है कि आत्मा ने गिव अप कर दिया है करके. ठीक है. तो सुमड़ी में आज EMEA नहीं है तो नावी और हेरिटिक्स किसमें आज EMEA है और वो भी है NA भी है. चलो बाय 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 बाय. Adios, adios. Take care. See you in an hour after. See you in an hour after. ठीक है. बाय बाय. लौड़ने लग गए हमारे लौड़ने लग गए.
I find you a star and we could